Hey, what up, everybody? Welcome to Frog Stonks, not this place. Entertainment purpose only. Please call with Terrible, talking AMC.
I don't know about that same trade.
Not on the mobile app, which I call customer service. Call them.
Oh, gotcha. I, I I've heard good things about E-Trade as well, but Fidelity to get like all the praise. So, and I don't buy button totally. E-Trade, I don't remember. There was like a list going. Can't remember. Took the most heat, but they also kept the buy button. Not Fidelity took away the buy button, and E-Trade, I don't remember. I know there was like a list going around, and I can't remember everyone that was on it, but I know Robinhood took the most heat, but they also kept the buy button away the longest. So,
Well, it seems like E-Trade is mostly JP Morgan, and they seem like they're not on the up and up all the time. But as far as that app, I use it only because I do penny stocks as well, but they've been pretty good.
oh gosh, JP Morgan is a bad word today after this last weekend. What?
Absolutely.
Are we going to talk about the elephant in the room? Like, are we just going to act like this weekend didn't happen? Like, are we going to just act like there weren't these crazy people going absolutely berserk on Friday night and telling everybody that they need to like boycott the ape dividend on a Friday night of all the, okay, you've had a whole week of this thing being discussed, being hashed out, long tweet threads by the CEO trying to explain it the best he can, 8Ks filed. You've had plenty of time, but Friday night you're going to come out and say, let's postpone, let's delay the ape dividend because people work on Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and the market's totally open, right? I don't know like what world people live in where they think it's a great idea to like start thinking about this on a Friday night. It's wild to me. Like what party did you go to and how high did you get to think that that's going to be effective? I mean, I don't know. It was so bizarre. People were going absolutely insane. I had tons and tons and tons of DMs from people saying, "What do I do, Tara? I don't know what to do." I'm like, bro, it's Friday night. You go chill. You go hang out with your family. Go skinny dipping. I don't care what you do. Do anything but worry about this ape dividend on a weekend when nothing can be done regardless. I was extremely happy to see Adam come out and just dispel a lot of, of the fear, literal fear. Like, you want to talk about FUD? I kind of started to hate that word because it was just tossed, like anything people said, it was like, that's FUD. But I mean, talk about fear, uncertainty, and doubt, which is what FUD stands for, in case I think everyone here probably knows that. But that's what was happening all weekend. It was insane to see the number of people in droves just getting so fudded hard, like, oh my gosh, we're gonna lose half of our portfolio. Oh my gosh, they're doing this to screw us all. First of all, does anyone ever consider the fact that one day Adam Aaron is gonna retire? And what if you were him, and you enjoy positive affirmation and attention like most people do, and as a leader in a movement as big as this, which he is, wouldn't you want to go out with like a good standing on your legacy and not like, oh my gosh, I just screwed over all of my 4 million shareholder base and now they're literally going to burn me at the stake and my,
Tara,
my good standing.
that's not a reason. There's like a gentleman named Angelo Mazzillo who founded Countrywide. He burned hundreds of millions of Americans, not hundreds, but 50 million Americans. So that's not
Who?
that's not Angelo Mazzillo, founder of Countrywide.
I don't even know what that is. He burned 50 million people?
Yeah, 50 million people with mortgages.
There's I mean, he's right. There's a lot of people who do that stuff. But can I say something real quick? I'm gonna jump off.
No. Wait. Hold on. You have to give me some background here. So he was the CEO of Countrywide?
Yeah, and he gave people that couldn't afford homes, and then he foreclosed on them. So I mean, my point is that like legacy doesn't really mean much. I mean, I get it that.
So wait, he just was like, here's a home, now you're foreclosed?
Yeah, pretty much, yeah.
Or people didn't make their home payments and then they got foreclosed on.
Yeah, they didn't make their, I mean, he gave people homes
their mortgage payments.
He gave people loans that couldn't afford them. And then he went down with them during the Great
You're talking about 2008 when the whole China bubble and all that happened.
It wasn't China. Nothing to do with China.
Yes, he is.
Nothing about China. China was not involved there.
But it's 2008.
I'm pretty sure China was involved.
China was not involved, darling. I was there. Sorry.
China was involved.
China was involved. They were balloon loans. They were balloon loans that China was. China was buying up balloon loans. I've done a lot of research on this, but if you want to send me something saying otherwise, I would love to read it. But yeah, I'm pretty sure from what I've read, China was involved with buying up these balloon loans, and then people's mortgages.
Related as much as COVID was China related. I'll put it to you like that.
Okay. We can just agree to disagree. Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out what your point is of coming up is to say that Adam is going to screw everyone.
No, I didn't say that. See, I didn't say that. So now you're putting words in my mouth. What I said was
no. You're just annoying the shit out of me. I'll be honest, and I'm just trying to figure out what you're doing up here.
Yeah. So what I'm saying is that legacy isn't really something to plant an investment thesis on, because Angelo Mazzillo had a legacy, and now he has an army standing in front of his house because people want to kill him. That's all I'm saying.
Okay. So right now he has an army standing in front of his house.
Well, there's a difference between
can I
big
ask
legacy and bad.
21. What's your name? What should I call you?
Victor.
Okay. Yeah. Good to know. So what you're saying is that just because someone so he was the CEO of a company and those were his shareholders that he screwed over.
Yeah. And there's Enron too. I mean, there's.
Can I jump in 1 second? I just
Victor, while he jumps in, send me some documentation on this. I'd really appreciate it.
I don't really have time for that. I mean, just Google Countrywide. I mean, Wikipedia Countrywide. What is there? Am I your personal secretary?
Well, hold on, Victor. 1 second.
Well, am I yours? Because you're the one who joined my space to come and share your bullshit. So, am I your personal secretary? Don't call me again. Get out of here. Disrespectful.
That guy.
What's up, Spence?
Wait, can I just say one thing, Spence and Tara? And first of all, Spence, I want to say something to you as well.
Everyone can talk. I hate muting people. Oh my gosh. Everyone can talk. Really quick, I want to say hi to Spence, my co-host, and thank you for joining the space. How are you?
I'm good, man. I'm rocking. All good news today. All good news. And the FUD got destroyed this weekend, and
share with
Lou's probably having a hot dog on the street somewhere.
Share with us.
Okay, Omni, what's up? You're up.
Okay. No, I just want to touch on base with what he was saying. I think he was just trying to convey the fact that, people, we always assume that, we have a small knit group and there's a lot of people who have really good intentions. But without a doubt, there are people who, they really don't care what other people think and they will harm others. I mean, there have been a lot of examples of the 2008 where a lot of these brokers, they gave out loans to people who knew they couldn't afford them. And when it came up, they were just looking to save their own ass. And there are examples. One thing, and real quick, in terms of Spence, I want to point out something you guys Tara, you touched on with FUD over this weekend. You had said, and I kind of mentioned it, I want to block anyone, but I think you do more when, it's busy and it's a lot of work for you kind of dispel a lot of those things. So if you block them, you probably won't see what these people are saying, but you seeing it and just retweeting and quoting and correcting them is much more better than leaving them alone. Because those people that Tara, you get all these DMs because people are very persuadable. They don't have, strong convictions and mindsets. So they look to certain people who are more in the know to give them, knowledge and advice. So if you get Lou posting something that might BS and you block them, then someone else who's just going through their feed might only see Lou's comment. But if you see it and you respond to it, they're going to be like, oh, Lou said this, but Spence corrected it. So, my opinion would be...
say this. Lou said on August 6th, he's drinking away AMC and forgetting about AMC. Then he comes back and starts talking about AMC. Then he deletes his Twitter. Then he comes back and starts talking about AMC. So I don't know, what's going on hormonally or whatever, PMS, I don't know. But the ups and downs with that dude are insane. I was literally on a space with him. He was saying all these great things. I commended him, appreciate the fact that he doesn't, grind for super chats on his YouTube channel. I respect it, blah, blah, blah. And then next thing you know, he's coming out and cussing me out because I responded to Adam Aaron. That was not a comment to Lou.
Are you talking about
it
me,
was.
Tara?
I'm not talking about you.
Are you talking about
No,
21?
I'm not.
Guys,
Can you
talking. Quit talking when other people are talking, or we'll just shut the call down. Like literally, a little bit of space call ethic, please.
Dude, Vic came back, I guess, on a different profile, which, Vic, I didn't throw you out of the call, so you could stay on your other profile, but I just dropped you down to listener because you're being extremely rude and you're just kind of derailing the conversation. But no, I was not talking about you. The space is recorded. You can go back and have a listen if you're concerned that I was talking about you. I was talking about Lou, who tends to come around, disappear, come back around, and get people really stirred up and really into a frenzy and not knowing what to do. But the one thing I want to point out is he did it on a Friday night. And no one can do anything on a Friday night. So really, it's just to create havoc all weekend. No one can trade on Friday, Saturday, Sunday. No, so there was really no reason for anyone to get, all in a tizzy and like freaking out. And that's what's so unfortunate is people want to go, we bust it all week, Monday through Friday on Spaces, on Twitter and whatever, and concerned and worried about, our portfolios. Friday, Saturday, Sunday, go chill. Like my recommendation, and it's always been this, is to get off Twitter on the weekend. Go spend time with your family. They miss you when you're always staring at your phone and at your portfolio and concerned about your stocks. You cannot do anything with your stocks on Friday night, Saturday, and Sunday. So there's really no point in running around like a chicken with your head cut off and going crazy on Twitter. It's really just no point at all. So my point is that, okay, that's fine. I appreciate it, Vic. My point is that I commented to CEO Adam, and then Lou, came at me and cussed at me, and a lot of people excused the behavior and said, oh, that's just how he talks. I don't care how someone talks. You decide how people treat you. So I decide how I allow people to treat me. So what came of that is way more people, an army of people said that's not okay. I saw people who have said they supported Lou since the beginning, and that was the final straw for them to see him, disrespecting a woman like that online. It's like that was enough for people. And so I saw a lot of people, reporting it and then sending me that, Twitter did something about the comments. So I appreciate it. I appreciate people, trying to stop people from behaving that way. I don't care if you're on the internet or in real life. I just don't agree with being disrespectful like that. And whether it's a woman-man situation or whatever, it doesn't even make a difference. Okay, it's just being completely out of line and disrespectful. Vic, I have hands up and you don't have your hand up. You are not next to speak.
I did, ma'am.
So I really need you to stop interrupting me, or I'm going to drop you again and you're not coming back. Please. And thank you. Okay, we're going to go to Peter. His hand was up. What's going on, Peter?
Hey, this is just my opinion, but when I analyze a situation, I think Adam Aaron realizes there's a problem and he's trying to help everybody in the community as well as himself and his company. If this was all nothing and we're all looking at smoke and mirrors, his incentive is to do nothing and let us all just buy and hold like a bunch of idiots to keep his stock artificially high. And that's what FUD says, which I don't believe is true. I think he's trying to fix a problem and it's going to help us all. That's just a comment. But look at the situation. Why would he do this? If it's going to hurt him, it's going to hurt his stock and he would get fired. They're not going to keep him if he destroys his own stock. Make sense?
And just a note on that, Peter, he holds millions of shares.
Correct.
Why would he destroy his own money?
Well, that's what I said. But there's a lot of FUD out there and a lot of people are looking at this like, It's not true, and it's going to mess things up. So it absolutely doesn't make sense. It only makes sense that there's going to be a positive outcome. So
yeah, he legitimately said, hyped up by some who may wish AMC harm, anxious messages come in fear or in fearing dilution or that I may screw AMC shareholders. I own 793,974 AMC shares and should vest in 1 to 2 million more AMC shares after taxes by 2024. That's a huge incentive to do what's best for AMC and for you.
yeah.
So exactly what you both just said.
If this goes wrong, he won't have a job next month. Well, why do you think the board would keep him if their stock crashes? So that's all I got. Have a great day, everybody. I'm going to keep listening.
Thanks, Peter.
You too, Peter, and thanks for just waiting your turn to speak. Not that, and usually we don't do hands. Usually we can just have kind of an open conversation up here. So, and that's the way I prefer it. So I don't have to stare at my screen and pick on you one at a time. But all right, I don't know. Was it Mr. Burp? Were you next? What's up, Mr. Burp?
Yes, I was next. I didn't want to talk today, but invariably, someone came up and said something stupid. I don't know who it was. I don't care. It's not relevant. But the argument that Tara was making, appealing to legacy, that is a correct argument. So you can't come in here and cut her off and say, no, that's not correct, and then point to a counter example. It's not a deduction. She was making an inductive argument, and that means that if you're going to disprove her, that you're going to have to take the entire set of all people that are relevant to that type of a position, be it a CEO, a bank that's in control, the entire set, and you have to have a majority percentage of those people committing the fraud for which you are referencing. You didn't do that. You showed one person, you cut her off from her argument and told her she was wrong. She's not wrong, you're wrong. And you don't need to be a secretary to provide the documents. You do have to show that, or there's no reason to believe you. That's the burden of proof, and you failed to satisfy it.
Oh, guys, by the way, Mr. Burp is my lawyer. Welcome to the stage.
Yeah, can I respond to that? Can I respond to that,
Mr.
Tara?
Burp, I love you and thank you. Go for it, Vic.
There's no point to respond to it, but go ahead, because they're straight facts. She called me a lawyer, but it's science. Go ahead, try.
There is a point. If I may. My only point, first of all, I wanted to apologize for interrupting, number one. So Tara, I'm sorry. Okay, I apologize. Number one. Number two, and I mean that with all due respect. Number one. Number two, my point is that I gave you one example, and there's more. There's Enron, there's this and that and the other. So my only point was that legacy in and of itself isn't something to hang your hat on. That's my only point. And I showed examples of people who could have had a legacy and shit the bed. That's all. I'm not saying Mr. Aaron is going to do that. I'm just saying
that was one example. But yes.
Well, okay, but Enron was another. There's countless. I mean, like,
gotcha.
That's all. It wasn't, but more importantly, Tara, I'm sorry. I apologize. So I handled it wrong.
I'm fine. You do not have to apologize. I'm good. Thank you, though.
I'm sorry. That's all. I do have to apologize.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate it. Sure. Mr. Burp, was your hand up to respond, or?
Yes, my hand's up to respond.
Is your arm getting tired from holding your hand up?
It is tired. So it's not a point by definition. What you're calling a point is a fallacy of weak induction. Okay, so it's not a point. It seems like a point because it's psychologically appealing, but is objectively in no way a point.
I don't understand how it's not a point. I mean, explain to me how it's not a point.
I just told you. I just told you. You're not expected to understand because it's math. And you're not a mathematician. So you're not going to understand it unless you get a book out and start studying it. It's a fallacy of weak induction. That's why it's not a point. It's definitively a fallacy of weak induction.
Legacy is nothing to hang your hat on because we've seen people who don't give a fuck about it. What are you having a problem with, man? Like, it's not that difficult.
Okay, I'm not relevant, so whether I have a problem or not is not relevant. I'm just spitting straight facts. And you evidently have a problem with the facts because they completely derail the point that you were trying to make. You didn't make a point. You committed a fallacy.
Okay.
Let me put my thoughts on that.
Jesus Christ.
Coming in and saying legacy isn't something to hang your hat on. I could come in and say legacy is something to hang your hat on. It's just an opinion. It's not
absolutely, bro.
That's settled, and
yeah.
Thanks for your opinion, and we 100. Can take another hand.
100.
The reason I primarily hang my hat on legacy as far as CEO Adam goes is because with his track record and in the past, he was on Twitter before AMC for a while there for the 76ers. And then things got pretty nasty and fans got pretty nasty with him on Twitter. So he took a hiatus, like he took a long break. When he started, seeing the movement behind AMC and that people were coming to Twitter in droves, he came back to Twitter for that support and that level of support. He does not want to be here and be a hated man. And I'm not saying that even Twitter is going to hold him accountable. I mean, what's stopping him from just, if that were to happen, leaving Twitter or getting off of here. So, I mean, I get what you're saying, Vic, but I also get what Mr. Burp is saying, and hopefully you understand. Hopefully you understand what I was initially saying, because that was my point, is that when you zoom out and you look at the big picture, yeah, other CEOs have done some pretty garbage things to their, shareholders or company or whatever, in order to reward themselves or gain, some sort of monetary gain off of people or whatever. But I feel like if that were the case with Adam at this point, this could have been done a long time ago. I mean, the APE preferred, equity unit deal, whole thing was, I mean, wasn't that instated like back in 2013? So, I mean, if this was some sort of method to just benefit him and hurt the shareholders, he could have done it, I don't know, early on. So I think there is a lot to CEO Adam. He's someone who goes to theaters and meets up with his shareholders, does these speeches, brings in special guest actors and actresses, as surprise guests at the theater. He does all of this stuff, meet and greet. I think his standing with his shareholders is highly important. And I would argue probably more important to him than the people that you referenced, who maybe did not, go above and beyond to connect with their, I guess, target audience or shareholders or whoever it is that they screwed over. I don't think that they were rubbing elbows with them beforehand and then turned around and knifed him in the back, if that makes sense. So that's why, in my opinion, his legacy, means a lot more than it's sort of being conveyed by you with the argument of the other couple people that you mentioned who did hurt their shareholders or whatnot. So anyway, we can move on from the topic. That was my point, and that was my reason. I see tons of hands up. So I think Big Money, you were up next, and then was it S? I'm pretty sure. So we can go there. Big Money, what's going on? Golden 869. I love saying your guys' names. Are you here? All right. If not, we can go on to Scott. Scott, go.
Can everyone hear me?
Hey there.
Yeah.
Great. I just want to say hi to everyone.
Wait a minute. We have a Scotty and we have a Scott. But I think Scott was, I think, waiting with his hand up a little bit longer.
Me. I'm under Scotty.
Wait, you're in 2 accounts?
No, it should just be one.
Okay, Scotty, pause for me. I'm going to have the Scott, whose name is just an S. He's up. Plus, okay. He has big muscles, and I'm scared if I skip him, he's going to put me in a headlock or something. Okay, go for it.
I appreciate it. Thank you. Hey, guys, I just had a couple of things I think would be interesting. I know that this is a great way to expose the synthetic shares with what's going on, but I always think it would be interesting before this happens if someone comes in and buys 517.8 million shares before the dividend date and exposes the synthetics once and for all. Then Gasparino can finally shut his mouth for once. And then the second thing that I had is if on the dividend, so they're going to deposit the 517 million shares in our accounts. When there's not enough to deposit, are those shares going to be purchased from AMC by the brokerage firms to make up the difference?
So if there's not enough to deposit, that immediately shows us that there's synthetics out in the market. And there's a couple of things that could happen. Adam Aaron and company could go to the DTC with their lawyers and say, we have no faith in share management because you guys have pushed out more shares than we issued legally as a company, and They could recall everything. But more than likely, if the shorts don't have the dividends and it's synthetic shares, the people who lended those shares will have to recall them and close them. So shorts will be forced closed.
Wow.
Now, I tweeted the other day at Adam Aaron and I said, hey, how many institutions, banks, and hedge funds have already contacted you begging you to sell them APE shares already? Because I have a feeling that's happening.
I did read something about that. I don't know if you posted that earlier today, but someone was talking about they were already pre-sold or something like that in some cases.
Nobody could know that right now.
Okay.
Adam Aaron would have to announce that he is selling more shares, and there would have to be a SEC filing because they're going to add them, out into the open market. So I guarantee you people are calling AMC and just begging them to sell them shares, though, as soon as possible. But I get the feeling Friday and Monday, you're going to see some fireworks when this thing starts trading on that first Monday. Because, if there's synthetics out there, we're completely right. And technically, we all would have the right to sue the regulators, the brokers. It's going to be a shitstorm.
Oh my gosh, Spence, you just said that and now everyone's going to run out of this call. So many people are going to say, Spence is trying to sue AMC, you know what I mean? But I did see that come up, that topic, people threatening to sue AMC and sue Adam. And then get this, there is even GME people threatening to sue AMC because AMC keeps taking the spotlight from GME. Whenever they have an announcement, AMC makes an announcement and steals all the spotlight. So I don't know how that lawsuit's going to look in a court of law, but I'm pretty sure that they'll win. I'm pretty sure they got this. So that was Professor, by the way.
I'm sorry. I have one other question. I did read.
Okay, go for it. Stage is yours.
Sorry about that. I do have one other question in reference to the like the dividend or the long positions by these brokerage firms and stuff like that. I did read that a lot of them are marked long positions, but in reality they're short. So are they going to have to? So are they if they're actually short the shares versus long, to kind of mislead the public or whatever the case may be? Are they going to recall those shares or how would that work? I guess.
So if a institution's long and they lent their shares out to be shorted, the shorts not being able to have the dividends available, those lenders would be like, oh, we need to recall our shares because we want this dividend, specifically knowing that they probably have synthetic shares. So those institutions now can file a lawsuit against the people who sold them the fake shares, right? So in the end, somebody's going to pay. Short sellers are going to cover. But whoever facilitated the sale of these fake shares is going to be in some deep shit. So
whether it be Bank of America, whether it be BlackRock or whoever the case may be, whoever's lending out these shares to short would be in trouble.
Yeah, and it's funny you mentioned BlackRock because they just sold over half of their position of AMC, which some people thought it might have been because of the Russell rebalancing, which I kind of agree with that, but it is still pretty suspicious on the timing.
That's what I thought too. I thought that seems kind of strange. They dump, 20 million shares or 17 million shares in one deal with this dividend coming into play, 1,000%. Well, hey guys, I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Yeah, no problem. Thanks for coming up. I was out of the screen for a second. All right, since we had the battle of the Scotty and Scott, let's let Scotty have the floor. We'll try to circle back to Big Money. Big Money, if you come back on, just let me know. We were trying to call on you. Go for it, Scotty.
Thank you. That's great. It's so strange that his questions just came up and we have the same name pretty much. But, a lot of people, investors in my area, I've been involved about big blocks of AMC January 28th of 2021. So, but when all this ape stuff came up, and I think the big elephant in the room and the question most of us have is pretty much what the previous Scott was asking. And I think I followed you guys, but I'm not 100% sure. So my question is, what if there are thousands or millions of investors that don't receive APE? What is the next step? Like, how will all of that play out? That was my question. I'm pretty sure you may have just answered the same question from the previous Scott.
Yeah, this is just my opinion, you guys, because I don't have all the regulatory stuff right in front of me to read off. But the first thing that needs to happen, if you don't get your APE, you need to screenshot your account. You need to call your broker, record the conversation, record any messages, report it to AMC Investor Relations, file a stock complaint with the SEC, file a stock complaint with FINRA, and get it all documented and in one file that you can have and make a copy of it. So when they find out that you hold AMC and you didn't get your APE, there's going to be Adam Aaron and company will have to make a statement to the public going, hey, we have a problem here. There's people not getting their dividend, even though they hold AMC, per the record or ex-div date. Then they're going to have to get the lawyers on it to start doing an investigation into the DTC and find out why there's more shares out there than are legally allowed. And hopefully the fastest path to success on this, in my opinion, is AMC files for a no faith with the DTC and they recall every single share back to the company. And shorts will have to cover. So even if you hold a synthetic, you're still going to get paid for it.
Right. Okay, I had one more follow-up question. I won't take too much time. You guys have been great. What if every shareholder, and say we're 5 million strong up to 10 million strong or whatever the number might be, what if everyone receives APE? And there aren't, that's just a hypothetical. Say this thing goes off with no issues, like just everyone automatically receives APE. What do you think the general consensus would be then?
Well, here's the funny thing. ComputerShare has every share of APE on book right now. They're all direct registered, only APE, not AMC. So first, ComputerShare direct registered AMC investors will get theirs. Then ComputerShare will send it out to the DTC for distribution to the brokers and other accounts and all that. So the fact that APE is a preferred stock going through the T0 clearing system for the DTC, and it has to be cash only, so that means nothing can be bought on margin. I don't think they can create synthetic apes. So if everybody does get one, then there's no synthetics, and we all need to take a step back and just understand the company is still fundamentally strong and growing.
I was curious about that.
Yeah. If they say, if this goes through and everybody gets it the proper way, more than likely, some folks are not going to be getting their APE. I'm pretty confident we're going to see a lot of stuff pop up on Twitter and social media this coming Monday.
I agree. Okay, I won't take any more time. You guys are great. I appreciate the time and the answers. Thank you very much.
Can I add something to that real quick?
Yeah.
Go for it.
When we got in this, I don't think anyone was talking about synthetics. It was actually Lou was the first person to mention synthetics that I recall. And that was back in like maybe May or even June after it had run up. Lou started talking about synthetics. We've always been here for the shorts to cover. If everyone still gets their APE, there's still 100 million, 130 million, however 100 many million shorts out there, and shorts still haven't covered. So shorts still haven't covered. I don't care I'll ride this bitch to zero. I'm not fucking leaving.
Yeah, that's exactly right. If, say it comes out, everybody gets their apes and there's absolutely no problems and the synthetic theory is wrong, which I highly doubt that. There's still over, 18 to 20% short interest on this thing. And we're still in a situation where AMC has the potential to pay off massive amounts of debt. But again, like I said, I have a very, very good feeling. I'm like 98% sure personally that we're going to see people report that they're not getting their APE. Or they're going to report that their brokers put something that looks like APE in their account, but it was a cash distribution. So yeah, whoever, I don't know who was next, Tara.
What's up, guys? Can y'all hear me?
Hey, what's up? Yeah, we can hear you.
First off, I was going to say everybody here is family. Everybody that's an ape and that's in this thing for the same reason, we're a family. So if you come for Tara, we're coming for you. You're going to get pounced on. Let alone the fact that she's a female. Like, don't try it. Second of all, touching on what they were just talking about, like, dude, even if we only have 516 million shares, we own the whole float of APE and AMC. We're good. Even if he has 5 billion shares and he has to sell those 5 billion shares into the market, guess what? Our company is completely debt free. How much does AMC owe?
Like maybe 5 or 6 billion, somewhere in between there. So
what a magic number. And it happens that 5% of AMC is like $1.70. There's 5 billion apes. If AMC is completely paid off, shorts are definitely going to cover. And so either way or either direction this thing swings, like, we're good. We're good. Y'all chill on Fridays. We're good.
Thank
That's all I
you.
want to say.
Yeah, and that's where I'm at. Like seeing that everyone freaking out on a Friday night and Saturday, it's like, man, you can't do anything about it. You can't derail this train. Like things are already in motion. Even if we all got on board and said, delay this thing, I don't know if that would even have been by Friday night. I don't think that was even an option. That was my point to most people, is like, this is already happening. It's the weekend. No one's working on the weekend. And I recommend you not work either. And let's face it, this is like a second job. Like the stock market, trading, if you take it seriously and you're watching it all the time and you're, investing your time into it, it's like another job. So take a break, give yourself a break, especially if you're working another job, like a main job, you know what I mean? Like everybody deserves breaks. Everyone needs to have some time to do things they want to be doing and not stressing about delaying something that no one really knows what is going to happen with. I mean, I guess that was my biggest argument, is why would you want to delay something that is supposed to adversely, negatively affect the shorts? I mean, why would you want to postpone this to help them? In my mind, and maybe someone has an argument for this, but in my mind, you're helping them to have more time to close up their positions before this goes through and get out. So no, I don't want to do anything that's going to help the other side, if you will. You know what I'm saying? So if there's even a chance that this is going to be effective and potentially lock people into this, you need to get your dividend and get it paid out. And that means buying up shares, or, you know what I'm saying? Like, I would rather rush this thing through. And I think that's part of the reason why it was done with, a pretty quick turnover time, in order to do that. If you're gonna, it's like saying, like, I don't know, to me, it's like forewarning someone and giving them months to be able to plan for something when they're the ones who have put themselves in that position. And I don't see a benefit in doing that at all. So that's the way I view it. And I could be totally wrong. And, maybe that's not even what's going to happen, but I feel like the best and most effective way to see if it does is to rush it through and have this dividend payout. All right, let's go to Steven. What's up, Steven? Are you here?
I'm here. Thank you for bringing me up. Thank you for allowing me to talk. Thank you for what you shared already so far, and clearing up the other matter that was an hour ago with the 2008 thing. But you actually just comforted me in my question, and made my clarity better for today. And I just took a peek. I think we're closing the green today. So for that, thank you, Spence, also for your knowledge. It helped me out a lot, tremendously. And I'm convicted. I stand conviction, and that's about it. So have a great day, and I'm just back to listening.
Awesome. Thank you. Yeah, and that, I mean, I think that's the thing is like, I guess that's what another thing, and I'm not trying to just be a complainer today, but my God, when people run these spaces and they don't allow anyone to come up and ask questions or share concerns, and then they just speak down to everybody in the listener position, and then say, "Okay, now run with it and do what we're saying." To me, it's like, no, if people aren't nefarious, not doing anything sus, they would allow people to come up and conversate and debate and ask questions regarding what they're demanding, and this one, it's delay ape. That was the demand that was being made, and so many people were running with it. And I get it. You thought, based on, the crazy explanation that you were given, that was the best thing to do. So I don't blame anybody, but it does frustrate me that there's not an open floor for people to come up and be able to say, well, this is my concern. Like I couldn't go into the space and say, well, aren't you just buying more time for the shorts who are, trapped in their positions by delaying this to Q4? We just had Q2. Like, why give them months to plan ahead? It doesn't, and to slowly be able to trickle, in, and I don't know, and out of their short positions. It just, I would have liked to have the opportunity to go in and express, my reasoning on why this isn't a good idea to delay. And I think others probably would have too, but you're not welcome to do so in those spaces. And that's what really is unnerving and really shows me a lot, is when they don't open the floor for questions. They don't open the floor for comments or concerns. It's just, here's what it is and run with it.
I can tell you why people wanted delay ape. One, Lou probably wanted people to sell, so a short position would do better. And two, a lot of people that were hashtagging delay ape, I know for a fact were complaining about hitting $9, and more than likely people probably paper handed when we hit 16 again, just like Lou was telling people to sell at 13. They want delay ape because they don't have their shares below $20 now. So just the accounts I saw retweeting one, a lot of them were bots. And I love that AA came out right after we all tweeted like, hey man, this delay ape is being pushed by all these accounts with like 10 followers that were just starting a week ago.
That was you, Spence. We didn't all say that. You literally said these bot accounts, or something about the bot accounts. And then right away, Adam tweeted about the bots on here. That was you. I know that he saw you say that. I know he did. That was crazy.
Well, remember when I tweeted about doing a possible silver dividend? He tweeted again right after that, 20 minutes after that, he tweeted, hey, Twitter sphere. And it was a while ago he did this, but it was directed at the idea of some type of dividend coming out. And this was a week before he announced it. So he's watching what y'all tweet, man. He sees the support and he sees the people hating on him. He knows Lou made a YouTube video telling him to go F himself maybe 2 days ago. So,
to me, it's the threats. It's the threats that really get me. Like, why are we threatening CEO Adam that if he goes through with this, he's going to pay for it? You know what I'm saying? I saw several threatening comments from these guys, and then even a couple videos that came out. If you go through with this, what's going to happen. This crazy talk. I'm like, then we'll see, because it's obviously going through. So we'll see what happens. We'll see you guys in court, I guess. Good luck.
I'll go run security for Adam Aaron for free. And the last thing you want to do is roll up on me with an attitude and mess with my money. So.
Yeah, and that's the thing it's messing with everybody's money. And I feel like it was very capitalistic because Friday happened to be, not as heavy of a run as we had seen earlier in the week. But we all knew in these spaces, at least, we had Stockwitz in here, we had Andrew, we had Joey came in, Skycam, and they all shared, expect a little bit of pullback, expect a little bit of, consolidation. Don't expect this thing to just continue to go parabolic each day. And so I think a lot of us who sat here and listened and heard what they had to say and their explanations kind of understood that was to be expected. So I think the people who didn't, which there are a lot of people who don't come in here and don't have time or are at work or whatnot. And so it was a little bit capitalistic on those people who, you know, saw red or saw, I can't remember. Do we actually close in the red on Friday? I don't even remember if we closed red or green, but I know we didn't run like we had been. And so I think there was that disappointment. And I even saw comments from people saying, then why didn't we go to the moon on today, you know, on Friday? And I'm like, oh my gosh, like it's not all going to happen in one day. And I mean, none of this has, right?
There's 7 days. When this was announced, there was 7 days before the dividend drop. Institutions will use 7 days to shave millions, hundreds of millions off of their position to try to flip as much as they can to net neutral. They're going to wait till the last minute to do what they need to do to lose as little money as possible. So I assumed, and like you said, Joey and them guys, we all talked about a little bit of consolidation and pullback, because I'm telling you right now, for Friday and today, we're probably going to see a massive increase in failure to delivers when the new data comes out next month for the first and second half of August. So just understand that they're still printing failure to delivers as hard as they can right now to keep the price down so they can figure out how to cover. Because every single penny that the price goes up, that's a lot more money they have to cover at. So they're going to do what they have to do.
Plus, I think that Friday includes some de-hedging on options.
Yep.
I think if Stockwitz can chime in just a second, it would be awesome to have him, or if he's available now, you know, sort of give us a little bit of a breakdown on what he's seeing with the chart. And if you want to mention, you know, what's going on with BBBY, we can talk about that too. We can go to hands also. So however the call flows. But I do want to make sure Stockwitz gets, you know, acknowledged. I see him here and appreciate the work that you do and TA and all of that. So, okay, let's go really quick to T-Dog, and then Spence, if you can kind of man the call for a second, I would really appreciate it. Sure. I got to eat something. I'm shaky.
I can hear it in your voice. I wondered if you were hangry.
Yeah, I start to get like if I don't remember to eat, I start to get anxious, like straight up anxiety on these spaces. It's bad, especially when people are kind of argumentative and I feel defensive, which I need to eat something. No hangriness. All right. Thanks, guys.
So, hey, Spence, how's it going? Tara, if you're still there, good to be around. It's been a crazy ride, I guess everyone can say, the last year and a half, and this weekend made it probably icing on the cake for craziness, I'd say. But I don't know if anyone noticed, we closed at 24.20, I believe, and that ripped right at the end. So not a bad day considering we were bouncing. But what I really wanted to chime in was people that attack Adam Aaron's overall integrity is kind of disgusting, because he's got a very public track record. All you got to do is look it up. And I've been upset with him, and I've tweeted some things. I was upset when certain things he's done, whatever. But that Vic guy saying he could be an evil person, it's just like saying, hey, if you meet a stranger at a bar, they're probably a murderer because people murder. I mean, it's just asinine. I mean, there's a track record for Adam. The reason I really jumped in is because of his track record of saving failing companies, Norwegian Cruise Lines. The 76ers were having issues. I'm missing the other company he saved, but that's what he does. He comes in and saves companies that need help. That's why he came into AMC. So today ended up good, I think, and just going to be a crazy week. And I think this is going to be over one way or another pretty soon. So pretty excited about that. So everyone take care. Heads up. Let it rip tomorrow. That's it.
You know, there's an old saying, and it's called, what's good for the goose is good for the gander. And like some people said earlier, Adam Aaron has a lot of AMC shares. And I think he realizes now that, you know, the good old boys club of people he thought may have been his friends were basically setting him up for failure because they knew he was on his way out to retirement. So when he realized they were going to destroy his legacy on the way out the door by taking AMC down and we saved him, he's now in charge. He's the dude in charge now. He goes on interviews and he runs the interviews. He's got the money. He's got probably evidence on people and doing, you know, manipulating markets at this point. So I don't think he's going to do anything stupid. He's not going to just dump billions of shares of Ape on the open market without getting properly compensated for it, in that now you have a debt to dilution ratio. If he pays off $3 billion and only puts out 100 million shares, that's awesome for us. That's Absolutely. A huge fundamental value increase.
Yeah, and no one can argue that there's been manipulation in the stock market. I mean, it goes back before 2008. And now there's more and more CEOs that are standing up. You know, it started really with Elon Musk, how really screwed he got over with the SEC in San Francisco, having to step down by them making him lie about not telling a lie. And then now you got Cohen, who jumped all over what's going on with GameStop and Bed Bath & Beyond. I mean, these guys are becoming more powerful and more popular, so they can stand up against, you know, the Citadels of the world, the BlackRocks. I mean, you can't go against a BlackRock or a Citadel out there by yourself because they'll crush you financially. They have more financial power than the Fed Reserve, some of those companies. So the more of these CEOs, you know, and the timing. I mean, you think about GameStop did their dividend split. Then you get Tesla doing a 3-for-1, which made no sense. It should have been like a 10-for-1. So it's kind of interesting that Musk just does this 3-for-1 split, and then Adam Aaron does his. I mean, the timing can't be coincidental. They're all circling in on the same people to get their revenge on them. Just my take.
Absolutely. He knows they were trying to destroy him on his way out the door, and he's loving it right now. So,
yeah. And again, it all goes back to when COVID kicked in and the government shut down brick and mortar, except for their select few favorites like Costco's and Walmart's and things like that. Every time we've had a major issue in this country with the stock market, 2008, 9/11, 2000, when the markets had really instability for issues like that, they always suspend short selling, short buying. They didn't do that in this case when they physically shut stores down. And that is a big question. Why did that happen? And that's what got us in this huge mess. I mean, Macy's, who makes a profit and pays a dividend, I've said this before in your calls, look at it. They're still like 13% shorted. And that was because of during, the beginning of COVID, everyone just went nuts. And I mean, all the hedges and brokerage houses went nuts shorting everything because they thought they'd all go bankrupt and they'd all make a killing.
Well, and they're tripping out now because it's not just meme stocks or AMC or GME. Retail in whole is not selling. So now we're at what I would call pre-bottom. We're never going to see the market completely dive down to where shorts need it to cash out and fix their positions because retail ain't selling the shares. So now they're stuck in these bad short positions and they're never going to be able to get out on a positive run. So they might just disappear. If retail stays strong across the market, they are screwed. That's why you hear Ken Griffin, you hear George Noble, you hear all these guys that are short freaking out about retail not selling. So.
Oh, yeah. They tried to throw the blame. There were some articles that flew out saying the reason we have at the bottom in this problem is because of retail buying and holding. And then I think when they got the rebuttals and how asinine a statement that went away really fast. That was like maybe a week-long PR stunt they tried. I think Gasparino even threw that out there. And it's funny how that one they throw mud at the wall right now, which is great. That's desperation. I mean, we can all go back and look at Kramer pre-TV, talked about when he's a hedge fund manager, that they do short distort. He did it and gave the perfect example how you do it to Apple. I mean, these guys all do it.
Tara just tweeted, I think today or yesterday, Jim Cramer literally said, sell BBY. Then Blood Bath & Beyond is up over 30% today almost. So, every time Cramer tells you to sell, he tells you to buy things at the top that are held heavily by institution. So you bag hold and institutions make money. Then he tells you to sell retail stocks when they're almost at bottom, and then they run because they don't want you to help with the push upwards. So,
yeah. I mean, he was telling people to buy Lehman hours before they went under. Mm-hmm. So, I mean, the guy has no credibility. He's a TV actor.
Yeah, Bear Stearns. Bear Stearns is great. It's strong. Everybody stay in Bear Stearns. Fucking tanked.
Hours before they went BK. Or went under. I don't know what the hell they did. They just disappeared, vaporized. So I'm going to go and step down. That was just mine, really about Adam Aaron. I mean, you can attack people's points, and Tara does a great job. You guys do a great job, Spence. Sometimes you get a little defensive, which is fine because I do too. But, you can't be like a Lou. Lou makes some good points, some stupid points. But when he attacked Tara the way he did, and people individually, that's just stupid. you need to look at all sides and be civil. So I appreciate what you guys do. And I'm looking forward to this week. So, I don't see how we go down. It just depends on exactly how it all pans out and where we end up. So just wish everyone luck. It's going to be crazy. I'm not a Coors fan, but I do like his little saying, calm, cool, collected. Just take it easy this week. It's going to be interesting. And I really think it's going to be all over the place because there's going to be so many games playing. So that was it. Have a good one. Thanks for the space call, guys. And I'm out.
I like Tara's better. Cool as a cucumber. What's up, guy?
Hey, I just ran across a little something floating around, and I thought I'd bring it up. Just for the little fish, and maybe as a safety move. I saw a piece of possibly unreliable, who knows, information that at least one broker has an associated fee that they're assessing to receive a dividend. And so I think for me, just as a safety move, I'm going to try to have, I don't know, maybe like $100 or something in cash in my brokerage account, just in case they come with, I don't know, like a $30 fee or something to receive the dividend. I don't want to get pitched into margin or, like flash liquidated out of even one share, because they're mine. But I don't know how real that is. And it'd be interesting to hear from people who really know, but just see it as a possible safety move and a tactical thing as the week comes up.
Send me whatever you read, because if you have all your shares in a cash account, you're held in cash. Right. I can't charge you for holding a cash account. That's kind of crazy.
That's what I thought too. I wonder if that's just maybe only for margin accounts. I don't know. I will try to sniff it out and shoot it over to you for sure.
Cool. Yeah. I'll take a read. I love researching and reading. So
thanks, brother.
Yeah. Oh, I better bring these requests up. All right.
It sounds like FUD to me that they want to charge you to receive a dividend. Like who's going to charge you to receive a dividend?
I don't think it maybe necessarily receive. Maybe they were trying to say we're going to charge you to hold it, the preferred stock or something. I don't know. I'll read it and see what it says, but I can't imagine brokers could actually do that.
Hey, just remember we have a lot of international accounts, and you do get charged dividends in it. Like I just got a Nokia dividend, and the fee almost wiped out my whole dividend. But you will get dividends. Charge for dividends when you're overseas accounts. So
interesting.
That could be what people are getting confused on.
Anthony D. Girliamo is saying it was only on Reddit that he was reading that. So I don't know. I'll see what a guy sends me, and I'll dig into it.
Yeah, and then Tara was talking about call your broker. I find it more successful if I email. I use Ameritrade and Schwab because they're my 401ks, and they respond back in email pretty precisely and pretty quickly, and then you have a paper trail from their letterhead what they told you. So I kind of like to do the email route, and it seems to work pretty good.
You guys want a notice of record on everything you're going to do, some form of recording and record on everything you're going to do interacting with your brokers in the market and everything this week. I'm telling you, because as soon as you don't have your dividend, say on the 22nd, and you report it, you're going to have a paper trail. And that, I think that's the single most important thing everybody could be doing this week is getting ready to record those conversations and save their chats and all that stuff. So when shit does hit the fan, you're ready to go. But yeah, we were talking about FUD earlier. This is, my whole problem with everything that went down this weekend is every time we have a big major catalyst, Lou just mysteriously randomly reappears back on scene to basically take the exact opposite stance of anything this group of people normally would. And like Tara, me, whoever, when I did the space call with PJ weeks ago, actually a month ago, about class action lawsuits against brokers for January 27th and 8th, which there's already some going on. Lou literally went out and made a video saying we were saying to sue AMC and that if we did, it would delist the stock. The type of stuff where it's just completely factually incorrect and is a lie, and this guy is out there on YouTube knowingly giving false information to sway investors' decisions, is completely illegal. I mean, it's stock manipulation. So, you know, I don't know. I think you guys are going to see a lot of stuff pop up later on when this thing finally all cools down. You're going to see some of these YouTubers in trouble with the SEC, is my opinion. So,
Hey Spence, I have a question.
go for it.
So I watched Trey's recent video about dilution and stuff like that, and I'm just kind of confused, I guess, because it seems like we have 50% of the community, you know, supporting the ape, and then 50% or maybe less against it because it's diluting, and then the short squeeze is off and the molasses is off. What I kind of want to get everyone's opinion in here is, I mean, are we better off as far as the squeeze go with the ape or without the ape?
I think we're way better off with the ape. One, because with the shares, the preferred shares being registered on book with ComputerShare, they're going to have a paper trail of distribution out to the entities that are going to further distribute it. And two, what we were reading, I think it was from the DTC, maybe it was the OTC. It looks like the way ape is going to be put out on the market is with a T0 settlement time, from what we read, and that it was going to be cash only. And those documents are out there. I should be posting them in the nest. But ape, in a way, being a 1-to-1, is going to go out into the market. And if the wording of Adam Aaron and AMC was all current company issued shareholders. OCC, that's right. Yeah. So if those apes go out and people don't get theirs, or somehow they see there's too many, then there's going to be a big problem in the market, knowing that A, there's too many shares out past the legally issued company float, or B, I lost my train of thought. There's just issue in delivery. So I think in a way, like Adam Aaron said, and what we all wanted, this is a form of a reconciled share count for one, but two, it could corner the shorts and force them to close. Because if institutions who are lending shares out are in trouble, and they definitely want the ape for the voting rights later on, they're going to recall their shares and shorts are going to close. Or
Ape is gonna create the failed DFTD. That's what's gonna happen.
Say that again.
Ape is gonna create the FTD to, you know, the reconciliation of the FTD. That's what Ape is gonna end up doing. Because you're gonna need
I guarantee you there's probably millions of FTDs on AMC going out this week. That's for sure.
Right, but Ape is a vehicle which makes everybody settle up.
Yep.
So we do want Ape.
And Adam Aaron hinted on that during the annual. He said, we've contacted the NYSE about the failure to delivers in the past, and we plan to do so again in the future. I mean, he's been dropping breadcrumbs the whole way. So
not really breadcrumbs.
So then what about the whole talk about, you know, Ape is going to dilute, and then if Adam Aaron creates an offering, all the hedgies are going to buy up the, you know, Ape, and then they're going to vote to convert it to AMC stock, and then we're screwed. Is that?
Yeah,
no.
That's
bullshit.
That's all nonsense. It's not dilution. I can show that mathematically, but I'm not going to unless you ask me to, because who wants to hear math? And then also the entire thing about the voting, that's also dispelled. And all the arguments I've heard about I was in an argument with Matt Kors the other day, and his argument distilled to him claiming that 1/3 is not 1/3, and that was the only argument that he had. There's no rational concern about the voting. There's no rational concern about dilution. I mean, there is no dilution whatsoever. None of these concerns are founded in the facts. So you could be rest assured that there is no concern there. Again, I can explain to you if you want to, but I'm not going to unless you ask me.
Here's the real simple fact of it.
Really quick. I don't want to cut you guys off, but I do want to remind people, since we have like over 400 people in here now, which is amazing. Thank you all for coming in and listening and speaking. If you haven't, if you can, retweet the space. You can do it by hitting the chat icon or share the space out. I really appreciate it. That way, if people can't see it on the top of the screen, they can see it in a tweet. Thank you, guys. Go for it, Spence. My bad.
Yeah, I'd like to say too, we've got 83 people on the YouTube live stream too listening in. So there's a big crowd in here today. But what, Burp was saying on dilution, this is a 1-to-1, right? So basically right now, even if the price does go down a little bit after the so-called split, it's 1-to-1. So you have more shares. So the value is going to remain the same. Ape's going to come out and most likely have a pretty decent rise in price. And we've seen it in the past with securities that don't have options chain suppression, which like was DWAC and HKD over in China, even though I think that was a money laundering scheme. But here's the biggest thing. Once Ape runs and AMC is kind of following along or doing what it does and failure to delivers are closing and that price goes up, if somebody comes in and offers Adam Aaron, $15 a share, we'll say $10 a share for Ape because they need it to facilitate their position, they're going to buy it directly from AMC. If he sells 100 million shares, the ratio of shares out into the market compared to how much debt is being paid off is a big factor. If he pays off 3/4 of the debt of AMC by issuing another 250 million Ape out into the market, it might not only be bought out by institutions, it might be retail too. And then during the next annual, everybody votes. And if they want to convert it, they can. But once all the AMC debt is paid off and the new revenue streams kick in next year, it might be in our best interest to convert the stock later on, because once AMC is debt free and cash flow positive, they can start issuing buybacks and then dilution's erased completely. So this whole fear of dilution is just silly, in my opinion.
Really quick, I wanted to ask, so did someone say that someone had said that there's like a split in the community on whether or not, Ape should be going through or happening right now?
That
like
was Lou on YouTube.
Oh, Lou said half people are for it and half are against it?
Yep.
Oh, interesting. Yeah, I would say it's more of like a 95-5.
That's what I
And
would
the
say
5
too.
is questionable. I don't even know if they're like legitimate accounts or a bunch of, people can buy these burner accounts and literally like mass comment and mass, DM and all this stuff with these fake accounts that they're actually the one running them. So it's weird, but it exists. And if people have a lot of money to lose in this play, I wouldn't put it past them to go to that extent. You know what I'm saying?
So just for the other side of the argument, because I like to have a differential here. If Adam Aaron came out and was like, yeah, I'm dumping 4.5 billion shares out onto the market, yeah, there would be big dilution. It would be a problem. The chances of him doing that are probably 0. There's no way he's going to hand over his Fort Knox of AMC preferred shares that everybody needs and wants for a low price. He's going to make money off of it, and AMC is going to pay down a lot of debt. So I personally I have like 0 fear over this entire thing. This is the most bullish I've seen AMC in a long time. I mean, even when we were back at $60 to $30, we did not have these major catalysts and revenues like this. So I'm completely comfortable with everything that's about to happen.
I want filet mignon for dinner. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to change the subject. Okay, go ahead. I don't know who's next. I think Forlano.
Hey, Terry,
Me too.
filet mignon sounds good, actually. Hey, a couple of things to follow up on in that, right? So the first one is, don't forget that as Ape is being distributed next week to every one of the 516.8 million verifiable shareholders out there, you also get a voting share, which means that essentially the voting count, legitimate voting count, becomes over 1 billion shares, which means in order to wrestle majority out of the hands, Adam would have to issue another billion shares plus of AMC, or of APE rather, to counteract the 80% retail holds in voting rights. Okay, so think about that number, a billion shares. If he were suicidal enough to do that and sell them at, say, $10 a share, he raises $10 billion, erases all the debt off the books, sticks $5 billion-ish in the bank, and still has only given up 50% of the total voting rights. And who would he give them to? The enemy? It makes no sense. Adam Aaron is going to retire within 5 years, more or less. His legacy is built on saving a near bankrupt company from hedge funds and COVID. And I don't think the man wants to retire on the hill of, oh, and I gutted the whole thing just so I can make a couple of bucks and make the hedge funds hit. This is something that someone with principles stands on. Kramer and his cronies, what's interesting is over the last couple of weeks, you'll notice how they've all started to flip their tune. Gasparino got soft. Kramer starts to like us. The media starts to come around to the meme stock trend. And all of a sudden, it's the social media accounts that start to deliver FUD on a more direct level. And that's because they realize that mainstream media is not influencing the ape army. So how do you get to them? You get to them where they live. Social media accounts. Unfortunately, they picked Lou as their spokesperson. Like Lou or hate Lou, Lou's an idiot, plain and simple. I've watched his videos in the past. I just don't find any validity in anything he says. I believe the stories about him being a con man and having been arrested and working for hedge funds are shills. Enough about Lou. And then just to clear up a couple of points, paragraph 11 of the press release does state that if you buy up to the 19th, you're entitled to your APE shares, so that should no longer be a point. And finally, anybody who thinks about selling their APE shares when you get them, we're going to get, think about it as a 2-for-1 split, right? You're going to get the same number of shares that you have in your account right now as extra money. Just like the Amazon splits or the Tesla splits or anybody else that split, the price will go down in accordance to the ratio of shares you have. If we're trading at $25 on close of business Friday, we're going to open at $12.50 plus or minus whatever the pre-market does. But you're going to have twice as many shares. So the value in your account is going to remain the same. And then it's the free market going haywire over, I need to fulfill my APE shares, I need to buy them, and that should start a buying frenzy and a price run-up. That's kind of all I have to comment on at this point.
The interesting thing is, too, Coors had come on a while ago and said, well, I'm going to sell my APE and buy AMC. Well, if you're here for the squeeze, you would want to do actually, I would say the exact opposite of that, because APE is not going to be able to be just synthesized on the open market. They're not going to be able to create fake shares like they were with AMC. I'm not telling you to sell AMC. I'm going to keep and hold both of mine, especially as I'm direct registering my AMC with computer share, which also now the computer share FUD should not even be a question on people's freaking minds. Ken Griffin does not own computer share. Anybody who says that, I just literally just needs to delete their Twitter at this point. It's the same shit they tried to say with T0, that Ken Griffin owned T0. It's just the stupidest FUD that comes out, man. But APE, holding your APE, there's only 516.8 million of those, and there's not going to be any FTDs on those from what I've read. So they can't synthesize shares out in the open market. So holding your APE is like, if you're here for the squeeze play, I would say is almost more important than anything else.
Well, and the other interesting point to that, right, is if you're here for the squeeze and you're a long-term holder, right, then you don't have the right mentality, because look at everything that has done squeezes in the last 3 weeks. There's the Chinese chip company, which I can't remember off the top of my head, HDK, whatever. There's Bed Bath & Beyond, which is currently in the process. Revlon was going nuts today at some point. I mean, there's plenty of other ways to pump and dump 50% or better on your money and then get the hell out. You know, are we going to hit, the telephone number dollar amounts? I put this up in a tweet on Friday. I don't think so. Is it possible we can hit 4 digits? Yes. Is it likely? Maybe. But do I think it's going to be $10,000 a share, $20,000? I think that if you look historically at squeezes, right, the last 20 squeezes over history, the most any of them have hit has been 50 times their value from the beginning to the end of the squeeze. So if we take today's price, and I didn't look at close, I'm guessing it's somewhere in $23, 23 and change, right? Multiply that by 50, that's going to get you to somewhere in the $5,000 range, the max, right? I'm sorry, $500 range, the max. So let's go ahead and just say, hey, we're going to go crazy and quadruple that. That's still $2,000 a share, which ain't chump change, but it's not a telephone digit either. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Just real quick, 50 times 20 is 1,000. I'm pretty sure.
I'm driving and I'm trying to concentrate on 3 things, but thank you, I appreciate that. So even if you quadruple that, it's $4,000. It's less than $5,000 a share, right? Which again ain't chump change.
Keep in mind, HKD, which I think was a money laundering scheme to get liquidity out of China back to the States for the big hedge funds, opened with no options chain. And this was an ADR. This is a depository. So it ran from like $13 to $2,500 in a matter of not even a week. So, with the setup that's going on with Ape, we're having it dropped on the market. It's in extremely high demand already. It doesn't have any options chain suppression. And it's not subject to certain halt rules because it's not part of any index. So, it could very much well run and we could see prices. The most important thing is you need whatever your amount of money is that you want, whatever you're doing, your investment goal is all you can go by. Anybody right now could never give an accurate price target on what this thing could or will do. So you just got to kind of look at past squeeze plays like DWAC or HKD or Tesla and kind of find a happy medium for yourself. Me personally, I've got a lot of AMC shares set at a $3,500 limit order with computer share, and I have a couple set for $1,000 limit order. There's going to be multiple points to sell this thing throughout the squeeze. And we don't know if the squeeze is going to be really fast in a 2-day period or if it's going to last 5 months or a year. So it's impossible to tell anybody anything accurately on that.
And that's an excellent point right there is the exit strategy. And that's something that I've been having a lot of conversations with friends about and online about over the last year or so. And it's, me, myself, to me, the amount of money that I have invested into it is not going to kill me. It's a chunk of change. It ain't a huge chunk of change. So if I lost $50,000 tomorrow, is it going to sting? Yeah. Versus making $10 million on a squeeze, I'll play those odds any day of the week, right? But I think the thing to say is, as individuals, you have to decide if this thing starts to go north, how much money will I be happy with to start with? And then you figure a number of your portfolio times whatever that dollar amount needs to be to take it out. So let's just say, for the sake of argument, it's $10,000, right? I want to get my $10,000 initial investment out. Okay, I got to sell 10 shares at $1,000 a share, and then everything else I can either let it ride, or I can set levels. I'm going to sell another 10 shares at $1,100, another 10 shares at $1,200, and so on up the chain. But you should have that plan before things start to go crazy. And I heard it on a different call this morning. If you don't, emotions will get you going, and you might wind up watching it go all the way up and then back down the peak and then kick yourself on Monday. You know what I mean?
Here's something interesting somebody just posted. The turnover today was 415.98 million. I think that was today. I can't see what charting he's on. But that's going to be a big thing for people to watch too. When Ape hits the market on the 22nd, the volume should be relatively low, because if retail holds over 80% of the free float minus funds or whatever they say in that, then a lot of APE should be going to retail investors. So if we see some really, really high volumes on APE, the 22nd, the 23rd, the 24th, then there's a problem. So that's another thing to watch.
Yeah, I just started doing research on that, and hopefully someone with more knowledge than me will chime in. But isn't there a correlation? It's like an inverse correlation of volume to turnover, where if you have extremely high turnover and a fairly low volume, you can do some math and you can come up with the approximate number of shares that are actually being traded. And what you're seeing actually is microtransactions of the same share going back and forth 1,000 times in a minute. I can't remember the math. Like I said, I'm driving, but I think I remember reading that.
Well, I mean, you can see it in the time and sales. You can see high frequency trading happening live. It's definitely probably going to happen. But if they decide they want to trade the entire float of APE 2 times in a day, like they did with AMC back on January 27th, I think that's probably exactly what AMC and Adam Aaron want. Honestly, if they saw that, I think they would be happy, because at that point in time, they would be out, filing some complaints. But I think that just very basic, I think what's going to happen, APE's going to get delivered, and you're going to see a lot of people going, I did not get my APE, or I did not get it in the proper way. You guys saw what happened with GameStop, where the split, it went in some people's account as a split instead of a dividend. So I'm sure we'll still hear more about that too. But yeah, what's up, WC? You there, Fields? We'll just if you come back, just speak up, man. But yeah, I mean, look at I'll tell you this. Here, I have a new theory too, and I want to write a paper on it actually. The amount and quality of FUD that comes out is directly correlated to the intensity of the catalyst that is being dropped on the market. Every time AMC has a really good catalyst, the FUD volume goes up and the quality of the FUD goes up, which in this case, this time, was Lou using his following to really shake some people over the weekend. So, but I'm proud of the community in that it actually, the FUD was just destroyed over the weekend. So,
don't forget Matt Kors telling everyone to sell APE.
Oh, God. He got destroyed by our buddy Swing Trader, man. I don't got nothing against Kors, but he came in just shook up, didn't really know what he wanted to say, had this kind of half-baked theory about selling APE or to buy more AMC.
He called me Tara, that guy.
Who,
he knows
Kors?
how to say my name. Yeah, he was just trying to come off disrespectful. He came in defensive is what it was, but hey, Swing laid away, but so did Mr. Burp. I had to get Mr. Burp to calm down before he blew my speaker on my phone, but it was pretty hilarious what happened. But I think, after some talk, hopefully he kind of saw some other arguments and why. But I think he kind of just doubled down and stayed with what he was saying too. So I don't know.
That's what happens when everybody's so worried about being first instead of being correct. And a lot of tubers can't wait to jump on immediately and make a video and get those revenue streams coming in instead of taking 5 minutes and reading the filings that AMC put out. So.
Yeah, Mr. Burp, I have to tell you, I got a lot of response from people saying, let Mr. Burp talk, and just loving that what you were saying and how you were saying it. And I think people were just, I think a lot of people just get fed up. They get fed up with people just going rogue and telling people what to do, and when they don't necessarily know what's best. But it almost makes me wonder sometimes if people switch their position, literally. Like if people go short and then go into panic mode when they hear news like this. I don't know. I mean, I could be wrong, but.
Well, I mean, you had, Trey and ASTRO not even 2 months ago talking about hedging and buying puts. Can you imagine if people would have actually done that? They could have lost 10% of their position on the way up from $9.99 to $27. This just would have been a catastrophe. Why would you start buying puts to hedge down at $10 on AMC? This is insane. So I do believe a lot of the delay ape stuff was, in fact, people probably did paper hand. And if you paper handed and you see the price at 27, you want to get back in lower, delaying the dividend. You know, that's a greed move. If he delayed the dividend, the shock value would be destroyed, and it probably wouldn't have as big an effect because institutions would have way more time to flip their positions to net neutral or just cover it up. So,
yeah, I completely agree with that. If we were to delay ape, suppose there are like 5 billion, 10 billion synthetics or whatever, within a 2-week time period, there's no way they can clear that out. But if we delayed ape till Q4, they'd be able to clear them all out. I mean, there would be no evidence left. They just clear out all the synthetics, and then everything would be fine. And then there wouldn't be a massive gamma squeeze. That's for sure.
Yeah, so I guess that's it. Like their fear that they're using is this isn't going to work. This is going to be good for Adam and AMC and not for us. I don't know how that really, works, but they're essentially saying like this isn't going to work. But I would rather chance it and do it now than delay it and it really not work. You know what I mean? Like that just doesn't make sense to me at all. I can't wrap my mind around it.
You're right, and I honestly think, and it might be a little tinfoil hatty of me, but I honestly think that if you follow FUD from its origins in main media to its current attempt in social media, you're seeing a concentrated effort by the market, the mainstream market, to try and attack us where they think they can reach us, because they've realized that the Jim Cramers and the Gasparinos and everybody else in the mainstream, we don't listen to them. I mean, Christ, there's an inverse Jim Cramer tracker out that you can actually bet the opposite of everything or invest the opposite of everything Jim Cramer does, and you're actually beating the S&P by 8%. There's a Pelosi tracker. You can actually follow and invest what Pelosi invests in and make money. So mainstream media shills are not getting it done. They're trying a different tactic. They're getting a hold of the YouTubers that they can influence by way of money and say, hey, Lou, we'll cut you a check for 50 grand. Spread this story out for a week. And you'll get all your YouTube money from people clicking to see what the hell you're talking about. I would be willing to bet dollars to donuts there's some of that going on. Can't prove it. Don't know it as a fact. My speculation.
Yeah, that's so illegal. I'm shocked that, to me, I want to think that could be happening, but I don't. Maybe I'm just overzealous here and a nobody, and I think I'm a somebody, but no one has ever come to me and made me any sort of, offer and said, hey, if you push this, we'll pay you. I just wonder how that would even... Maybe it's a contact or someone, that they can meet up with in person, if anything, because to have a paper trail or that on record would be so risky and so illegal.
Tara, look at all the naked shorts out there. There's paper trails of that, and no one's gone to jail for it yet.
True.
One person went to jail over the collapse in 2008. Nobody, one person. And that was because he was taking profits and screaming them off the side for himself.
True.
Paper trails, when it comes to this kind of money, paper trails are irrelevant. And this is why I think mainstream media, the hedge funds and the market funds have realized that the mainstream media cannot influence 21st century retail ape investors, because we don't care. That's our fathers. And I'm up there in age. I don't give a rat's ass what Jim Cramer says. Don't care about Gasparino. Don't care about any of them. I can still remember when journalists were journalists and not opinion writers, and I look at the money piece the same way. You follow the market, you make your own conclusions, and when you look back at 50,000 feet down and you see how literally Friday afternoon after the close, this started to come out, because that was the day and time that The first shares of record were going to be set to start distributing APE. Now all of a sudden, it's let's try and postpone APE. Not when the announcement was made on, what was it, August the 2nd? And not any time in between. It was literally the day and time that record went into place. And they pushed it hard over the weekend. They pushed it hard.
What's interesting? I always tell people, when in doubt, zoom out. But I also tell people to remember the path that you've laid behind you. So far, all of us conspiracy theorists have collectively and consistently been correct nonstop. I mean, every single time we've said something, it's not even a month or two later, it ends up in the news. An investigation dropping on Melvin and Robinhood and Citadel, the stock price moving, the dividend happening, all the movie theater returning revenues and movies coming back and being popular. All the FUD's been busted, and we're right each time. So the theory on the synthetics, I'm telling you, I have a very good feeling about it. So,
hey guys, Hanan here.
There's I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, just really enjoying the conversation. I have not heard a single F-bomb here, so I'm not sure where I am exactly, but the other calls are kind of full of them. Very relaxing. I'm a May 2021 ape, bought a bunch, never looked back, read the DD and never sold a share. And the question about why the delay, why they want to delay, it's very simple. Ken Griffin himself answered that question in a speech we all saw. It was circulating on all the social media, where he was giving a speech explaining how he survived the 2008 crash. You guys remember that speech where he says something very simple: everything we did bought us another day. That's all they're doing. It's like if I ask you right now, do you want to die without pain tomorrow, or do you want to die with a lot of pain next week? And of course, give me a week and I'll weasel out of it. And that's what's going on right now. AMC and GameStop was never a short play. It was a kill play. They bought too many. They made too many shares, too many fake shares that they. People ask, "Wow, oh, you guys are so stupid. You could have got out of it at $5 and $2. That's the thing. They couldn't have. There was no way ever to get out of it. The only play they had was to kill AMC. So they're stuck. So they're looking for delay. And another word about patience is we all love AMC for one reason. We all love movies, and one of the best real drama movies that we all love and watch again and again. It's not the Inside Job, the movie about the 2008 crash, about Michael Berry and
The Big Short.
The Big Short. Yes, watched it several times, and we are in the bloody middle of it. We have figured it out. Of course, there are not 4 or 6 of us. There are 4 million of us, but we're in the middle of it, and we are set. When this people say, "Oh yeah, I'm going to study economics," there's no such thing as economics. There's such thing as learning the rules for a monopoly game that was designed for you to lose and for rich people to become richer. And those people have designed this game and been designing this game as they go along for 100 years. And what is about to happen is that we are about to take all their money away. And in 2008, a lot of money circulated. A lot of cream rose to the top, and all the people actually end up suffering. Now, when this thing goes down and there's a crash, a lot of people are going to suffer too, because people who did not buy into it are, they're going to. The world economy is going to go down the toilet for a little bit, but 4 million retail schmucks, crayon eaters, are going to take all their money away. Enjoy the moment. Enjoy. If it takes another day, another week, another month, just sit there be giddy, be happy. You're in the middle of this drama, and you're winning. That's that.
You know what it reminds me of? It reminds me of Ocean's 11, where you have a group of people who have decided to take revenge against a giant, in that case, casino mogul, because he wronged one of their friends. And this is Ocean's 11 played out on a much, much larger scale in all directions. The casino is bigger. The people that have been wronged are bigger. The people that are pulling off the hype is the same. And I said this before, and I'm going to continue saying it. There are two classifications of people that are in this play on the ape side. They're the ones that are in it for the squeeze and the money, and we've already determined that they made the wrong play if they wanted to do this short term. Or they're the ones that are tired of watching corporate Wall Street take away companies because they want to bet against them. Radio Shack, Toys R Us, everything that we grew up with, everything that we knew as being places of nostalgia, places that we used to do business, whatever, Sears, have all been taken away simply because someone on Wall Street found a way to make money driving them out of business.
Well, it's the consolidation of market share to push into e-commerce like Amazon.
Exactly.
So, Amazon, I'm telling you, my tinfoil hat theory on all of this is that Amazon, Congress, and the big funds are all in it together to push e-commerce as hard as they can and wrap everything up into more consolidated events. So, I had something important to say.
I don't know that Amazon really rolls into that, right? Because Amazon, remember Amazon started off as a used bookstore online out of Bezos' garage, just like Microsoft did, just like Apple did. It just happened that they hit on an idea that nobody else had first, and they monopolized upon that to the point that they've become the best at it. eBay did it, 10 years ago. Elon Musk made his money in PayPal. So, there's someone who's always got to invent the thing, right? And I don't begrudge them for that. And I don't think there's a big cabal against the retail establishment. I think as we progress as a global community, retail is changing because nobody wants to go to a mall. Nobody wants to go to a store. We've become soft and lazy, and it's convenient to swipe right and get our package of toilet paper tomorrow delivered to our front door. I mean, that's just the way we are. And there's nothing wrong with that because it gives us more time to do other things. Concentrate with our family, play with our kids, go to your church, whatever. Nothing wrong with that. I have no problem with it. I don't think Amazon is in it to try and kill regular conventional commerce. I think it's probably a good thing that some of those companies. I'm old enough to remember when you used to get excited when Sears and Roebuck catalogs showed up so you could do your Christmas list for Santa by circling the pages and tearing them out and putting them in the letter. Amazon is the 21st century Sears and Roebuck holiday catalog.
Christmas list, bro. What about the bra section?
Well, okay, I wasn't going to bring that up, but
said that. Someone's in big trouble.
The Victoria's Secret mags used to come in, man. Be like,
you guys are killing me. I see, the notorious Mark in here with his hand up, and I'm not gonna lie, I'm disappointed in Mark. Oh, he's leaving. That's a shame, but I'm disappointed in some of the personal comments that he made at Adam. I think honestly, there's a way of keeping things sort of borderline professional here. Not that I have any room to talk, but if you are, I don't know, personal attacks, especially when you stand up against bullies and you hate bullying, don't be one. Don't become what you despise, is my opinion. Also, really quick, Michael, hey, how's it going? I don't think I've ever had you in a space before. Okay, I don't know if you're able to unmute. Hey.
Yeah, I may lose you, though. I'm actually on a ferry right now, but I'll hang on as long as I can. But
Hopefully you're going somewhere good.
Can you spell
Yeah,
ferry?
it's a honor to have you in here. I've listened to you, on other spaces and appreciate what you bring and your expertise. So thanks for joining.
Tara, real quick, I'm going to take my dog out just for a minute, so I'll be away from the phone.
Oh,
Can you spell
fine.
ferry? Which ferry you're on?
What ferry? Is that what you asked?
Yeah, if he's on a ferry or a ferry, which ferry?
The kind on the water.
The kind that cruises in the water. Yeah, hopefully you're going somewhere good.
That could still be both, by the way, but okay.
Really? I thought ferries couldn't get their wings wet, but what do I know? I mean, Mr. Burp is the scientist, so. Yeah, but how about that Abe dividend? You guys want to keep going on that topic, or Forlano? Am I saying your name right, Forlano? Is that how you pronounce it?
Yep, that's it. Just my last name.
Okay, awesome. Yeah, if you want to keep talking, I really actually was enjoying listening to what you had to say about Amazon and shopping and Christmas lists. I mean, it's really, I think it's a good topic.
And bras.
And
Yeah,
bras,
well,
yeah, of course.
But there's a certain validity to that point as well. I mean, and yes, it's getting slightly off topic, but trust me, I'll bring it around to the end, right? So back when I was a kid, your main source of finding out how the adult world worked was to sneak a peek at your dad's Playboys.
Easy.
Or you got the bra section out of, the Sears catalog or whatever. That is now literally 100 websites. And that's just how society has changed.
More like 1 million, bro, but okay.
1 million websites, yes. Okay, so, but let's look at the economics of the websites, right? The biggest name out there, and I'm not going to name names, actually owns probably the top 50 websites that are devoted to that subject out there. So it's all rolling up to a centralized company or conglomerate or organization, whatever you want to call it, okay? And it's the same with most everything else out there. Amazon is buying grocery stores, Amazon is buying pharmacies, Amazon is buying this, that, and the other, because they understand that people need those things. Well, if you look at your groceries, if you look at the very small print on the side of the box of cereal or the thing of hot dogs or the potato chips, you're going to find that a lot of those companies all roll up to, Monsanto, which is a company you've never heard of because they don't actually make food. They buy other companies that make food. They own farms to grow food for the cows that make your milk. They grow grain for the meal that they feed the chickens to give you your Tyson chicken tenders. So it's a much, much bigger world at a corporate level than most of us think about, right?
Food is an overstatement, boss, by the way, but.
Sure.
Yeah.
I mean, the idea is, agriculture is the same way. The textile industry is the same way. There are very few mom and pop shops or companies out there, which is why when one becomes successful, you cheer for them until they become so successful that they become the enemy, right? What's the old phrase? You live long enough as a hero, you become the enemy. It's the same concept, right? You root for Amazon or you root for eBay because it was the guys in the garage who figured out how to do it until they become so big that Jeff Bezos wants to tear a bridge down so his mega yacht can get out of the river. Then he's the bad guy. We all hate Elon Musk because he's got enough money to build a rocket ship. Well, his rocket ship is putting up satellites that are allowing the people in Ukraine to help fight a war against literally the third largest nation on the planet. It should have been a cakewalk. It isn't, which just goes to show how antiquated and dilapidated their military is. But it goes back to the main point, which is behind all of it is economics. And economics, like everything else, has to roll up to a master. And in this case, it's a group, whether it be national or international, that had said, and someone pointed it out earlier, the rules of monopoly are this. Okay, the rules of a casino are the same way. Everyone knows the house always wins in a casino. But the flashing lights and the noises and the pump smells into the air and the cocktail waitresses and the free booze are all designed to make you have fun while you're throwing away money, hand over fist. It's the same thing with adult entertainment clubs. It's the same thing with sports betting online. It's designed to make you enjoy the experience. And what happened when Robinhood came out for the investment side? They gamified investing so that it became cool. When we all first got into this, not all of us, but a good number of us, we said, here's an app I can throw on my phone and I can listen to Reddit or whatever and pick a stock and go, hey, cool, I can throw $10 into it and now I own some of whatever. It was cool until they took that buy button away, because that's when they said, you know what, you don't have the power we do. And now it took a year, but finally someone said, you know what, there might be something to all these retail people, squawking that this probably wasn't cool. That's where I'm kind of
I
going
agree.
with all of this.
I think they honestly thought it would just get swept under the rug and eventually people would move on and be bored and not hold the stocks and continue to just, double down, which we all have. We're earning, paychecks. We keep just throwing money at this thing. And I don't think that that's what they necessarily foresaw or predicted would happen.
No, and it goes back to this point, right? You and me and the little man have always been poor. There are very few millionaires and billionaires, probably some, but not a great number of them, that are investing money in AMC and Bed Bath & Beyond and GameStop and all the other retail plays. Most of the people here have always been relatively poor. I'm not saying you live in a box or a bridge under the river, but you don't have Lamborghini money and you're not flying off to Paris for lunch. You got enough to get by. Maybe you got 2 cars and maybe you got a flat screen TV. But it ain't F you work, I'm going to go do whatever I want to rich either. So for us, if we lose our $10,000 that we've put in over the last year or whatever the number might be, most of us don't care. Yeah, it'll sting. It ain't going to make or break us. A hedge fund that is hedged $500 million into this on top of all the other things they've hedged against because they figure they can make all of this money. All of the retail stocks explode at once. Oh yeah, it's going to hurt them big time. And, they're not going to go down without a fight, to the point of, would you rather die a swift death tomorrow or a painful one next week? That's exactly it. It's, why would I lose $1 billion today when I can lose it $1 million at a time for the next 1,000 days and hope that I can wear down the retail investors before I've lost that same $1 billion? They ain't going down without a fight. They have no desire to go down without a fight. They will do everything and anything, whether it's legal, illegal, fair game, or dirty politics, to win this war. And it's a war. And it's going to be fought tooth and nail until they realize that they're fighting against an enemy that has nothing left to lose.
Absolutely. I always love the analogy of the Pinto versus the Lambo. And we're the Pinto and the big hedge funds are driving the Lambo in a game of chicken. Who's going to swerve first? Who's going to give up first? Who's going to not want to damage their vehicle first? For us, yeah, we don't have a lot to lose, but, all together, it adds up to be quite an army. I really quick, Mr. Forlano, was it you who was talking about the YouTubers potentially, getting some sort of offer to say certain things or switch up on narratives? Or was that somebody else in here?
No, I made mention of that. And again, I want to preface that with, I have no proof
It's your
of that.
opinion, of course.
Yeah.
But so what I wanted to say was someone named JW actually sent me a DM and said the difference between me, because I said no one has ever come to me with any sort of thing like that. People have asked me to promote different things and I've turned it down, for payment or whatever. And if anyone ever does promote, they're supposed to disclose that they're being paid if they're being paid, or getting or receiving gifts or anything or discounts or whatever. So that's actually legally they are supposed to. And I don't think a lot of people know that. But I was just going to say, They said the difference between myself and the YouTubers is that they have taken money for financial advice so they can be blackmailed with prosecution if they resist, you know, pumping a certain narrative. And I never really thought about it that way. But yeah, I don't get super follows. I don't accept money, super chats or anything like that, you know, to talk about anything here. So I think that is a huge difference. And therefore I can't be threatened with, which I have been threatened, but I just ignore it because they have nothing to, you know, there's nothing on me. They can't, there's nothing that they have that they can say, well, you accepted, you know, X, Y, and Z to talk about AMC, because I haven't. So I think that is actually an interesting point.
That's an excellent point, right? And I love my movie analogies, which is kind of appropriate. But if you remember The Dark Knight, when Batman and the Joker are in the holding cell, and Batman is trying to extract the information out of the Joker of where Rachel is, and the Joker says, "You, all of your strength, you."
Uh-oh, did he cut out for anybody else?
Yeah.
Yeah.
For the good part.
Nothing you can do. He's going to do what he's going to do. And to the point of the YouTubers, right? You have to look at the YouTubers and say, what is your motivation? Lou, what is your motivation? You're not looking at for our best, not for yours, which means one of two things. A, you're short of the position, or B, you are trying to delay it because you're being paid you're being paid by people to tell others to do so. There's no logical reason otherwise.
I have.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I'm gonna try.
Hang on, everyone's talking at the same time. Just a minute, Mark. What were you saying, WC? Was that WC who was chiming in, or somebody else?
No, that was me. My bad. I have accepted 10,000 shares that I paid for of AMC to Moon, Ape, and AMC. So I just want everyone to know that.
Well, who gave you 10,000 shares?
Me. I purchased them, but.
Oh, I thought someone gave it to you. I was like, dang, lucky.
No, I wish.
I was gonna go full Napoleon Dynamite on you, like lucky.
No, but I mean, I just in full and fair disclosure. And by the way, I'm 21 and I'm Vegas Vic, FYI. So just yeah.
Oh, you're back. Well, thank you. Yeah. Okay, really quick, Mark. Please keep it kosher in here. Like, keep it kind. I don't want to deal with BS, and I don't want to deal with backlash because of the words and things you say. So please, go for it.
I'll start it out this way. Are you pleased you're long Enovix?
Yeah, that's great. Money's money, but being a bully is beyond that.
Being a bully. I've never picked a fight in my life, but
that's
I do finish.
Untrue.
Okay, I do finish them. Second of all,
wait, hold on. When did Adam Aaron come at you because of your appearance? Please, when did Adam Aaron come at you and tell you needed to lose weight and get a wig or anything along those lines?
I have a wig indicator that's 97% accurate, and the guy wears a wig. And
that's your opinion. My point is when did he come at you and start that fight of personal appearance?
That's not personal appearance. He said
it is personal appearance. You're assuming that he wears a wig and you're blasting him for it, and you're saying that he needs to lose weight. That's your opinion, number one. No, he doesn't. That's your opinion. You're not a doctor.
That's correct. But you know,
so that's the definition of bullying.
No,
and you're the exact kind of person that I don't stand for. If you go after people because of their personal appearance, you're a bully.
No, I go after him because he said my plan is probably illegal, which it's completely not.
Okay, then explain why it's not illegal. Don't go after him for his appearance.
I'll go after him because he's a wig, because I have a wig indicator, and I think he wears a wig. Period.
Okay, well, I have good gaydar, and I think you're, well, I'm not going to say, but.
Okay, anyway.
I like your pink jacket, though, nonetheless.
I am happening, and I wear it with pink shoes. But I'm happy you've made some money in the Enovix. If everyone was in the Enovix instead of this tired thing, the world would be a lot better. Second of all, a lot of you guys make statements that are just factually incorrect.
Who?
Burp. He has no.
Burp made a statement that was factually incorrect.
You don't get to use the word fact because you are not a scientist. So you don't know what factually incorrect or correct is.
No, I want him to tell me what you said that was factually incorrect, please.
Here's the deal.
Go ahead.
No one has any concept here how the back office, how clearing, how this thing like really works. No one knows because no one's done it. And,
have you?
I've done it.
Yeah, I've done it. I've done it for a very long time.
Then enlighten us.
Okay, so here's what is going to go down. There are no naked shorts amongst hedge funds. There are none. Zero, nada. It doesn't exist.
Bro, you're funny, bro.
Don't bro me. Okay,
we're not doing this, so continue going, please. Don't interrupt. Go ahead.
So there are no naked shorts amongst hedge funds, and I don't think hedge funds are really that short AMC. The guys who are short AMC are the bond guys. Those are the guys who are short AMC. It's the bond guys. Because AA has telegraphed the plan to everyone. The bond guys know their bonds are going to get paid off, and they know the stock is going to dump when he dilutes the hell out of people, and it comes out that there's no naked or synthetic shorts. Because if you are naked short this stock or synthetically short the stock, whether you're an option guy, a market maker, the dealer, whoever it is, you have ample time to get yourself on side. And they're all getting on side as we speak if they're not on side. Second of all, when APE gets distributed through DTCC on same-day settlement, APE then becomes borrowable. APE then becomes in the DTCC system, and it gets paired off. And if people want to short AMC, they short it the day after it goes ex-dividend. The day it goes ex-dividend, then there's no borrow problem. You just get yourself on side for the play. The play happens, and then the next play you go off sides, and they can do this time and time again. But the guys who are short here are the bond guys, are the bonds, because all the professionals know, huh? Say what?
Hedge fund bond guys, which are still hedge funds.
You know, Mudrick is a bond guy. There's all sorts of bond guys out there, and what they're basically doing is stripping out the bet. If the company goes,
they're hedge funds. They're PE and hedge fund companies.
Time out 1 second. This is all the bond guys do. They short equity against the bonds. Guys are short Carvana stock against long the bonds. It's a ratio trade. It's what they do. They're vulture guys.
So, Mark, when you come in and you say that hedge funds, there's no naked shorting with hedge funds, I don't know if people are getting a myth, can you elaborate? Because I have people in my DMs like Crypto Clyde saying overstock is proof of naked shorting. So you want to elaborate on that comment?
Overstock was proof of naked shorting, and then they changed the law. Then they changed the rule. Then they
Wait, so you think that they follow rules and law? Is that what you think?
No,
Since when, Mark?
Okay, so here is the simple deal. Let's say I want to be naked short overstock, right? So I call Goldman Sachs or Morgan Stanley or Merrill Lynch, and I ask to borrow overstock. And they'll either say good or no good. If they say no good, they won't do my trade. If they say good and don't have the stock to borrow, the broker will then do, if they want to break the law, will then go and do a conversion.
They will break the law. It's a big
who's laughing?
WC Field.
He's laughing because you said if they don't break the law. But I mean, it is funny because that's all we've seen.
Right.
Bro, what is the FTD list? Explain that then. What is the FTD list? Why is there a failure to deliver shares?
Okay, who is? Look, you're missing my point.
No.
You're missing hello. Fail to deliver is within 3 days. You don't deliver the shares. It's on a fail to deliver list. There's no problem with that. I mean,
there's no problem with that repeatedly happening. So you don't think that there's a way of them hiding naked shorts in that and fail to deliver?
Can you let me finish my sentence before you interrupt me? Okay.
Yeah.
And can you mute WC wherever he is? It's annoying.
Yeah, WC,
Okay.
just mute yourself. Go ahead.
Okay. I mean, let me finish my statement before you interrupt me. There's an FTD list, right? Whoever's failing to deliver is allegedly offsides. If you're a market maker, it's perfectly legal to fail to deliver to make a market. We've established that. There's nothing against the law if the market maker is naked short. Nothing. It's totally legal. So you could be a market maker, fail to deliver, and you're not breaking the law.
Your appeal, but your appeal to legality
Don't interrupt me, Burp. You have
you're saying false. You're making false statements. Your appeal to legality is irrelevant because we're not talking about a court case here. We're talking about a system, right? A discrete system where if you're naked short, it doesn't matter if you're legally naked short or not. You still have to make good on those ape shares. So it doesn't matter if it's legal or not.
Market makers as well.
Fellas and ladies, you can buy the ape share the first day it trades and deliver it. Okay, and you're not failing on ape. On the 22nd, you can buy all the ape you want in the market, deliver it, and you're not failing.
Okay, but you're not understanding. I want to explain this to you so you understand it, so you don't make the same mistake. Because I think if you understand this, then you'll be like, "Oh, wow, that's fucking amazing." So, there's 100 million FTDs, right? So suppose all those had to settle, or the short exempt. I mean, there's a huge short exempt volume on AMC, which is naked shorting, and those are all going to have to be settled. No one's selling their ape. There's hardly any free ape on the market, so they're going to be FTDing on the ape.
Okay, let's make a bet. How much ape do you think is going to trade the first day, Burp? How much ape do you think? You say no one's selling. You're saying
25 million.
Whoa. You're saying no one's going to sell ape. How much ape do you think is going to trade day one?
Yeah, that's right. No one is going to sell ape. Daily volume for AMC for the past 4 or 5 months until recently has been maybe 30 million on a good day. So it's definitely not going to be 30 million, right? It's going to be a lot less.
Okay. I'm at.
Okay, Mark. So something I'm going to say really quick is you make a demand for people to let you finish speaking before they interrupt, but then you interrupt with like just random okay like that and stutters. And I don't know if you don't realize you're doing it, but you are. So let someone else finish speaking as well, and then they will award you the same respect and let you finish your statements. Okay? Can we please make a rule of that? If you want people to give you that respect, then do the same.
Okay. How many ape is going to trade?
No one said to talk slow. You can just talk normal.
I'm trying not to
25 million, and half of it is going to be synthetic.
25 million and half will be synthetic. It's impossible to create a synthetic ape share on day one unless you have a borrow.
You have a borrow.
What else you need?
You got a T0.
T0. If you have a borrow,
you said it yourself, bro.
If you have a borrow in ape, if you have a borrow, it's not a synthetic.
You just said market makers can create synthetics. Did you not say that?
Market? No. What?
Yes, you said that.
Don't put words in my mouth. What I simply
I'm not. You said market makers can fail to deliver. You said that. Did you not say that?
Market makers can fail to deliver day in, day out, and it's completely legal. Completely.
Correct. So market makers will create synthetic apes. What part do you not understand?
Okay.
What part do you not understand? What part do you not understand, Mark?
I understand that you don't have a clue of what you're talking about. That's what I understand.
It's just
that's not really an appropriate answer. You need to tell him what he doesn't understand. You can't just make a blanket.
There are no options.
Do I need a toupee? You have no answer, bro.
Okay.
You guys, I'm getting a lot of backfeed. I don't know where or who it's coming from, but in between talking, just mute yourselves, please.
The market makers can short ape if options are out on ape. If there's going to be puts and calls on ape, they can create ape. If there's no options on ape, they can't synthetically out of thin air create ape. So there's going to be no synthetics on ape until there's options. Period. You
Wrong
guys
again.
say 25 million shares of Ape trade day one. I'll take
I
much
see.
higher. And
Okay.
whoever is short or needs to deliver Ape will deliver Ape.
And
But
One of the
bond
things about a
guys-
preferred equity is that they tend to trade lower, right? So when I said 25 to 30 million, I was being very generous. It's almost inconceivable that would trade at that trading volume.
I think Ape will trade higher than that. I think,
And
but there's no
all
evidence. You can think that all you want, but there's no objective evidence supporting that. All the objective evidence supports exactly what I've already said.
Who remembers the IPO of DWalk and what happened with 0 options on that play?
Because I bought it at 10 and sold at 175, baby.
Right, but that's a restricted flow deal. This thing is not going to be restricted. This thing is not going to be restricted. And all I'm simply saying is you guys are aiming the laser sight at all these hedge funds. What you should be lasering on is the bond guys and Adam's relationship with the bond guys.
The bond guys are hedge funds, bro. What the fuck?
First of all, I'm not your bro. That's number one. 2, I'm not interested in what the fuck. I don't know who you are. And I could give a rat's who you are. The whole part of this thing is going to be either you guys are going to get your squeeze and there's going to be synthetics, or there won't. Yes. I'm saying hedge funds.
I have a question. I have a very straightforward question for you, Mark, and I'm just going to mute everybody and ask this point blank. You're not in AMC, correct? Short or long?
I am not in AMC, short or long.
So the main question is, because I know you're such a caring man, so you probably care so much about us losing money that's why you're here. But assuming that's not why you're here, is there a chance, maybe just a sliver of a chance, that you are scared that if this actually works out and is successful, that your heavy investment in T0 might get shorted itself because people might not need to use T0 in the future if Adam lays the groundwork and this is effective, and other companies end up just going this route rather than needing a whole new platform to trade on like T0. I'm just honestly curious if that's why you're really here.
And a follow-up. Answer the question you couldn't answer before.
Which question do you want me to answer first?
I want to know if you're afraid of the downside to T0, if you're afraid that this will essentially affect T0 adversely, negatively, or in any way, shape, or form, and essentially short something that you're heavily invested in, because it won't be needed.
Okay, first of all, you can't short T0. If you want to short T0, you can short over stuff.
I'm not saying short T0. I'm saying that this method, if it is effective and other companies go this route, T0 will not be needed, which essentially shorts T0. Is that what you're worried about?
Not at all. I think when this is said and done, it's going to be a grand slam for T0. When people see what happens with this, it's going to probably be the 4th best thing that'll ever happen to T0.
Well, because this is T0. So I sent you that document,
they're gonna settle it. They're gonna settle it same day. DTCC says it's gonna do, but T0 has nothing to do with this. 0.
No, I know, but what I'm saying is there's T-0. There's 0-day settlement on this.
That's right.
So it's the same difference as T0 without needing to go off exchange to a whole different exchange. You're doing this directly on the NYSE, which ultimately, like I said, if this is effective, eliminates the need for T0 in the future. And I'm wondering if that's what you're honestly here and afraid of.
That I am not afraid.
Why are you here? Why are you here? That's a better question.
Why am I here?
Yes.
Because I actually care about.
Oh, thank you so much.
Wait, who? What, Mark? Because
let's see.
Listen, you say you care about people, but you come up and tell people that they're wrong and that they're. Okay, go ahead.
Okay,
back to the setters.
Okay. You know what?
That's a personal attack, Tara. That's like a toupee.
No, it's just when someone fills in blanks and doesn't let someone else speak, and they're constantly repeating the same word to try to fill in the space with nothing to say. And that frustrates me to no end,
okay.
especially
Well,
when other people are speaking like you're doing again right now. And I can see in the transcript, you're literally repeating yourself. But go ahead. You have the floor. No interruptions, please.
I'll make it real clear. I think this deal is a disaster. I think this deal is going to be dilutive as hell. I think there'll come
Would it not have been on T0?
I don't care what's on T0.
When you came with the idea that he's running with initially, when you came with the idea initially, would it have been dilutive, Mark? What's the difference between this and that?
You have two choices. You can interrupt me and I'll leave, or you can
Bro,
let me finish and I'll stay.
Super follows and you're okay.
Okay. Take care, everybody. I can't get interrupted. I lose my train of thought.
Listen, Mark, I removed WC. Okay. I want to hear your answer. Go ahead.
Then quit interrupting me. I'll give you my fucking answer if you don't interrupt.
Don't cuss at me or you'll be blocked for good.
Okay. Well, then that's fine. But don't interrupt me and let me finish. Okay?
Don't use profanity at me. Not here,
fine.
buddy.
Then don't interrupt me. I think the deal, 1, is a failure. 2, I think it's going to come out that there aren't systematic fails, that there's very minimal naked shorting. I think he's going to dilute the hell out of everybody, and I think the stub post-ape is going to collapse. That's what I think. I happen to think very highly of Paul, of JB, of Sugar, of you.
That's fine.
Okay,
that's fine.
So you know what? I've done this for a very long time, and I've seen it all happen. So if I don't speak my mind and say everyone should wake up and realize what's coming down, right? Then when it happens, I really would like to see everyone think for themselves and say, maybe, just maybe, this isn't cool, right? I have a bet on with Spence. I hope I lose. I hope the stock goes to 100. I hope it goes to 1,000. I happen to think it's going to collapse post-deal. Just collapse.
Yes, and you're appealing to your experience, which is a false authority. You're not a system analyst, Mark.
We're still in the anti-interrupt business, okay? And then I'll leave. I don't respond to a guy.
That's the problem, Mark. You come in and drop all these things as though they're facts, and then you don't listen to anyone. You don't listen to anyone else, and you leave. It's just such a cop out.
No, I don't think I'm a cop-out. And second of all, I don't take someone who calls themselves Mr. Burp too seriously.
What I call myself is not relevant. It's not relevant.
That's right.
We're talking about facts, right?
Right. No, you have zero market experience. Zero.
And that's not relevant, Mark. Okay. You're talking about system analysis. Okay. You are not a system analysis. No amount of market.
Okay, I don't want to do the whole talking over each other thing. So here's going to be the deal. Mark, can you agree to stick around for people's responses after you say what you say? Or are you going to just drop everything you say and mic drop and bounce out of here? Or can you handle a conversation like an adult?
I can handle a conversation, but I need to have people who know what they're talking about start talking rather than a so-called mathematician who says the market is system analysis.
Since you know what you're talking about, I want to know what the difference is between this going through with your T0 idea versus the way it's happening now, and if that wasn't a potential for dilution, if there was zero potential for dilution with the plan that you initially came with.
There was zero plan of dilution with my plan. Zero. And it
I didn't say plan. I said, was there zero potential for dilution?
Zero. There was zero dilution on my plan, and you would have gotten a full share count because all the shares would have been on the blockchain. All the STO would have been on the blockchain, and everything would have been counted, and you would have gotten the STO, and you would have gotten an NFT, and there was no dilution. None. Nada.
Thank you. That's what I wanted to hear.
Point of fact is, the New York Stock Exchange owns roughly 20% of T0. Going forward, these kind of deals will happen on T0, but they won't be half-baked, and they won't be loaded with dilution. And everyone will see the plan of how this deal is supposed to be done right. In the months and weeks ahead. I'm privy to the plan. I know the plan because I own T0 privately. And when the real plan comes out, which the New York Stock Exchange is behind, because the New York Stock Exchange owns T0 or owns 20% of T0, it's going to make this, whatever you want to call it, scheme, caper, plan, look like kindergarten. Because when the real plan comes out, that's been thought through, that is FINRA and run through FINRA and the SEC, this is going to look half-baked at best. And I'm privy to it. I'm privy to it because I put the damn deal together and I know what's coming, which is why I can speak with some form of knowledge because it's what I do or used to do. And I know where the bodies are buried in AMC. And it's not where you guys think they are. And when any of you guys have worked in a hedge fund for more than 3 months, then raise your hand like you actually know what you're talking about. Because all you're running through here are conspiracy theories. And maybe they work and maybe they don't work. But the problem is, if hold on, if it doesn't work and it comes out that there aren't naked shorts or systematic fails, everyone on this call is going to be very disappointed. There's going to be no reason to hold this thing, and it's going to be bad. And I don't want to see bad.
Well, alternatively, it could work, correct?
It could work. I hope it works. I hope it goes to 1,000. And look, if it goes to 50, I'll bring Spence 3 kegs.
Listen, Mark, were naked shorts a conspiracy on Overstock? I'm just curious. Real question.
Point of fact, in court documents, it turns out there were lots of naked shorts. But it was before.
But we're conspirators, or we're just running conspiracy theories about AMC.
Can I finish? It was.
Well, you sound a lot like the media, who I despise at this point. And I think you've been hanging out with Mr. Charlie Gasparino a little too long. You got you're lost in the sauce a little bit there, Mark.
Point of fact, I've been working on getting my arm better. I don't travel. I don't go anywhere. So
that doesn't have anything to do with anything.
I'm not lost in the sauce.
I'm talking about the Gasparino sauce, whatever he's feeding you, whatever you're choking down.
No, I'm not choking down any of his sauce. But now we're headed to the river. And everyone's going to figure it out on the 22nd and beyond what actually is out there. And all I simply want to say is be balanced in view and open-minded, that when Adam comes out and says he can't find naked shorting, or there's very little systematic shorts and things like that, don't be too disappointed. That's all.
And if it does work out, and this is the way, and other companies choose to go this route, and you don't really have much of a bet on what your plan is and what you're doing over there, then don't be too disappointed either, Mark. And I wish you the best of luck. I appreciate you and your concern for everybody here. I know a lot of people think I'm condescending, I'm rude. What you don't recognize is Mark is condescending. He's a bully. I don't appreciate the way he comes at CEO Adam for his appearance. I think it's wrong on every level, and I have zero respect for it. And I also don't appreciate the way he demands the floor but continues to interrupt me as the host and others here. So for all of the people who are making those comments, I'm sorry. I'm sorry if you're invested in T0 based on what Mark has told you. And if this ends up working out and T0 ends up being a flop, that's on Mark. So I'm sorry. Good luck. Best of luck to you at T0. And, best of luck to everybody else here who believes in what's going on. And you can call us conspiracy theorists all you want, just like Citadel has. They claim that we're the same people who believe the moon landing didn't happen because we're such conspiracy theorists. Gasparino, Liz Clayman just called us a cult. Gasparino, Liz Clayman just called us a cult, and then walked it back and said a cult in a good way. Whatever that's supposed to mean. I mean, we have all of these people, including you, these talking heads who claim to have all of this experience, but then come at us sideways with these condescending comments. And then your followers want to get upset because they super follow you for the valuable information, which I do agree Mark has some. I do. but not 100% of the time. He's not always correct. He's been dead wrong about BBBY. If you haven't taken a look at that ticker today, Mark was slamming that thing when it was at $5. I'm sorry. The thing ran to nearly 20 today. So just so you are aware, Mark is not a god. He doesn't get it 100% correct. Neither do I, and neither does anybody else. But the difference is I'm willing to admit that I don't. And I'm willing to admit that I don't 100% know how this is going to play out. And I'm not going to sit here and make statements as though they're fact.
I wish everyone nothing. I wish everyone nothing but the best. And I'm glad whoever has been in Enovix has done well. And if you think T0 is going to fail, by all means, short as much overstock as you can. Just if you think T0 is going to fail.
I don't wish for it to fail.
Okay, no.
My point is you seem very much up in a tizzy over a few people you mentioned who you're concerned about. So DM those people. Instead, you're coming onto a space like this to talk to 600 people. You're bashing the CEO relentlessly. You're bashing Ryan Cohen relentlessly. It's not a good look. It's just not a good look. And it really becomes questionable on what your intentions are. Why are you so concerned about what Ryan Cohen is doing with Loopring and about what CEO Adam is doing with the NYSE and going this route? Why does it affect your pocketbook? Oh, yeah, because you rep T0 and you wanted T0 to be the be all, save all, and, you know, the thing that everyone uses. And I understand that if you're heavily invested in it and that ultimately happens, it's very beneficial to your wallet. So it makes perfect sense. And anybody else who, you know, is heavily invested in T0 based on the, you know, there's something in the works and all this big talk, then yeah, I understand their frustration with me interrupting you. But at the same time, this is my space. If Mark wants to go run a T0 space, then so be it. And you can go, you know, dangle those carrots somewhere else.
No worries. On that note, I am going to get my arm worked on. I wish everyone nothing but the best. This is the last space call I will ever.
You've said that over and over.
Well,
oh my God. You've been saying that for months.
If I'm on another AMC call, I will mail you a check for $1,000.
Okay, send it because you're on this one and you said that like 5 times ago and you've been on 5 since. So I don't know. You're not fooling anyone, Mark. And to be honest, most people here who are here for AMC aren't going to miss you because of the way you talk down and are condescending to retail investors who you claim to want to save. And that's just the facts.
Okay, everyone have a great day. We'll see y'all later.
Okay, we'll be over here talking about our conspiracy theories. See ya. See you never. All right, guys, we can get to the hands now.
Here in this river. I hollow. Sorry, Tara.
Maybe we can use our attendees to build a bridge out of chicken. All right.
I'll eat that bridge. That'll never last.
Spence will be in the middle chowing down. I do want to get to the hands, and I'm sorry that you guys didn't get to talk directly to Mark if that's what you came up for. We can just talk about Mark, I guess, since he's not here. I'm just playing. I don't really like doing that, but we can discuss and hash out some of the things that were said during that time that he was here. So,
Tara, sorry.
Just a minute, Retha. I know you're coming in hot, but we got 3 people with their hands up waiting to speak, 4 people. And I really want to give them the opportunity. They've waited patiently and not been interrupting. So I don't know who was first because I wasn't paying attention. Let's just go with easy checkmate. What's up?
Hey, how's it going, guys? Thanks for letting me up to speak. I just wanted to say something regarding a tactic these guys use is they use their so-called experience to speak on, you know, and push their narrative. You know, this guy Lou uses the whole thing of knowing people. I know people, you know, and then this guy Mark, you know, talking about 41 years of experience. There's that. But at the end of the day, this is something that has never happened. You know, nobody has ever seen something like this. So his 41 years of experience have no validity, right? So you gotta like put it this way. Like for example, look at Melvin Capital, right? You got Gabe Plotkin. He started out with Citadel back in 2001. That's 22 years of experience. What happened to his hedge fund is gone, right? So you got to look at D1 or not D1, Tiger Global and his hedge fund manager. He started his investment career in 1997. How many years of experience is that? Isn't that like 35? So I mean, at the end of the day, all that experience, you know, and look at where they're at now. They're down heavy on money and they're shut down.
Listen, based on what you're saying, I have an analogy too. Say you're a mechanic your entire life and you've been working on cars your entire life. Can you work on a Tesla? Are you going to know what to do just because you have, 20 years of experience on how to fix a Tesla? You see what I'm saying? So you're 100% correct.
Yeah,
Like
exactly.
the game changes. It's evolving. And with new rules and laws become new ways of breaking those rules and laws, and leave it to us to discover those ways that they're doing it and put them on blast. And that's exactly what we've done.
Exactly, and also the whole point, like you hit the nail on the head with the whole T0 interest, that he has, because at the end of the day, yesterday he came on, today he's on. Why? If he's not invested in AMC, if he has no interest in what AMC does, then why are you like coming to the space?
A lot here, and we've seen it with other people. I know Swing went round and round with Three Aces the other day, and Three Aces ended up blocking me after, his losing his.
The synthetic shares and naked shorting and all that. Now he's telling us, because Adam Aaron has a better way to do it internally, thanks to no naked shorting, why do we need T0? I mean, that was my question for him.
That
He's
would
just
have been
talking
a
in
very
circles.
good point. Yeah, that would have been a very good point. And honestly, I mean, yeah, I really wish we would have gotten to your hand to be able to ask that directly, because it's true. And how can you bring this idea forth and say that it's to fix this issue, but then come back and say there is no issue? So why do we need a fix for it then? Yeah, you're 100% correct. Couldn't agree more.
No, and I asked him that a long time ago when Adam Aaron said no, and he actually blocked me. Mark blocked me like 4 months ago for asking that question.
Yeah, and that's why, I got a lot of heat for even associating with them or giving them a floor, because I didn't know behind the scenes that every single and I didn't even realize what was ultimately going on behind all of it. So it's just, I still don't 100% understand or know, what the intentions are.
People back and forth that actually don't believe in the play, and we can have a civil conversation of their beliefs and my beliefs. Why would someone not somehow invested in this get so emotional? I mean, I think Bank of America and JP Morgan, some of the banks, are like a horrible buy right now, but I don't go on their Twitter feed and tell the people that buy B of A they're idiots, because I have no vested interest in it. I'm not shorting it or long. Why would I go and do that? So the whole fact that they get so emotional without facts is another interesting kind of tactic they use. And there are people out there that don't believe in it, that probably are market people that don't want to believe that there is systematic failure in the system coming up, that they will have conversation about fundamentals, and they're good. And it's actually good because I do look at the balance sheets and things, and I do like AMC as a company, wanted to survive. So I do look at it as a long-term in addition to what we're looking at now with the squeeze possibility. So those people you can actually have nice conversation with. Everyone's cool and there's no issues. But then Mark, just because we're not using T0, he, wants to call names just because it's costing him money. You nailed it. And that's what made me think about my question from the past, because you nailed him. You got him to the wall, and he got really defensive really fast again.
Here's something interesting that everybody's missing too. The amount of FUD that has come out against computer share since day one has been insane, right? Then suddenly we restarted educating and pushing it back in May, because I even myself was a little nervous about it and didn't understand it fully. When we really broke the FUD on it and started pushing it again, a new round of FUD came up within May, March timeframe. And then suddenly Dave Lauer starts posting about how direct registration is the way. And then Adam Aaron comes out and announces an ape dividend based on the computer share direct registration platform. So with this paper trail, this signature authority paper trail they're creating with computer share, I'm wondering if it also is having an effect on his opinion, Mark's opinion on this, because Dave Lauer had actually said direct registration is the way. So him and Lauer, I think, from what I've seen in the past, don't see eye to eye. So
yeah, well, don't forget, Mark has a big history.
Oh, go ahead.
Oh, I was gonna say Mark's been around for a long time, and I was on earlier, Tara, when you were having lunch, talking about one thing I like about Adam Aaron and his integrity is you have to look at his whole track record, not just what's happening immediately, because this is all different, to kind of get a view of the man, because we all don't really necessarily know him. Mark's got a track record too. And he was a hedge fund shorter, whatever, against bad companies, whatever. But he's pissed off a lot of CEOs as well that are going to hold baggage against him. I mean, I don't doubt that he reached out to Adam Aaron, and Adam Aaron probably told him to pound sand, we have a different way that's better, and that pissed him off. Because, karma's a bitch. If you screw people over in the past, they're going to remember that. And Mark used to screw people over. He was a shorter. He changed, whatever, hallelujah, but he was a short hedge fund manager. So he does have experience on how to screw people over. Just my 2 cents.
I really truly believe that he is nervous about, potentially this actually working and potentially no longer being, able to kind of use a certain narrative about needing T0, but I could be totally off base. So I don't know. But I do
You're
want to
right,
get
though.
to some of the. Go
Okay.
ahead. Go ahead. And then we'll get to we'll go to Average Joe.
I was going to say you're
Guys,
right.
real quick. When you talk, as soon as you are done with your sentence, please mute and do not talk over people while they're talking so we can keep continuity in the call. So just as soon as you're done talking, just mute and then unmute yourself when you want to talk again because there's a lot of backfeed.
Yeah, I was just going to say you're absolutely right, Tara, before I step down. And look at there's a lot of competition for what's the new market's going to look like. Look what just happened to Ethereum because of the merger they went through and everything got approved and their technology. I mean, crap, if Ethereum gets involved with block trading, I'd trust Ethereum more than T0. But who knows? Who knows what the new platform is going to be? So these guys are out there shilling because they want to be the new platform. That's why they get so heated. So I agree.
All right, Average Joe, are you with us? Are you here?
I'm here. I love a good debate, but when it's where you can't understand it, I mean, it doesn't become a good debate. I think that what you bring out there in your platform is that these are good old boys. Just these 40-year experienced gentlemen and 50-year, they're afraid of the new. And that just like Elon Musk and the auto industry, what he did there, he broke up the good old boy network. They had something that was never going to change, and now he's done something that is the movement. So I applaud you for taking on a challenge, and with legislation now after this 8 movement from AMC, and you guys have a lot of people watching that I say is the good old boy network in finance, and they don't want this. I'm learning. I really trying to learn. 2.0 and what's going to happen with AMC. It is very different, and I'm just going to sit on the sidelines, and I wish you guys luck, and but I do love that you guys are going against the norm, and I think it's going to be a great thing, and that's your battle right now.
We're the renegades of stonk.
Yeah, and I think you're right. And from the beginning, it's kind of been this grind and this uphill battle. And for the longest time, I used to really get down on myself and be like, why are people so mean? Like, why do people feel this way? We're all fighting for the same thing. And then all of a sudden you realize, wait, we're not all fighting for the same thing. Some people like the status quo. Some people like the way the system is broken because they've figured out how to utilize it and benefit from it. So they don't want it necessarily fixed. They're like, whoa, wait a minute. I make my money this way using this broken system that steals from retail and lines my pockets. Well, we're all here to say, well, we're sick of it. We're tired of it. And not everyone necessarily loves that notion, right? So if you've made money for some odd years in the markets, doing it, this way, and then people are here saying we want change and we want it better and we don't want a broken system, yeah, it's gonna cause quite an uproar and a war, really. And there is a financial war. There's a bigger one. While us peasants are down here, you have the shorts, the longs, you have people fighting over the way the system is and that it's fine and that it should be changed and that it should be fixed. There's a bigger financial war going on. I mean, there's huge things happening in the banking industry, and I think, they keep it out of public view as much as possible, but it's happening. And I don't know. We've seen some memos come out from B of A, them actually wishing for Americans to struggle and all of this weird stuff behind the scenes that we're not even supposed to be aware of. But because of this movement and because of the amount of people here, they can't keep it quiet. They literally cannot make us shut up. I mean, Ken Griffin has sent Kat Stryker a cease and desist and and you're not allowed to talk about this and whatever. The girl doesn't care. She says freedom of speech, and I'm behind her. It is freedom of speech, and she's found companies that are willing to roll with that. So I don't know. I think it's up to each of us to continue fighting. And for a while there, things got me down. I quit Spaces for a little bit, but I'm back, and I'm back with a vengeance. Like we have got to see this thing through. And I just want you guys all to know that if I'm a freaking human shield because of it, I don't care. People, listen, I'm pretty damn transparent. You know what I'm saying? Like people can say and do whatever. It just doesn't cut that deep. When you've been through some real life trauma, like most of us have, the internet just, it doesn't cut that deep. And we're able to use this platform to really push things forward and push things along. And it takes an army. It can't just be one person. It takes an army of people working together. And that's what we are. And that's what we have here. And that's why, maybe I can say things about apes, but if you're on the outside and you're calling us conspiracy theorists and you're talking down to people, I'm going to defend these people to the hilt. You guys, I have been shoulder to shoulder with every single one of you this entire time. I am never going to turn my back on this movement. I don't care if I'm not even in the damn play anymore. I'm not turning my back on the movement. I'm not turning my back on the people who I know have been here and fought so damn hard to see change through and to make this happen. And now it's like the finish line is right in front of us and people are demanding that we give up and throw in the towel and that this is bad for us. I'm not going to take your word for it.
Everybody, if you could please like and subscribe. It helps push the into universe, helps push the algorithms, more people.
Yeah, bud. So I didn't know how it worked, but first thing I wanted to say, I want to reiterate what you had said earlier about tweeting the Spaces out, because for some reason it looks like anything with AMC is not coming up on the new Spaces and stuff. The only way I'll find out about Spaces is if they get tweeted out or if somebody sends me a message about them. So I think, everybody that gets on these space calls need to retweet them out as much as possible so we can get up in here and so on. The other thing, it was already brought up, but my question to Mark was, why did he feel that there were synthetics back when he wanted to do what he wanted to do, but now he thinks there's no synthetics? He kind of reminds me of Lou. I don't know if him and Lou got anything in common, but they both got the same kind of attitude and just seems kind of messed up. So I would have just liked to have found that out from him. What made him change his mind? That's all I got to say. I appreciate it, Tara.
Yeah, I appreciate that too. And, you guys the thing is if there was just this opportunity to hear people out and have these discussions without the ruffled feathers, I would appreciate it, because it's just so frustrating. It just feels like it goes nowhere when there's just this constant back and forth talking over each other. And it wasn't you by all means, Toby. So I really wish she was still here to counter that or comment on it without anything condescending or rude, but really just to comment on what you just said, because it's just a good point. And so many of you guys have such good points, and that's in my DMs. I'm going through them while listening at the same time, and people have just made so many great points. And I wish we could get to them all before he bounced out of here. I wish we could really hash things out. It's frustrating. It's difficult sometimes, but we'll stick with it and just keep talking amongst ourselves and do what we do best. Checkmate, what's up?
What's up, Tara? Thank you for the time. Just real quick, one of the things that I noticed with Mark today is that when you asked him why he was so angry about the play, and he used the same comments that our friend Amy has been using for the past 9 months, and he said, it's because I care. Make no mistake about this. Mark does not care about anybody other than himself and his money. The only things that would make somebody go off the rails like he is going now, same with her for the past 9 months, is you mess with their family or you mess with their money. People can think whatever they want. I thought from the beginning, Mark had 0 shares of AMC, that he never bought into this play, not for a second. And this was all to divert AMC to T0. And if that was his plan and it failed, so be it, walk away and leave everybody else alone, in the sense that why are you
Dog's
coming
back
in
there
here?
laying on
You're
the
a
floor. He's got
50-something-year-old
3
man.
couches and
You're a
beds.
millionaire, and you're still coming into space calls to vent your frustration with this play. Think about that. It's because either his family's getting messed with or his money is getting messed with. There's the only thing that will set people off the rails with this. And look, I think he's bitter. He's bitter because he was outsmarted. He was outwitted by Adam. T0 was hinging, in my opinion, on either AMC or GME going that route. And now what do they have? I don't care what they do in the future. I don't care if their stock goes to 500 to 10,000, whatever the case is. But I am in this play, and I hope everybody else is, because I believe in one person. Tara, I love you, what you've done for this movement and the community and a lot of the other people on this call. But if I didn't believe in CEO Adam, I wouldn't be here.
I agree. Who is next? You guys want to, Jess D, let's go to you.
Hey, thank you very much. Yeah, I did have a question for Mark. He's not here now, but I'm gonna pose it anyhow. He kept trying to impress upon us that we're setting our sights on hedge funds, and we should be setting our sights on bond guys. And I guess my question is, even if that's true, let's just imagine for a second that it is. How would that actually change our strategy as a community of retail investors? Why would we stop buying and holding, even if the enemy is somebody else, if you will? If anybody has an answer, I'd love to hear it.
What was the question one more time?
So he was saying that we should be setting our sights on bond guys and not hedge funds. Even if that were true, how does that change our strategy of buying and holding the play?
So great question, and I'm the one that challenged him on the bond guys. Bond guys are hedge funds, okay? So they're one and the same. Just because you're a bond trader or a stock trader or an option trader, you're still a hedge fund. If you're running a bond desk, you're a hedge fund. So you'll notice that he didn't have an answer when I told him that market makers. He said market makers are legally allowed to short, and when I said if it's a T0, then they can create synthetics. He had no answer for that. So bond guys are hedge funds, period.
Cool. Thanks, man. That's all I needed to hear. Appreciate it.
My pleasure.
It's funny. I'm still kind of going back and reading comments from people who are getting frustrated by Mark getting interrupted. I think maybe some people who just made their accounts in like July or something maybe weren't here for the fireworks that we've all witnessed and, been a part of. So maybe they don't understand the sort of tense feeling that comes over everybody when Mark enters the room, because you don't always know what you're going to get. Again, I'll say this, and I'll say it very clearly. I respect him for his experience, and I'm open to letting anyone come in here and have a respectful conversation and discussion. But I do not respect going after people for their appearance, physical appearance, whatever it may be, and just stooping to that level. I just can't get behind it. I've been bullied in the past. I stand up. I don't care who you are. You could be the freaking king and queen. You could be Elon Musk. You can be the richest person in the world. I will not stand by and be okay with people bullying other people. It's just not something I'm cool with. So, to each their own. If you love Mark because he makes you money or whatever it is, that's fine. And you can do that. And I'm not telling you how to feel. But for me personally, that's where I draw the line. So for anyone who's upset about the way Mark got treated here, I'm upset about the way that he treats others. And I want to make that very clear.
Tara, it's Rita. Hi.
Oh, okay. Hi, Rita. I didn't know if you dropped out. I didn't see you up here, so I wasn't sure. You can have the floor. Go ahead.
Okay. I'm kind of glad that I didn't speak right away, because if Mark was still on the call, I would have raked him over the coal quite often. Are you okay that I just speak for a couple minutes on here just to get a couple things out that I was never allowed to get out on the last call I was on with Mark?
You can have the floor, and then we'll move on to the New York New York guy, because I don't know how to say his name, and then move on from there.
Sounds really good.
Jacobit, I don't know. But yeah, go ahead, Retha.
Sounds really good. Okay, so there's probably a lot of people over on Twitter that know that I first was introduced to Mark and stuff over on Reddit, and he kind of took advantage of me over there and tried to pump a bunch of stuff. And Lucy Comazar got involved, and then we had Suzanne over there, and then I came over to Twitter, and he kind of did the same thing over here. And then he started chatting with you, and there was Spence, and there was E and Jenna, and there was a whole bunch of people on here. I just wanted to clarify that on the last call I had with Mark, I wanted to clarify some information that he was saying, which wasn't correct. So part of it was Mark keeps talking about his plan. I believe Mark's plan, the same as what he had on Reddit with Twitter, was to just have the following of the numbers so he could pump his T0. His plan of the NFTs actually wasn't his plan. I just wanted to comment that we have some amazing apes on Twitter that were designing, creating, and selling NFTs long before Mark came over here. And what Overstock actually issues out, it's a STO, it's a STO. It is not an NFT. So it's a securities token that's a digitalized token. So what Mark keeps talking about NFTs, it actually wasn't in fact that. And I tried to clarify that quite a few times with him. And I know, Tara, you and I, we've talked, we've kept in touch, and I really appreciate that. I wanted to also clarify that in regards to that as well, when I was trying to mention that T0 was in partnership with Apex, when Apex shut down the buy button on us, I kept getting cut off and muted by Mark and a couple co-hosts. I don't want to mention names. The past is the past. There's one fellow up here speaking that has a green frog. I don't have hard feelings right now. There's just a lack of trust on our part. What I was trying to show on that call was the proof that Citadel is a part owner of Box, and Box is half owner of T0. And Citadel doesn't own 6 or 7% of Box, it's over 15.5%. And there's a bunch of other people within Box that are owners in there. There's a lot, and some people have dropped out. And that all took place in October, November of last year. So a lot of Mark's conversations were completely incorrect. So I just wanted to point that out. I don't want to cause any arguments. It's in the SEC filings. You guys can pull up T0. You guys can pull up Box. You guys can see the numbers yourselves on who is owner of the Box and T0. So that was just that part there. I have some notes here, so I'm going through them as quick as I can, Tara. Yeah, so one of the big things was that Apex was a big part of T0 up until last year. And T0 is now their own exchange on the side there. The other thing I wanted to point out was Tara, same as you. I was bullied and harassed by a coworker for 9 years, a narcissistic person that blamed everything on me. And the last call that I had with Mark when I was muted and I wasn't allowed to speak, he was saying I had mental disorder or mental issues and I needed to seek help. And I think that only word I can say in regards to that about Mark is how pathetic he is when he's speaking like that about any individual with a disability, even the veterans. Mark's son has a disability, and I would never, ever, ever put down or be derogatory or anything with Mark's son. And I'm proud of his son for who he is and how much he has accomplished. But I wouldn't ever lower myself to that level that Mark has done that. I also wanted to point out too, when Mark was over in Spain, I was supporting him. He was over there with his family. His mother-in-law lives there, and all these comments were coming out. And I wasn't defending him. I was saying facts on a call, and I was really attacked. And I was told to publicly state that I severed my ties with Mark, and I did. Mark called me from Spain. Mark called me from California. Mark calls me from his other ranch and stuff like that. And I thought he was someone that would really, really help apes to get to the bottom of what happened on the 28th of January. Like a lot of us, but I was really mistaken. And, that's kind of a hard part there. But when he was on the phone call from Spain and he was referring to the retail investors that were on the call with Tara as cocksuckers and clowns and idiots, I don't want to tolerate anybody in that bullying and harassment way. And Tara, kudos to you. Thank you so much for standing by me and supporting me. I don't want to have to do this, but anyways, yeah. So I just want to point that out. Mark at one point sent $5,000 to Kat Stryker to support our fight against Citadel. And a lot of times what he did is he bragged about it and pointed that out. And in a way, it was just using us, especially when he says he hates Citadel, but he's in partnership with them. So that for me is a really bad trust factor. Mark bought about $1.8 million worth of AMC shares when they were around, I think it was $40 or $42 or something. I can't remember the exact amount. It was last year. He posted about it and bragged about it and all this stuff. And then he got in there and said that he sold them at a loss. So I don't think he has a position in there anymore. He did supply screenshots. So I just kind of wanted to put that out there that, I believe that the screenshots he put out there were factual, kind of things like that. But yeah, a lot of things that he's saying and doing and stuff. I bought into the American films. I bought into Anovix and Overstock. He was bragging Overstock should be over $100 last year, which it wasn't. Anovix, I bought it at $20. It went down to basically nothing, and then it just pumped back up. So I know that there's a lot of people putting a lot of money into that. I don't do it anymore. As soon as I make some of the stuff, I took a loss just to get out of it so I don't have to deal with this person anymore. But I think right now what our focus should be on is Ape and how, Adam Aaron is with us. I think Adam's amazing. He's a good looking guy. That I can't say about a lot of other people that are out there saying things about him, which I won't mention names. And I think a really strong point for us is there's been a lot of talk about phase 6 that's coming out. Kudos to AMC Biggums and Randall. I think Randall was on the call earlier. I saw him down there below. They're talking about phase 6 and the reporting aspects of what's coming out on September 1st. This is huge for us, you guys, huge. And it's a massive thing for us to be watching the shorts, the synthetics, the derivatives market, which is massive, and ETFs that have rolled up all these shit bonds and fake synthetic shares and stuff. I think that's really, really important for us to be looking at that. I think that's...
Wait. So you mean when Mark said we should be focusing our attention on bonds that people actually are?
Well, in regards to the bonds out there, they're a bunch of crap. And I know that in the Chinese bonds, who are the ones that just were kind of talking about the bonds and stuff like that? Russia. So this is a fact. Russia has all these bonds that are barely, they can't pay them back. So they shut a lot of stuff off the markets in Russia, if you guys are familiar with that. I kind of go back in the DD and do a bunch of research and stuff on different things that are going on. So we've got the Chinese bonds, we've got the Russian bonds, a bunch of things like this. And I know that a lot of the U.S. companies have bought a lot of the Chinese bonds and they're hooped. So there's a lot of institutions that are kind of screwed right now, as well as with the shorts and synthetics that are out there and stuff. And we know, we've been talking about this for a long time, what's been going on. The derivatives market is huge. I posted stuff on Reddit way back in beginning of 2021 when the buy button was shut down, with Citadel being 64 billion in debt with derivatives. And we know Melvin was their partner. BlackRock jumped in and tried to save their ass and stuff. I've got posts out there about Citadel getting the loan in place of $500 million in December of 2020 to bail out Melvin because things were so bad. We all know what happened with Robinhood. There's like 7 or 8 different vendors that shut down the buy button. I don't know why everybody's just focusing on Robinhood. There's so many of them that are out there that people should be really concerned about. One of the big things I want to point out is in regards to T0, Ryan Cohen a while ago posted something about I like Coke. I don't know if you guys remember that, but it's not the drink. he was talking about what I am thinking about. There's a fellow with the last name of Koch who was dealing with blockchain and speed. And this is freaking phenomenal. And I believe with GME and blockchain and Loopring and, maybe Atom and Wax, that we're going to have the safest, best, fastest freaking NFT, you name it, blockchain network ever established, and it's gonna fucking kick ass on that piece of shit T0. Sorry, but that's just me. So Tara, I think that's all I really wanted to say, was just to get some facts out there. I know the individual that's up on the top here, that's one of the speakers. If the past is the past, I don't want to dwell on that anymore. I want to put all that crap behind me. But I appreciate you so much, Tara, letting me speak and get these points out that I wasn't able to get out in November. And to those that have stood by me, you guys are freaking awesome. And I love the apes. You guys are the best. So thanks, Tara.
Rita. Yeah, no problem. The thing is I can hear that emotion in your voice, and it is extremely difficult. And the whole point, just to be able to be heard here can be so challenging and get anything out there. And the whole point of me starting spaces, I had like 4,000 followers at the time that I started these spaces. The point was that other people had none, zero. They were just getting on Twitter, but they had important information that they wanted to share. And I wanted a way to put it forward. And I wanted a way to bring people together, to congregate, to be able to discuss ideas and share information and push it forward. And it has just grown since then, it's wild to me to think that, there are times, and I understand when emotions are high and there's arguing and fighting and bickering and talking over each other, it can get extremely difficult to balance it. And being in the host spot can be very draining, I guess you could say, because you don't always know in the moment. It's live. You can't go back and edit it. It's not like a YouTube video where you can cut out the bad parts. It's live. We're live. And the way you convey and handle yourself live on these spaces, we're not always in the best of moods. There are things happening in our real lives. So it can get very challenging, and to try to balance, attitudes and certain personalities. And let's face it, Mark has a very big, bold personality, and we'll just leave it at that, respectfully, because it can be really difficult. And but Rita, I just want to say, no one deserves to be, to have those things said about them. And I'm sorry that happened to you. And honestly, that's why I reached out, because I'm not going to be told how to feel about others. I'm not going to be told not to talk to Retha because she is this and that. It's just, I wouldn't appreciate if other people took something about me and ran with it as though it was factual if it wasn't, So at the end of the day, we're all here. We're all here to spread information, get as much information, and learn as much as we can. So I appreciate you bringing, good points to the space. And like you said, the past is in the past, and hopefully one day it'll get there with, Mr. Cahotis too, and we can all celebrate a victory in the end. But I don't know,
I think I'm just going to finish up. I'm going to go back down to listener down here. But the final thing I just want to say is, I really hope he likes to fucking taste a crow. That's all.
I have a lot of respect for you, Rita, and I appreciate you coming up. And I don't know. I think we can just move on from there, and I won't harp on it too much. But gosh, I can feel the emotion, and it makes me feel some type of way. And it's like, we need to just have a private conversation, you and I, on the phone, and a real heart to heart, because I respect the hell out of you, woman, and I'm grateful that you're still here and you're still battling along with the rest of us.
Yeah. The only thing I wanted to point is that he can say a lot of things, but actually I present the facts. So if there's any doubt, look at my DMs and my posts, and I get the stuff direct from the SEC and the filings and put it out there. So when he's saying something and I come back and say, well, that's actually not true, you guys can believe whoever you guys want to believe. But, and that's what the bottom line comes down to. And follow whoever you want, listen to whoever you want. But yeah, there's truth out there, and there's a lot of FUD out there. But yeah, the bullying and the backstabbing and the name calling and stuff, it's childish. and it's doesn't make you look good when it keeps going on. And so yeah, I'm putting that all in the past, and I hope I don't have to post anything else. But yeah, I just let Adam know. I said, don't worry about the FUD out there. And I said, you're the best looking guy of everybody that's being talked about out there. So yeah, don't worry about it. And we'll move on. But Tara, thanks for the call. And I'm really glad to hear you. You were so polite on the phone with him, and you didn't, raise your voice and get distraught like we used to do before. And it's just kind of like, yeah, whatever. It's like, yeah, get out of here. So thank you so much. You guys have a great day. Great call. Thanks, Tara.
Thank you, Retha. I appreciate it and appreciate your kind words. Jacoby, is it Jacobus? Jacoby's?
Hey Tara, it's Jacobus. It's kind of short for my nickname, Jacoby. So
Okay, Jacoby, you're up.
I got to just throw it out there, but thanks again for the opportunity to kind of come up. And Retha, if I can give you a hug, I definitely would. And I feel really bad I have to follow up your last point because I think you did a phenomenal job, and obviously you like you've got your heart in this. So, but I was on the call earlier at work and I couldn't really jump on. I just have a couple random thoughts, and of course, with Mark and everything, like I said before in a previous call, he feels, which we could all agree on, he kind of feels like, it's just, he's a typical old guy investor who just lacks imagination. He doesn't see what, apes can do from a standpoint of just, just holding together and just being one. So of course it drives us absolutely bonkers. Cause he just doesn't unfortunately see it. And he just, and he preaches like his word is the word, and it's not. But the thing that I wanted to comment on, which I just noticed even with Mark and just some of the other calls I kind of jump on throughout the day or week or whatever, is I feel like what this is going to turn into is whether or not, however it works out with Ape and the synthetics, whether they find a way to sneak out of it or it's blatantly everywhere in terms of the naked shorting and the synthetics. I feel like Mark had mentioned something where, he said, well, if there aren't any synthetics, basically admit that you're wrong. Or, what I took from it was, maybe it's time to pack your bags and go home. And I feel like, like the narrative could be spun, if they find some sort of way to hide it, to do what they do best is just to screw over the retail investor. But I feel like, with some of the FUD I'm seeing out there and, other calls and just different spaces and things, on top of it feels like it's going to be like the synthetic sort of news story out there. People, just being adamant about, transferring your shares, right now is just as good as the week after, and just being so strong in their conviction. And then you wonder why, why are they trying to make you do something? Because they say that, oh, it's for your better, or I'm looking out for you. And we all know there's nobody looking out for us. And it doesn't matter how many times Mark says that. He's just here to care about us. No, it's just, come on. You can't honestly believe we believe that. You know what I mean? So it'd be nice if people were just upfront and honest, but unfortunately, it's not the case. I mean, and just some of the other, FUD out there, I hear bad things being tossed, obviously about computer share, and just obviously bringing up Blue, who's been, a gung-ho ape, it feels like, from the very beginning. And like even some of Trey's recent videos, I've noticed that he's sort of calmed down in his convictions in certain parts of the videos. And I'm just wondering what's, things are slowly changing, but I feel like there's definitely some different, wins out there. If that's a good way to say it or not, but just, I guess, long story short, I just feel like, they're going to, put all their money on the synthetic narrative. But that's not the reason why this all started. Had they not taken the buy button away, had they let this run to 100 plus, to 200, 500, who knows, we wouldn't be here today. But because they got greedy, because they tried to stomp on the retail investor again, that's why we're here. And to think that it's all going to end if for some reason this whole synthetic play doesn't work out, I think is kind of ridiculous. But it's kind of food for thought. I was at work. I wanted to chime in, but definitely appreciate the time, and yeah, that's about it.
Oh, my bad. Can I talk? Hey, Tower.
We're going by hands, but we can get to you. Just throw your hand up, man. We'll get to these
Yeah,
other
I
hands
can't like
first.
figure it out. My bad. I was like, I had my hand up, and it's like it went away. My bad.
No, go ahead.
I'll wait.
Throw it back up. Swing, what's going on, man?
Oh, so it's me?
All right. If you guys want to talk, put your hand up. And we'll get through these. We're just going to go from top to bottom. So if you want to talk, put your hand up. To put your hand up, how do you? I don't even remember how to do. Oh, you hit the heart button at the bottom, and on the far right, you have the little hand thing, and it'll go up if you click it. So we'll just go from top to bottom. What's going on, Swing Trader?
Hey guys, one thing I wanted to share is that I find it interesting that Mark is talking about the bondholders, because I've been also talking about the bondholders as they're probably the ones shorting the stock. And what happens when bondholders short stock, either by naked calls that get put in the money, or whatever the case might be, or through actual selling of shares? If they have sold stock that they didn't have the shares on, and now they need to get a hold of Ape, that all of a sudden turns the table, where normally the debt holders have the upper hand on the company. Instead, the company is going to have more of an upper hand on the debt holders. So to the point of what Mark said, is I don't disagree with it. I think it's actually a good thing and part of the brilliance of the plan. And I also find it interesting that Mark tried to claim that his plan had nothing to do with potential dilution, when I was on a lot of those early calls, and he talked about the ability to fundraise and use the T0 platform for small companies to fundraise. And what is fundraising but some sort of dilution? Like, you're going to be selling some sort of security, whether it's an STO or whatever, and to raise money for your company. So anyway, it seems a bit of double speak in that regards, but I appreciate Mark for some of his things that he's done in the past, as far as sniffing out frauds. Someone earlier was talking about him being a short seller and that being a bad thing, but I mean, from a lot of his resume, I won't say all of it by any means, but a lot of his resume was sniffing out fraud. So in that way, I think that's probably more a good thing than a bad thing. That being said, how he claims to be for retail and yet talk down to a lot of us, and I don't appreciate that. So anyway, but I do think he isn't. I think he's 100% on point. The debtors, the people that own the debt of AMC, are the very ones shorting the stock. That's probably why there was an oversubscription of the debt when they went to sell 500 million, and all of a sudden it went to 950 million, because there was so much demand for it. Probably because some people wanted to short the stock and leverage that to be able to do it. So anyway, I think this is, I'm still holding. I plan on holding, and if my brokers allow me, buy some more Ape at the market. And I'm not scared of any of the dilution talk, because of like what Spence mentioned earlier on the call. The amount of Ape that he may have to release in relation to the size of the float is minimal. Attack 1, 2, 3, 4, maybe at high end, maybe a 10% dilution, maybe, compared to the dilution that we've seen thus far, and yet have had the price action we've had. I think that's going to be minimal. And if it ends up paying debt for pennies on the dollar, because the debtors are the ones shorting the stock through synthetics or naked options or whatever the case might be, and Adam Aaron's able to say, "Oh, sure, you can buy Ape, but we're going to retire debt at 50 cents on the dollar, 45 cents on the dollar, whatever that might be." That will have been great a great move on Adam Aaron's part. So that'll be only bullish for the stock in the long run.
Absolutely, man. I feel like you just brought the call full circle, Swing. I appreciate it. I mean, you've been talking about the bonds for almost 2 weeks now, so absolutely 100% correct. Who was next? Is Willie still up here? Oh, Willie got dropped somehow. Let me bring him back up. Go ahead, Dino.
That wasn't Willie Long.
What's up?
I said he wasn't up here, Willie Long. Never mind.
He was a couple. Oh, I get you. Here we go.
It was Willie Long, right? Is that who was up here? Oh my goodness. Okay, I'm dumb. Okay, go. You guys got this. Thanks, Swing, by the way, for everything you just said. Was listening intently.
Awesome. Thank you, guys. I just want to say I love how strong this community is, especially when you got a FUD maker like that Mark guy in here trying to say market makers can create all the synthetics they want. Well, if they can, and they do, which they clearly do, and he's saying they won't use them to create ape. Well, they can't use them to create ape. Adam Aaron said he's only releasing the 500, let's call it 18 million, that is in circulation of AMC. No more, no less. So that means on the 23rd, if 1 million of us wake up and have no ape, guess where they have to buy ape from? AMC. It's only going to make AMC price go up. It's only going to make ape price go up. And Adam Aaron himself said they have 4.5 billion ape that they can use to create money for whatever we need, or to cover our debts or whatever he ends up using it for. But either way, that's only going to increase ape's value as they need it to cover what they already don't have. I wish he was still in here to hear that, but he left quicker than you can imagine.
Yeah, and the best thing about it is, I think Adam Aaron, 100 million, 200 million ape sold later out into the market or to specific entities is probably going to be all they need. So after now, we have 516.8 million float. We issue 516.8 million ape. So theoretically, between the two, common and preferred, there's 1 billion shares out there. Another 100 million is, 10, 20%, if even that. And if we can pay off all the debt with that, dilution's not going to be a factor. You're going to have an extreme valuation increase in the company itself. And once the credit cards hit and the retail popcorn hits, especially if they do all my phenomenal ideas, like put Dorito flavoring packets in the popcorn, they're going to bring in another $2 to $3 billion on top of their movie revenues. So now you're looking at a $7 billion annual valuation, potentially 5 to 7 billion, and they're going to be cash flow positive. AMC is going to be a stock that everybody wants to hold because eventually they'll start issuing dividends in cash. It's going to be big. That's my opinion, obviously. So,
right, and he was saying that a ridiculous number of ape was going to trade the very first day that it was released, and that just can't be true. That would mean that almost all of us would have to start selling our ape for what? If it does what they're saying it does, and AMC closes on the 22nd at $25 and ape is only worth $12 and AMC is worth $12, we're all really going to wake up the 23rd and decide that's it? Let's just sell our ape for $10? No, not a chance. Like there'll be hardly any on the very first day. And if there are, that's the first red flag that there's a bunch of synthetics that were just pushed into the market. Like that's how I see it.
100, bro.
Yeah, part of the reason why Mark was making that argument, I don't know if he was just pretending or if this is actually the case, but he didn't convey that he understood the mechanism for which you just described. So he didn't seem to understand how any of that worked. And he was using that as the basis to spread that FUD on.
If I could speak.
Yeah, go ahead.
there was a gentleman that challenged him on that exact point when he said that the market makers couldn't create synthetics, and so that's where he started stuttering. If I could just, jog your memory, so to speak, but that's not really what I want to talk about. What I really want to talk about is something that I've spoken with another pal of mine, and when we discuss, and I'm sure some of you in this room have already heard about it or thought about it, but Mr. Aaron can create ApeCoin and sell 200 million pieces of ApeCoin at $25 and wipe out the debt right there. He could put that up. He could put it's a securitized token, as the lady very eloquently was discussing earlier. Pardon me, but forget her name, but she mentioned STOs. So an ApeCoin would be a STO that immediately wipes out your whole corporate debt right there. And obviously, you can use an ApeCoin at AMC or other retailers that come on board. So that's just something I want you all to think about. I've also got juice on Gasparino, but that's probably a story for another day.
Yeah, absolutely. Her name was Retha, by the way. So just so everybody remembers.
Retha, thank you very much, Retha. And thank you, Tara, for this wonderful space. And thank you all.
All right, let's go to Nicholas, and then we'll go to Jalal.
Hi, I just wanted to say that I just want to give thanks to Tara and you, Spence, too. But I know Mark's politician stance is to dominate. He wants people to bow down because he's had people bow down to him, and he feeds us shit, and he wants us to thank him for it. And I wanted to thank Tara because she didn't bow down, and she stood up. And I even sent her a DM. I was like, "You're on fire, lady," because I love having someone like that represent us in that way or in her outlet. She stepped up to her calling here like a centaur. Half horse.
Thank you, Nicholas. Oh my goodness. My dad was Sagittarius. He actually had a big centaur tattoo on his bicep. When he would flex, it would like pull back like a bow and arrow, like the bow and arrow. So
nice.
But I appreciate that, Nicholas. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Hi, Tara.
Howdy.
Nice space. Thank you for doing this. I have a question actually for Mike regarding Covaxin.
For or from?
For him, actually. I want to hear if he heard any updates.
For who? You said
for
Mike?
Yes.
Is there a mic up?
Sorry, do you mean myself?
Yes. Yeah. How you doing?
Good. How are you?
Good, thank you. Yeah, I just have a question regarding Covaxin, if there's any updates.
Not since the earnings call, no, there's no updates.
Okay. Thank you, though.
Mike, you got any updates for for us on AMC? I was trying to talk to you earlier, but I don't know. Maybe you were away from your phone for a minute, or you're on your phone, obviously. But anything and BBBY too? I noticed it kind of coming back a little bit after hours.
Yeah. So with BBBY, the institutions place a lot more calls today. Personally, I don't think that the move is done. I think that there's a lot more to come from BBBY. They did place $55 calls earlier today, but they also had, I think it was $25 calls and $20 calls as well. And on top of that, they placed additional 15s and 17s. For AMC, let me see if there's any update. So for AMC today, they added $18.5 and $22 puts, but towards the end of the day there, 10 minutes before close, they added $27 calls, about a good chunk. totaling a lot more than the puts that they placed today. So, like we discussed before, consolidation. I think this particular ticker. It'd be really interesting to see what's going to happen over the coming weeks, considering what they are still holding. But yeah, so that's the only update that there is for AMC. However, what was it on the? Let me see here. I think it was. Oh no, never mind. That's expired. Yeah, never mind. That's the only update.
Okay. I think Swing was next, and then we'll go to Justin since he hasn't spoke yet.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks, Spence. Another thought that crossed my mind when Mark was speaking about the conspiracy theory and naked shorts not being real. Spoofing isn't supposed to be real, and JP Morgan's manipulation of the metal markets isn't real either. But yet the head metal traders at JP Morgan are going to jail for spoofing and manipulating the metals market. So yeah, that's just something to think about when someone's saying that naked shorts aren't real, and especially someone that got caught in some ways naked shorting Overstock before he went long on it. He didn't realize he was, but Goldman forced him to close his position because Goldman was lending out shares they didn't have and made Mark buy his shares in. So I don't know. far as I can tell, all different types of market manipulation are very real. It's just a matter if you get caught. It's like saying that speeding doesn't happen. No one ever admits that they speed until they get a speeding ticket, right? So, and that's what we're dealing with when it comes to these fines of $100,000 for potentially millions, if not billions, of dollars of market manipulation.
Yeah, it's basically just the cost of doing business at that point. And I'll just throw this in and I'll get back down. But because Adam Aaron has kind of been hesitant to say anything about naked shorts, it makes me wonder what his strategy is. Like if it's because obviously he has to perform his fiduciary duty, but also has to have the longevity of the company in his mind as well. So, and I guess that this will just be for anyone that has an opinion on this, but what do you think his strategy is? Like, do you think he's trying to make things squeeze, or do you think he's trying to just get rid of the debt and then make the AMC stock a healthy, dividend producing, might get up to like 70, 80 or something, and have it be a reasonable stock? Do you think he's planning on squeeze?
I've got an answer for you if you'd like to hear.
Yeah, sure, hit me.
So I'm going to date myself, but there used to be a video game called Railroad Tycoon by Sid Meier. I don't know if anyone's ever played it, but in that game, you could basically manipulate your stock. And I think what Mr. Aaron is doing is he's playing Railroad Tycoon with the stock market, which means that he's going to do everything in his power to take that stock up as high as possible. Mm-hmm. And then that means, paying off debt or whatever that means. He's, this is a movement, as others have said in this space. And at this point, if we win, if we maximize shareholder value completely. So I think that's what he's going to be doing.
Here's the brilliant thing about this. Ape technically won't have any shorts. So if the price goes up, it's not a squeeze. So for Adam Aaron to corner the shorts, which would then force them to buy Ape, making it harder to get, potentially force closing shorts on AMC common stock due to recalls, Ape goes boom, boom. Now he can come out into the open market and sell all this Ape, like say 100 million shares of Ape later on, and could potentially clear every dollar of AMC debt. So the higher the price goes, the better it is for him and for us, because that would mean there would be less on the preferred dilution to debt payoff ratio. So he wants it to go up. He's just ready to do it now. That's the thing. 6 months ago, we were not in a position to do this.
That's Railroad Tycoon that I was referring to. He's literally playing a game.
Okay, very nice. Yeah, I would align with that sentiment as well. I'm trying to get a handle on how fast he's trying to do it, because he could slow roll this and basically get AMC 100% out of debt, or he can go in for the kill and get the knockout and shoot this into the thousands, tens, hundreds, whatever it is. So it'll just be interesting to see how they.
He's gonna do a little of both, if I can answer your question, without really saying anything. But he's gonna monetize up front, and he's also gonna get a lot of back end. He's a smart man, believe me.
Sure, yeah. Okay, yeah. 'Cause I know that nothing really happened with the dividend with GameStop. People were saying that was going to start the squeeze because it exposed, the naked shorts there. But then the DTC stuff came out, so it'll be interesting to see the second that Ape drops, if they have to go through the expected scrambling to cover the crime, or if they'll just like find another way to keep it going. So it'll be interesting to see. But I bought more this morning, and I'll probably buy more if they dip it tomorrow. So I'm all in.
Right on. What's up, Justin?
What's happening, guys? Hey, sorry, a little late to the party. Not sure if anyone covered. I'm really curious to see with the issuance of Ape and what the result will be with FTDs. It's something I've been kind of thinking about, and also some of the large institution call buying. I haven't got a chance to look at Unusual Wills today at all to kind of see just the flow, if there's bid side call buying or ask side call buying. But I'm definitely interested to really see the correlation with the FTDs and issuance of Ape, and just kind of what movement it's going to be, because Ape is tied to AMC, and when you've got a bunch of FTDs, how is that going to coincide? It's probably going to be people not receiving it, or what. But I'm pretty interested to see how that'll play out.
Yeah, me too. That's the beauty of this. This supposed T0 settlement for Ape through being the preferred shares, coming also straight from ComputerShare. So it's going from book registration to market, and there's going to be a signature receipt paper trail. I'm super excited for this, you guys. I'm sure there's going to be some fuckery. We know the entire market is nothing but what's the next loophole. But as of right now, this all looks really, really good. I'm waiting to see how many FTDs pile up for AMC common stock this last week and this week and next week. So,
yeah, that's because the other thing is with all the talk about crazy, right? That's, I know, like Adam alluded to, said like, hey, like typically you do get some stock trade down on splits, as he's, put it, even though it's not a split, kind of, different, but, some of these institutions, buying, especially the in the monies, and exercising them on covered call sellers, like from retail, that hear nothing about, like, we're gonna have a drop, etc. And making sure that people that are playing, selling covered calls, anticipating some big drop and collecting premium to potentially add. Ask yourself the other question, why push a narrative to get a drop? And not saying that Adam's on it at all. So, but just the general discussion about how stuff trades around that, and not catching out some retail people selling covered calls, because I don't want to see you guys lose your shares. I don't want to see you guys, see this huge drop in FTDs because they're smacking retail people that were selling covered calls, when I, just with the option market, it's obviously pretty fucked with. So, yeah, just thought I'd throw that out there. If you're playing covered calls, expecting a big drop, I just be careful, because the narrative could always get pushed and you could get wiped out and get your shares snagged up. And, hopefully your real shares, but it would really suck to see people losing covered call their shares, thinking for the drop and really getting the pop.
Yep, absolutely. I personally would not be playing any options on this. Maybe some call options. But I'm just straight stock on this, just to keep myself centered and to keep myself in a less risk environment for this play that's coming up.
Oh no, absolutely. Especially since I do trade a lot of options, but I haven't really on AMC lately. And any I have, I've exercised, but the IV is super high, and it's just asking for moves. And I know we talked about the earnings and the big push down, as soon as the dividend was announced, and they were doing it obviously to collect premium and kill IV for any of those calls that did end up running in the money later in the day. But the IV was just smashed. I mean, I was watching calls like 400% IV just get obliterated. So also watch the IV leading into some expected move, like issuance of APE and whatnot. So anybody trading them, just be careful. This is time to just stick to your stock. And I think no options I think it made a difference. And I when Spence, I was in a ton of space calls when we were talking about it, and I think having that for the amount of time that we did, there was a difference. It felt like there was a little less fuckery going on because the liquidity was low.
Yep.
I absolutely think it worked, and I think maybe trading around this on the option side is, I'm not going to, just because of how I know that they will move it, and a lot of times they will use it to move against you. But if I see the opportunity, I may, but not right now.
Yeah, I'm glad you said that, man, because a lot of people like to come out and come after ideas that I should just have someone more liked in the community push my ideas for me. But when we did a no options May, we did it based on the fact that I created a method called Hoyles, which is highest open interest on the lowest strike. And that's what market makers were shooting for every single time. They knew they were blowing these call options out of the money. Say if max pain was 22, but there was a lot of open interest on the $18 strike, they would take it down to 18. And I'm like, these people are just getting their premium eaten.
Yeah,
it was crazy.
We'd watch those moves in a day and 2-day period, calls that you absolutely thought and even I was sitting there going, well, shit, there's a lot of calls loaded there.
Yep.
They see those, they may not hedge for them, and they just may go, fuck it, we're not going to hedge for that shit. Watch this. And it was like clockwork. I mean, I was watching on Fridays. 1:30, 2 o'clock, you just start see these, just these rejections off of levels that have been held multiple times before.
Yeah.
And just going, okay, well, I'm not, but interestingly enough, you're not seeing these big volume moves. And I take it and I give it to their algorithms. I mean, I forget who was saying, who came out going, yeah, there's hedge funds that particularly run out these, very specific algorithms on the volatile stocks, AMC, GameStop, BBBY, all that. And that, people are loading up on calls, even in the money, short expirations, they're going to crush them every time. And you got to, it wasn't until, we started not fucking around with options we were getting some more sustained moves, holding some key levels because they didn't have the liquidity to try to shove it down a lot of times. But it's always I always hate looking and seeing these strike buying that these like super far 10, 20 strikes out the money 2 days before expiration. The amount of times that those are winning trades are way less than they end up being losing. It's just protect your money. This is going to be a really kind of I think weird but interesting and fascinating thing that we're going to see play out. And my conviction it hasn't changed, so nothing's going to shake me out of it. I think there's a lot of good enough people that have the credibility that if for whatever reason, and which none of us have, including myself, like if for any reason, like there is something that absolutely dramatically changes this, where there is no potential, I think there's going to be a lot of people that go, hey, like I think we need to reevaluate this, and try to protect people, because that's all everybody, most of the people in this community have tried to do for people is help protect them. And I think you'd have somebody with a lot of credibility that, if something changed, would go, hey, we need to reassess this. But still hasn't changed for me, so I'm still in.
Yep. Bottom line, I'm getting my ape and I'm holding my ape. I know what it's worth. And I'll tell you, right after the 22nd, the first thing I'm doing is direct registering my ape. It would be so easy for retail all to just be like, I'm going to keep all my ape and make the demand go through the roof. So therefore, the ape in the treasury, the last of the 4.5 billion shares, that value goes up to the maximum levels. So Adam Aaron can issue minimum dilution and still pay off all debt. So absolutely, man.
Yeah, it's like we said. Who said debt dilution? You mean debt reduction?
Yeah. There's a ratio, and it's going to pay off on our side. I guarantee it.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, cool. I'll step down, but for the moon, guys.
Thanks, man. Have a good one. All right, AMC Big Guns.
Thank you, Tara and Spence and Mike. I appreciate your forum. And also, Sugar, I was listening to your call recently with Tara on the international side. Very good call. A couple of comments. I'm going to try to make it brief. One is there's a lot of smart people in this room and in this play. And Tara, I want to say thanks for handling Mark the way you did. I've been in the business world and the risk management practices for Fortune 100 companies, 4 different companies, and I'm used to bullies like that in the boardroom. And you handled him very well. I was impressed. I kind of enjoy bullies. And as someone said earlier, I think her name was Reba Arena, would give her a hug if she were close.
Yeah, that was Retha.
Retha, yes.
I don't like bullies. I don't like bullies, and I refuse to become one.
Some of us don't mind bullies, Spence. I'm sure you don't mind them either, but I did appreciate the way you handled him. The one thing in counter to him, and I've got a couple of questions at the end, but the one thing to counter him, if he thinks that there's not some fuckery going on in the play on AMC, I'm not sure about his intelligence. He's a very intelligent guy, don't get me wrong. But if he can't see everything that's going on a daily basis with AMC and GME, and first of all, we're all here mainly because we know this is a fundamental play, and I've put a lot of money in it, leveraged a lot of things to be in this play. And I know fundamentally, even if there are no synthetics, that it's a fundamental play and the price is about right, maybe a little low even. But there is no doubt in my mind, I'm 100% sure that there are things that are going to change as a result of the ape. First of all, we've got an ape on the New York Stock Exchange. That's pretty cool, but we are going to change the world. And one of the things that I wanted to make a comment about was, you guys in the options talk about Max Payne, and I enjoy that. You guys that do options, I'm impressed with, and you guys have taught me a lot. I actually think I could day trade based on the due diligence that you guys provide, but I don't do that. It's just a straight play for me. But I just think it's interesting that the stocks trade very similar on a regular basis. And Mark can't tell me that there's not some illegal things going on. And there's got to be some synthetics. And I happen to think personally, just based on the amount of due diligence and research that I've done, that there's anywhere from 1 to 4 billion worth of synthetic shares. That's just my opinion. Take it or leave it. It's not advice. But I think it's there. And if we own the float, which Adam Aaron has said we own 85 or 90% of the float, first quarter earnings call, I think he gave us the number. If we own the float and we own those synthetic shares, that's an awful lot of buying pressure when someone, and here's my question for those that might know the answer, when they are forced to find those shares, that's a lot of shares. And as we all know, the apes aren't selling. It's become personal with us now. We're tired of people calling us dumb money. And like I said, there's a lot of high IQ people on this call and in this play. We know it's there. Who's selling? It's an honest question. I don't think anybody's selling, and I personally don't think the $1,000 play is big enough. But that's just my thoughts. And I am curious if anyone knows how the enforcement of this has been going on a long time. My wife and my daughters talk with me all the time. Hey, they've been getting away with it forever. They'll find a loophole. And I think Adam Aaron has gotten close to at least discovering how many synthetics. But what's going to happen? I'll tell you one thing that I've done, and I would encourage it, is I've bought a share of every publicly traded company that our due diligence has revealed is shorting our stock. I've bought one share so that I can participate in the shareholder lawsuit that's going to take place for Max Payne. I'm not going to be happy till people go to jail. With one person in 2008 going to jail, that's just wrong. It's time to fix the system. Citadel, privately held, but you can still sue them for shareholder derivative suits, and they've got one coming. I promise you that. That's really all I've got to say. Thanks again, Tara and team. I love these calls. Sometimes I get worried about my play, and then I come on here and you guys just bring me right back up. Thank you very much.
Yeah, derivative suit and class action lawsuit, mark my words, is going to be the magic phrase of 2023. And to all the people who tried to go out and say, I said to sue AMC on a call a couple months ago when we were talking about class action lawsuits against Robinhood, you guys are literally just so annoying with the FUD you spread. It's time to start educating everyone's self on what different types of lawsuits there are out for class actions and derivatives and things like that. As we know, right after I hosted that call, AMC and Adam Aaron came out and said they're settling a derivative suit against the board of directors that stemmed back from a long time ago. But that's going to be settled on September 15th, I think. So that's another good catalyst too. That's another thing off the plate. So Christy, you're up, and then we'll go to Poor Astronomer and then Mr. Burp. What's up, Christy? Christina, you got to hit your mic button if you're still muted. Okay, we can come back. Let's go to Poor Astronomer.
Hello. So I just wanted to mention something that Swing alluded to and said it a few minutes ago, but I don't know how clear it was. But Mark always has questioned this whole concept of naked shorts and has always called it a conspiracy theory, even from the very beginning of when he arrived in the community a year ago or whatever it was. But as Swing said, Goldman Sachs had delivered to Mark 20 million shares to short. Mark borrowed them from Goldman, and they were, in fact, synthetic. And they had the big court case over it and everything else. And so it really is curiously baffling how somebody who actually borrowed synthetic shares and, suffered a share recall, which is exactly what we're kind of hoping will happen here this week, right? And yet he goes around saying there's absolutely no evidence of this, and it's just a pipe dream. And meanwhile, there's all sorts of fines that are being levied, and while I'm sure they're a very small fine compared to the profit, we see it a few weeks ago with the group up in Norway, was it? And just throughout all the fines. So it happens all the time. It actually happened to him, a single small hedge fund guy, and he was delivered 20 million synthetic shares. So it really is curious why he would say this. And if anything, it's like direct evidence that it does happen. And again, he was one hedge fund, perhaps of very many. And, Copper River Canyon or whatever he had, I think was a relatively small player. And it's really absurd. And I really think that point has to be known by everybody that's in here, and curious if there is any kind of question about the existence of synthetics. And that's it. You can boot me down.
Yeah, thanks for that, poor astronomer. I mean, the community has not been wrong about pretty much almost anything this entire time. And we're not even the ones that issued the first, maybe the first about synthetics and naked shorting, but the MSM has even come out and admitted to the existence of naked shorts. I mean, failure to deliver themselves in high volume are pretty much evidence of naked shorting. So they go hand in hand. Mr. Burke. Oh, go ahead, Fort.
And the last thing, and you have the guy from Virtu there, Dougie, what's his name, sitting there talking about infinite liquidity. And, all the signs are on the wall, and it's as clear as it can be. And I still don't question, or I'm still convinced they're going to try some undone before till now, fuckery in order to prevent the ape from being FTD'd in the hundreds of millions or something. But it's just plain as day, it seems to me. So for all those who question, and if you have any whatever with what Mark Cohodes says, what I really am curious about is how a man who had it happen to himself could actually sit there and then dismiss it all as just a fairy tale. It just baffling to me. And I will say, he did not create the fake shares. Mark, he can't do that as a hedge fund. He's right. But what he's borrowing from somebody could very well be synthetic. And essentially, he didn't know until he got the callback, because when they came out with the STO, they had to get those shares back before, they were exposed as synthetic shares. So it's exactly what we think is happening. And it happened exactly like that to him. And it's just baffling to me that he would, come around and try to poo-poo the theory based on the fact that he went through it. Okay. Thanks, everyone.
Man.
Yeah, I just want to. Oh,
go ahead,
sorry.
Bert. Go ahead, Bert.
Well, I just wanted to follow up on both what poor astronomer and AMC Big Guns was saying. You guys, Mark ended up conceding that. So he ended up admitting that there are synthetics. He was trying to dismiss the synthetics out of hand on the basis of whether they were legal synthetics or illegal synthetics, which circles back to a point that another speaker had brought up quite a while, maybe as much as an hour or more ago. But it doesn't make a difference if they're legal or illegal. But Mark appeared to not understand that. I'd have to imagine, with having 40 years of experience, that he would understand that. But that his feigned or perhaps true incredulity was exactly where that was coming from. And he ended up he didn't completely backtrack, but you could hear his confidence lower, and he kind of gave up on that point. And he did admit that he was like, oh yeah, well, there's, legal synthetics, but I guess he doesn't understand that you have to have APE to cover all those also.
Absolutely. Christina, did I see you pop back up?
Yes, I'm so sorry. I'm painting at the same time. My hands are all dirty. So, anyways, I really appreciate you guys bringing all this information out. I know everybody says that, but I just want to say I really do, and I'm hoping for some thoughts. I'm Canadian. We use a probably the most popular app we have, at least where I live, is Wealthsimple. We are having major issues. We can't get an answer out of them about APE, what they're going to do. Still today, we don't know. They say it's caught up in our CDS, which is the distribution company for, I think, the 4 biggest provinces here, and blame them. Well, I talked to them on August 11th. They aren't supposed to talk to us as retailers at all, but I said she was kind of being, I don't know, a bit guarded, but kind of seemed to be hinting at something. So I said, look, are you trying to say that my brokerage might be dishonest? And she said, I'm advising you to get legal counsel. So, and here we are today. Yeah. So here we are today, and they finally sent out an email, because I mean, we've all, I guess we're now talking on Twitter too about all this, but everybody's been messaging and trying to get something out of them, and they're not answering. So today they finally sent out an email about what the plan is, and they don't know what the plan is. They're saying that, and it's still CDS. They say that is the problem. So I contacted Quest Trade, and they have no issues. They're getting it from the same clearinghouse. They are giving the APE on the 19th, and it'll be ready to trade on the New York Stock Exchange on the 22nd. No question, no hesitation, and they're getting it from the same people. So something's going down with Wealthsimple, and if anybody's listening, follow me, please, because we got to get together here.
Thank you, Christina. Really quick, I was just going to say, I won't be surprised if in the future, after all of this is said and done or in the works, that, there's some whistleblowers and people come out of these brokerage firms and say, this is how they told us to handle this situation. And we find out that there was a lot of dirty things happening behind the scenes. Go for it, Spence.
I've been saying for weeks, in months, me and PJ hosted the call specifically about class actions against brokers, because where it's going to hit the fan is these shady app brokers who don't have any real structure are not going to be able to deliver on the shares they've been selling people that are not real. Those IOUs are going to look like the worst crime scene evidence in history on them, and it's going to be huge. And Christina, I would tell you this: every single thing your broker is telling you and sending you and speaking to you, record it, document it, make copies of it, and get it all consolidated into a single folder, because there are going to be law firms out the wazoo going after these brokers.
I'll tell you what,
weren't you kind of being the point person? Sorry, really quick. Weren't you kind of keeping a file and a track record of people coming to you with this information?
I will. I brought it up as an idea that we need maybe a new Twitter account. Like, I could create a new Twitter account called, the Ape Broker, whatever. We could come up with a name, but we need a centralized
broker tracking. It should be broker tracking. Yeah, we need, like how there's a Pelosi tracker, we need a broker tracker that tracks all of this stuff that they're doing.
That's a fantastic idea. I have, thankfully, it's not my first rodeo with legal stuff. So I've been literally talking to them on the phone and recording it with my old phone. I have it on YouTube already saved. I have all the emails saved, screenshots of all the chats, and I even have I asked them 17 different ways, this guy in an email chain, about what are the plans for GME? Are we getting the stock split and dividend? And he tried to dodge the question so many times. And plus I was actually asking him, hey, are you selling shorted shares, or are they real shares? He's like, no, they're real shares, and we don't loan shares out. I said, that's not the question. That pricked my ears up right away. The question is, are you buying shorted shares? Are you I want to know. And he sort of dodged it, but I really pinned him down. So I have that as well. So if that's the issue, if that's why that they're not answering us and something's going sideways here, then I also have that too. So I'm more than happy to share.
It's definitely going to go sideways.
Yeah.
The first person to come out against me and PJ when we talked about class action against brokers literally was Lou. Lou got on, made a YouTube video, and said we were going to sue AMC, and any litigation against brokers would get AMC delisted. So we're right over target. We're knocking on the right doors, and
Yeah.
we're barking up the right trees. So
Yeah, I agree. Well, we'll get there. Just stick together.
yeah, thanks,
Yeah,
Christina.
thank you. Thanks so much.
All right, sugar. What do you want? What's up, dude?
Man, I love you guys, dude. It's you, Tara. You guys always have one of the best calls, and I'm just proud to say that I started with you guys, and one day I'm gonna end with you guys. It's and everybody that brings something to the table in this call. The knowledge, the encouragement, the uplifting. Everybody. So it's an honor to be in a movement alongside all of you guys. And Stockwitz, thanks to you too, man. Special thanks to you that you take out your precious time out, and you give us tell us about the options. And it's really good to have people like you guys in this group. And I just want to say, Spence, we gonna do the same overseas apes call on a Thursday, because I want as many as people to share their experiences, share their story, where they are from, how it has been for them for last 18 months, 12 months, whatever it is. And just give people a platform to be people. And it'll be good. And if you guys will be all able to join it, I'll be very thankful to you and Tara and everybody else.
Absolutely, man. I want to tell you, this is something that the community's missed for a while. You're doing one of what I consider one of the most important things for the play, which is consolidating globally apes and getting the communication channels open. Because when the German apes and the Canadian apes and the UK apes don't get their dividends delivered properly, we all need to be able to talk to each other, because our Twitter feeds don't push certain, I don't see a lot of German ape in my feed, but I'm seeing more now. So we all need to know what's going on in each country, and we need to know where the failures are happening with these brokers and the distributions. Because as soon as one ape doesn't get their dividend and they've legally owned shares for the right dates, that's all we need. Just one ape not getting their dividend.
100%. And now it's not the time to be quiet. Now is the time to be loud and proud. We have done everything we could. Adam has done a great job. It is one of the best opportunities we got now. And now is not the time to just sit back and be quiet. We'll be as loud as we can be, and we'll be as proud as much as we can be. So thanks to you both. You guys always have my back, and everybody. And I appreciate you guys always giving me a chance to speak and be myself. So I'll let you know when I schedule with Tim and Dominic and all those guys. And like more people, like Canadian apes can have calls like in their their country. And let's have more and more, like wherever you are from, like be loud. So because next few weeks, like you said, it's gonna be lot of shit's gonna hit the fan. So sorry about my language, but there'll be a lot of stuff that if everybody's saying it's not there, synthetic not there, this and that. Well, it's only a few more weeks. Let's stick around and find out.
That's right, buddy. And yes, loud and proud. Everybody needs to be communicating. And like I said, you guys, documentation of any fuckery from your brokers is so important to have it snapped, screenshotted, recorded, duplicated, copied, and consolidated. This is going to be a big event. So, all right, what do we got here? Dylan, what's up, man?
Thanks for having me up. I wrote a couple things down as I was listening. But as far as Mark Cahotis goes, did you guys ever see that video he did with Matt Kors?
Oh, man, that was so long ago. I don't even remember it.
It was a great video, though. They talked on some great topics, and I know everybody's got mixed feelings about YouTubers, but it was a great video, and I had a lot of respect for Mark coming into the space when he did, and I loved what he was talking about, and I honestly loved his plan with these STOs. Now, are we thinking that STOs are going to act the same as the ape share?
initially the theory was a 1-to-1 with some kind of proper tracking that can prove the existence of synthetics would do the same thing. Yeah. So
I've just been so, I don't know. I've been like losing faith in this NYSE, the whole stock market, though. Is there some way that they can manipulate it? Whereas they can't do that on the blockchain with an STO. But at the same time, for Mark to come in and talk about the STO, when he did, it was like he knew there was something going wrong. But now we're talking about something on the NYSE, though, and he's saying no, it's not. There's no naked shorts, but it's almost as if back then he knew there were. But this was a blockchain-based system he was talking about.
That's the whole point, is Mark coming up now and trying to say, he didn't really say there wasn't naked shorts. He said he thought it was the argument of being illegal or legal. But the whole point is the T0 STO dividend would have exposed naked shorts the same way that the preferred share one is, but it's more or less now just controlled internally by AMC. So now they have maximum fundraising potential on it. So, but interesting. Flip just posted something in a DM to me, and it's a Citadel 13F filing, which shows a 94. That can't be right. Billion? 94 billion 744 million loss between Q1 and Q2. So yeah, that's interesting. I got to read through the filing all the way, but I was saying earlier, when Citadel puts out their next annual report, those $65 billion of securities sold short, not yet purchased, I've got a feeling the number is going to go up on that. But if Melvin's losing money and Tiger Global's losing money and freaking Archegos was losing money, Citadel is definitely losing money. It's a 08 situation all over again, times 10. And I think it's only a matter of time before the SEC turns its hounds loose. They're going after Robinhood and Melvin now. It's only a matter of time before they get and put Citadel on notice. So
He kept mentioning, like we were talking about conspiracy theories, but I mean, for him to come in when he did, he knew there was naked shorting going on, and now he's saying, nope, that's all taken care of. And maybe it is because these guys are so underwater they know the ape token is coming up, or the dividend. Maybe that's got a thing to do. I just can't understand why he would flip-flop like that. Is he really that much of a narcissist? Like, I had so much respect for him in the beginning.
I think it's all just sour grapes from Adam Aaron not doing his plan. And to the post above, I think somebody put a couple extra zeros on the end. It is in the millions. It's not 94 billion. Obviously, their valuation isn't that high. So, but it's just, AA came out and we were talking the STO plan, and a lot of people were for it. Some people were against it. AA came out in an unofficial tweet for the company and said, this is likely illegal, this and that, blah, blah, blah. And it was a pretty shocking tweet to have right first thing in the morning. And the stock did take a tumble after that. But in that, it was his way of going, we are going to do this plan, but we're going to do it our way. But I can't come out and just say that. So now I understand why that tweet was published.
By doing that, yeah, I agree 100%. And I even mentioned that to Mark prior. I said, there's a good chance that AA doesn't want this to wind up in litigation and can't speak on this matter and already has a plan of his own in the works. And Mark just, denied. But I repeated that to him multiple times when Adam was not responsive, to what he was saying. Oh, dang it. I was just going to tell you something and I completely just lost that train of thought. Dang it. It was so important too. I'll think of it.
It's the day for forgetting. I've forgotten like 50 things because I had a rough night. So
what were you just saying right before that? What were you just saying?
About Citadel?
Oh, no. Dang it. I don't know. I don't remember. That's such a bummer. It was
Was it
something to do
about?
with Mark and the whole thing, but I was just trying to remember back to that time and when he came initially with the STO idea and he came on the space. We had a lot of people in there. I mean, thousands of people. It made mainstream media. Oh, that's what I was going to say is that you had made a point when Adam came out and shot down the idea very publicly as he did. We were extremely frustrated and disappointed because we saw the stock price, fall, which the market took a hit too. But the stock price did immediately reflect that. And we had, shorts coming out and saying they would go long if this was something that Adam was going to do. So we came and said, that really emboldened the shorts on the stock, right? So I'm just curious how many of those shorts, who were emboldened are now scrambling because they said, oh, Adam's not doing this idea, short it more. And then ultimately they're going to pay for it.
Like the ultimate bear trap.
Bro, he laid out, I mean, we all sort of did because without even knowing we were, but by just talking about that idea being potentially even possible, and then the stock running back over to 40, and then him coming out shooting it down and the stock dropping, and then the whole market taking a hit, and the stock got all the way back down to 9 and people were shorting this thing at 13. I'm like, why would you short this at the bottom? What are you even thinking that is so dangerous? If I've seen meme stocks, I know what they're capable of. They run like crazy. I mean, look at BBBY and just what's been happening just in the last week. When they go, they go. It can just go off. And, the potential loss on a short is infinite. So that is a huge risk that I definitely would not be willing to take. But I just wonder how many people were emboldened, like you had stated, by Adam coming out and saying, we're not doing that idea. And now it's happening in such a way. And those same people are coming out and fudding it as hard as they possibly can. And then trying to delay the ape, dividend. And it just really makes you wonder how short people must be because they thought Adam didn't have a plan of his own up his sleeve.
Adam Aaron basically laid out Atlantic salmon covered in honey, and the bears just ran completely after it. Like every bear out there was like, "Oh, it's freaking feast time." So now everybody, we've seen it already this week. Everybody is absolutely scrambling.
I almost changed my name to Tara Bear during that time. Go ahead. My bad. Go ahead.
I don't recall who the speaker was, but somebody said that this, for the hedge funds, this wasn't a short play, it was a kill play. And because of that, there was no way that they could get out. So yes, I agree that the behavior of the shorts, I often think of them as lemmings, because if you've ever played that game where back in the 90s where they just keep walking and they'll walk off a cliff and splatter on the ground. But according to that guy, and it seems pretty plausible to me, that they can't get out of it. There's no way that they can get out of it.
Gotta love the 90s. Jeez, that's wild. They just splattered on the ground. I don't know what game you're speaking of, but that sounds pretty intense.
Can I say something real quick?
Go for it.
So they can short without a borrow. Can they lend without a borrow? Can they lend?
Can they lend without owning?
Can they lend us this ape share as if they were to, like when they naked short, they just keep on borrowing the same short, the same share. So when they go to give us our ape shares, can they just keep on lending it until we want to cash them out? Then, yeah, it's almost like a run on the bank. Like if everybody cashes out at the same time, there's not going to be enough ape shares, but maybe they can just keep lending it. That's where
I don't
confused.
think so, because it's going to be based on a T0 settlement time frame, and from what I read, it's non-marginable. So lending out someone's ape, one, you should be with a broker or direct registered that's not going to lend your shares anyways. If you're with Webull, they are absolutely 100% lending your AMC out, so they'll lend your ape out too. But in that, with the structure and the mechanisms that ape is set up on to be delivered and processed, it's going to be, unless they sell their ape into the open market, then short sellers can start facilitating things once they have control of it. But I do believe you're probably going to see a lot of recalls happen. So,
did anyone else see that only 5.87% of AMC was traded on the NYSE today? Only 5.87%.
That's because it's all buying pressure. It's all buying pressure they're shoving into the dark pool.
Exactly. This thing, I do not doubt that it's going to absolutely explode. But I don't know, like, will there be some sort of loophole, Spence? And that's why I get giddy when you say, they're not going to be able to do what they're able to do with AMC. And that's why I'm not going to sell my ape, because if there's a chance, if you're telling me there's a chance, like, there's no way in hell I'm going to give up a golden ticket like that. I don't care who it could be Lou and Mark and the whole lot of them threatening me and telling me to sell my ape. I don't care. This is a chance I'm willing to take. If I lose, I lose. Like, I've lost before. I come back. You know what I mean? Like, we've all lost before. We don't care. It's a risk I'm willing to take personally. Obviously, I can't give other people financial advice or anything like that, but there's no way I'm going to just let this thing go because of, them claiming that it's just not going to work. It's just not going to work. Well, we'll see.
Say this. We don't get a massive triple-digit squeeze. AMC is still going to be able to pay off its debt, and it's still going to have big revenue streams coming in 2023. It's going to be a debt-free company with cash flow. The stock price, fundamentally, $30 is no problem. And if they have cash flow, they'll start issuing cash dividends, and AMC is going to become an absolute powerhouse. But now they have the market cap. They have enough shares out into the market to get fundamental share price values higher and higher. And, like they say, a Tesla-type following. Like, there's a lot of, I don't want to say cult, obviously, is the magic word everybody's been using this month, but there's a lot of dedicated investors into the company. There's no reason that supply and demand can't work the same for AMC the way it did for Tesla. So,
well, and that's the way I view it, as a win-win. So if Ape is released and we see this massive run up to, say, double, triple digits, whatever, high double digits, triple digits, wherever it could go, which is, we've seen other things do some pretty crazy stuff in the past year and a half or so. But say that doesn't happen and we're sitting on this thing. In the meantime, AMC is able to pay off some of their debt using this option, or pay off all of their debt, potentially. And then you have this perpetual gamma squeeze type situation for AMC and Ape, where there's such a massive following. Anytime this thing hits, certain numbers or certain percentages and the news, people, they can't hide it. It's all eyes on this ticker, like, repeatedly. And we've seen it happen time and time again. So, I mean, for me, that's why I view it as a win-win. Either way, in my mind, it's justified, because I want to see AMC as a company. I want to see them, their longevity. I want to see them doing well. And I want to see a squeeze. Of course, I want to see a squeeze. Of course, I want to see the shorts just get laid away. But at the same time, neither one is a lose if it's one or the other right away. So, I don't know. I believe what you're saying to be true. And I think with paying off debt comes also a lot of opportunity for AMC to continue in that, and CEO Adam to continue in that sort of Warren Buffett type deal, where he's taking other companies under his wing and saying, hey, I'm going to help you get out of the situation that you're in and get back to business as usual because of whatever, things that have sort of stalled them out, like he's done with Highcroft Mine. And now there's a potential for a lot of money to be made in that situation. So I don't know. I think that I think it's a bright future for AMC and CEO Adam and the lot. I mean, and anyone who, is invested will hopefully, see dividends literally from it. So, yeah, I appreciate what you said, Spence.
Shit, I appreciate what I said. I don't know if you guys have noticed, but I have a tendency of being magically correct on a lot of catalysts going forward. Almost like I can see the future. Not to toot my own horn, but toot.
So you're saying you're Elon Musk?
I'm pretty correct on a lot of things. So, and Elon is a pretty awesome dude. I do kind of model my, attitude off of him. So,
Yeah. Well, I'll just give you a little. I'll just give you a little bit of information that I know that other people don't know is that Elon Musk actually follows what CEO Adam does. I'm just playing. But I think they all kind of recognize each other, if you will. I think that Elon Musk is very well aware of Ryan Cohen. CEO Adam knows about the sort of following that they've, cultivated, I guess you could say, with retail. And it is very similar to what Elon Musk has built with Tesla. And it's an honor to be a part of it, and I am pro Tesla. I'm, and not everyone is, and you don't have to be, but I like what Elon Musk brings to the table, and I like how he does most things. Maybe not everything, but I mean, I don't know if there's a single person out there that I 100% am just gonna agree with everything they do and say, I guess. We could get to, I don't know. Do you know the order, Spence, that people were raising their hands in? I wasn't paying attention.
Just start with Burpee and we'll go down. Burpee, Justin, Pete D, and Dylan. We'll go to Burpee first.
I just wanted to say two things. The market cap of AMC only needs to be approximately $500 billion for $1,000 per share. So, depending on how many synthetics there are, this certainly isn't financial advice. I don't know if I could be able to hold it to $1,000, but it's totally within the realm of possibility that it could go higher or much higher than $1,000, not just in the hundreds. And also, I can't, regarding what Tara was saying, I can't believe that off exchange is even considered acceptable. And I find their existence alone infuriating. And I believe that those and their usage, their deployment, and what they're used for is perhaps one of the greatest crimes that has ever been committed in the United States as far as theft and robbery is concerned.
Very well said. Was it Justin? Justin, are you there?
Yeah, no. So it was a touch on the back. I think whoever said about Ape and seeing if people start to sell and shorts may start to get it and run it up by actual people holding it. I forget who ran the theory of having like a large, like a high limit sell order placed there, and then that would actually prevent those shares from being lent out because there was a pending sale on them. That would be kind of interesting, But I know, like, if you're not using, someone where you're trading on exchange or whatnot, especially if like Webull, Robinhood, they may not even have it to even make a difference. But people that actually hold shares, direct registered or whatnot, having, super high limit sell orders takes those out of the equation because you can't lend out a share that has pending sales on it. But not saying to go put limit sales on your shares if you don't, want to. But I mean, placing, couple $1,000 limit sell orders on your stuff it makes sense, but also I think kind of risky.
Why is it so quiet? Pete D, what up?
Can I do one for Tara? Tara, I got one for you. Ready? Tonight the music seems so loud. I wish that we can lose this crowd. This way, we hurt each other with the things we want to say. We could have been so good together. We could have danced this dance forever. But now who's gonna dance with me? Please
We
What's up,
need
Tara?
lighters. I wish I could put up a flame in the chat.
dividend was going to cause. I've been holding AMC for 2 years now. Kind of expected a little bit more price action, to be honest. I know we were up about 100%, but guess I'm just going to have to sit and wait on my hands.
This is a bit of a tinfoil hat, but consider that, if it really is truly a kill play for the hedgies instead of a short squeeze, or I'm sorry, not a short squeeze, but just a shorting, like they're trying to kill the stock, right? And they were in so deep underwater, it could be the case that if they were to cover, well, that would destroy them. So every day that they can postpone anything is one more day that they get to exist before they're completely destroyed. Again, it's tinfoil hat, but maybe that's part of the reason that we're not seeing it just plow straight to the moon right now.
Gotcha. Just, wouldn't you think it'd be in their best interest to let the price run this week to try to shake off paper hands?
That's a double-edged sword. They might get people to sell, but we all know we're getting a dividend. If people don't sell and they let the price run, then they let all the call options land in the money. I mean, all of them. And you're risking a potential massive squeeze scenario.
Gamma squeeze on top of the regular squeeze. Got it.
Yeah, they would literally be down at the food bank trying to get ramen noodles that expired because that's all they're going to be able to have to eat for a week. I can't wait. One of these days, man, it's coming soon. These hedge fund asshats are going to have sleep for dinner, and they're going to know what it's like, and I can't wait for that day.
Hey, Spence, I have a question for you.
I read it. Sorry, I had one more thing. I read an article regarding AMC diluting the APE dividends. It was like 215 million shares that would be able to pay off AMC's debt. Now, would you expect to run Q4 or Q1 of next year?
What do you mean
was to happen? No, if AMC diluted APE, the 250 million shares to pay off all their debt.
When?
Yeah. I don't know exactly when they would announce that, if that would come immediately after the APE is issued, or would they wait till Q3 to come out and let everyone know, hey, yeah, we're diluting APE X amount?
I think Adam Aaron's just going to wait for a good price target on APE. I think he's going to see APE, say it goes to $30 a share. He can come out and issue a couple 100 million shares minimum and pay off.
My only issue with that is how is APE supposed to run higher if we're already going to own it? Like the whole float. There's going to be no shares available to buy, right? So the only way that would happen is if there was dilution, right?
If we own the whole float, which is over 516.8 million shares, and Adam Aaron sells another 200 million into the market, what's to say that retail isn't going to snatch up over 50% of those, and demand is still going to be through the roof?
Right. But you would have to dilute in order for that buying pressure to come in, right?
Yeah, but at the same time, you got to remember, too, the dilution ratio to debt payoff, paying off $3 billion in debt by issuing 100 million shares is going to fundamentally increase the value of the company. The stock price isn't going to tumble.
Yeah, I agree with that. And that's why I was saying that there was someone who did a very detailed breakdown showing that if they did dilute up to 213 million shares, that they could possibly pay off 90% of their debt.
You sure it wasn't me? Because I tweeted that out like a week ago.
I don't remember. I could find the.
See, here it is, man. Y'all want me to add you as speakers, but you don't follow me. I see how it is. I know you probably all follow Tara though.
Hey Spence, what happens if shorts get margin called or synthetics, whatever gets margin called? They have to have APE, but Adam Aaron doesn't dilute. What do you think would happen in that case?
just from you saying that, I had like a quarter orgasm sitting here streaming live. So if they get margin called and they can't get ape and they have to force close their shorts, one, the demand for ape is still going to be incredibly high, but AMC is going to explode on the squeeze scenario. And the higher AMC goes, the more demand for ape there's going to be, because other short sellers are going to be trapped into play. So now you have potentially a what do you call it? Perpetual squeeze scenario between the two securities, because demand is through the roof for both of them, but they're from the same company.
Kind of like a supply crunch.
Yeah, it's so hard not to overhype all this. Because there could be, in some random scenario way, somehow they figure this out. I don't know. There's so much that could happen that we haven't seen happen yet. But theoretically, right now, they have minimal time to figure out what to do. And the fact that BlackRock unloaded 50% of their position, to me, is a really good indicator of things to come. And a BlackRock unloaded 50% of their position, and our price went up almost 100%. So what does that make you theorize there?
I can give you color on that.
They took synthetics off the market, so now what I call the market free float has been undiluted a little bit. There's a free float that's legal, and there's a market free float. And I think with the direct registration push we've been doing since May, taking shares off the open market, direct registering them, is effectively possibly taking 3 synthetics per 1 share right off the market. So everything we've done since May, since we hit 910, we started pushing real common sense direct registration. Adam Aaron's doing the dividend, preferred stock, T0 settlement times, and no options May. We've had nothing but price discovery. So I don't know. I feel pretty good about myself right now. And I have to tell you all something awesome. I've invented a new cocktail, and it's absolutely phenomenal, right? It's only the first one I've had today, so, don't come at me. It's 12-ounce glass with 1.5 ounces of Bombay gin, 1 ounce of simple syrup, and those ice-flavored, sugarless, carbonated sodas you get from the grocery store. It's absolutely phenomenal. I just need a name for it. Ape juice. It's called ape juice.
Bro, I was just about to say that.
Pete, what's up, buddy? How you been?
Am I up now?
Yeah.
Living the dream, right? Living the dream. I can offer some color on some of the things talked about in the last little bit that I hopped on. I've only been on for about 30 minutes or so. I would remind people that if you ever talk to a CEO of a publicly traded company, like I've talked to one that tiny little dollar stock that's actually moving tonight, but people don't understand the just how much scrutiny they're under for quote unquote going after shorts, right? So the SEC, our beloved SEC, has made the playing field so fucked up that if a company is deemed to be going after the shorts, it's big time trouble. Your D&O, directors and officer insurance, doesn't cover you for that. So when people were talking about Adam Aaron kind of bailing on the dividend, I wanted him to do a digital dividend, but the minute it got into the realm of this is to get the shorts, my guess would be he legally had to bail out. He had no choice, because just look at the Overstock situation. The shorts sued Overstock 3 times. It went to a circuit court, all the way up to a district, to a federal circuit court. They kept suing Overstock on the way up because they said the shorts were saying, you did this to get us. And the judge kept throwing it out, and they would appeal, and it went to another one. So as it relates to Adam Aaron and the dividend and that kind of stuff, these guys are under much more scrutiny than you think as it relates to doing anything that could be deemed that they are quote unquote going after the shorts or trying to manipulate. I mean, you can't make this shit up. That literally that they're defending their currency and they have to do it with their hands tied behind their back and their legs tied together. They have to be very careful of what they say and what they do, because I know this firsthand of advising the CEO of a tiny little company who did it brilliantly, but we couldn't talk about anything related to getting the shorts in any kind of email or anything else, because he's like, look, you don't understand. The minute that's in print or talked about, it's over. I can't do it.
So basically they made Adam Aaron the one-legging man in the ass-kicking contest.
Well, yeah, everybody on the call would, my guess is everybody on the call would, if they were in his shoes, would probably do the same exact thing, because you got lawyers up your ass saying you can't do it. It will get sued, and I'm sure the shorts behind the scenes were threatening to sue the fuck out of him if
that's why he made an unofficial tweet instead of filing an 8K with it.
Correct. So and it might be illegal. So he had the CYA for that. That's just my opinion based on a lot of experience watching this shit. So as it relates to that, regarding BlackRock, I haven't looked through it, but don't forget I was talking about this a lot when you had the removal from Russell 2000, right? BlackRock runs massive index funds. So I haven't looked at the filings, but that big dramatic drop in ownership from BlackRock could be other things, but it could also very well be tied to AMC coming out of the Russell on June 30th, June 20th, 17th, I forget what it was, yeah. the Russell rebalance day. So I talked a lot about it on Twitter, where you had your marking day, which is usually the first week of May. That's when the Russell index people take a snapshot, a year-over-year snapshot to see. And then between May 7th, roughly May 7th and June 15th, they come up with their reconstitution, meaning they're rebalancing. AMC was deleted, right? And so it used to be 15, 20 years ago, trading the Russell 2K rebalance was literally like, I mean, it was just shooting fish in a barrel, right? You can make so much fucking money if you were tied in with the big firms and whatnot, because they would get these orders and they rebalanced the whole thing in one day. And it was crazy. You'd have these final prints that were 20% above the market. You'd have these closing prints that were 20% below the market, all sorts of crazy shit. And then the Russell gradually over the years, they basically gave the heads up to the big index players what the reconstitution is going to look like. So if you go and look at the chart of AMC, it started getting pressure first week of May, and straight down to the Russell to the mark day. Well, that was the mark day. But then the first week of May, right into the Russell rebalance, the big index funds were selling every day. And so they gradually sell. That keeps some on into the event. And then the whole thing going into the final rebalance day is to make sure the closing price on the rebalance day is below the average price of the index funds selling. If not, they have what's called a tracking error, meaning if they're an index fund and you sell below the price of where it comes out of the index, you are permanently going to underperform the index by, tiny little mils, but you're going to underperform. So that whole period of the first week of May, you could see it in the chart when they basically got the phone call that it was going to get deleted from the Russell. You could see it. It was pound, ba-boom, 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 all the way down. And then that rebalance day was basically the release day of when that all got cleaned up. And then I think 200 million shares closed on 80 million shares on the final print. But most of the work was already done on that. So I would speculate that BlackRock selling that big chunk was more related to their index shares that they had to sell, right? So if anybody understands how index funds work, there's no person that looks at it and says, well, that's too expensive, let's sell it. They take their cues from the people that run the indexes once a year, and that's the rebalance / reconstitution that goes on once a year. It's always in June. So I haven't looked into it, but my guess is the big sell from BlackRock was related to Russell 2000 index stuff. And then
that's what Swing was saying too, and I agree with it. It's just such timing. You know what I mean?
Well, I was telling everybody, it was obvious. If you've been around and you've lived through Russell rebalances, it's a month-long process, and they manipulate the hell out of it to make sure they don't have a tracking error. BlackRock, Vanguard, all the big boys, they can basically control where a stock's going to close on a given day. And they made sure, if you look at it, if you take the trailing average price, the VWAP over from May to the reconstitution date, you look at the average price and you see where it closed below that average price. They made sure of it. And then guess what? After it was all clear and done, oh, look at that. The helium balloon was allowed to rise. From that perspective, I guess I would also just say, listening to other people's comments, I would just reiterate that I don't know why anybody would just like, oh, I'm going to sell my ape. Well, all they did was cut your apple pie in two pieces. That's all they did. They didn't do anything other than cut your apple pie in two pieces.
Why would you still have the same weight in apple pie, even if it's cut in two pieces?
Yeah, it's basically going to act like a split. Basically, in one hand you had all your AMC, and now you're going to have ape in the left hand, whatever, and the two are going to add up to one. My point is, I don't know why anybody who isn't selling today would sell tomorrow or whatever the day is you get your ape. That just befuddles me. I'm like, why would you do that? They haven't even announced any capital raise. They haven't. The only thing that's happened is they've cut your apple pie in two pieces. That's it. That's it. So everyone just relax and let's see what happens. There's fucking chaos behind the curtain, guys.
Oh yeah.
There's fucking chaos. I mean, you're seeing it in dozens of other stocks popping off, and that's a sign that they're trying to de-lever and de-risk because ahead of this. You can see it. I can rattle off a bunch of other stocks that are going fucking bonkers. You already saw it in BBBY, but you're seeing it in other names as well. So I've said it for the 15 years I've been tracking this shit. This is an existential threat to their business, period. People wonder why they're fighting so fucking hard and why they're getting the SEC to mock us and do all this other. It's because it's a threat to their entire business. It's not just one or two names that whatever. Trust me, if having worked at a hedge fund, if they could have truncated this position with a moderate loss and swept it under the rug, they would have a year ago.
Hey, Pete, what do you think of Citadel reporting a $94 billion loss in Q2?
I don't believe it. So I have to go look at it to before I comment. My instinct says I don't believe it because I know how much they run, and that doesn't compart. It may not be reflecting their short book, right? So the short book could be up 93 billion. And their long book is down 94, but the left-hand side is being reported because the short exposure isn't being reported. So I would make nothing of that. I'm not saying it can't be true, but if it was,
it's a 13F filing.
Yeah, but there's a lot of times they're very confusing because the 13F filings, thanks to our fucking SEC, they don't make these guys file their shorts. This whole thing could be fixed in a week. All they have to do is get rid of payment for order flow, make shorts file their positions, and put an uptick rule back on stocks under 2 billion. The whole thing would be fixed.
I think they meant to say Susquehanna. I think Susquehanna is the one with the 94 billion debt, or 96 billion.
Okay. I'll tell you straight up about anybody talking about Susquehanna. I traded with these guys way back I trade a lot of business with Susquehanna. They are, I call them the cockroaches of the market. When everything else blows up, they're still going to be crawling. They are the smartest. They are absolutely, without question, the smartest guys in the room always, period. There's no chance. They might get dinged on some counterparty risk on their swap desk, but they will, that whole thing about them getting a big margin call, I was like, bullshit. These guys are literally the smartest fucking dudes. They're the smartest dudes. They're like I said, they put other guys out of business because their options markets are wrong. Right? A buddy who worked there, a dear friend of mine, he's like, yeah, we put another options market maker out of business because his options markets were wrong, and they literally put the guy out of business in a day. So they're the sharpest guys. I would discount any garbage about them. They would never get out over their skis so big that whatever. They might have been playing in this game of shorting them all and doing this, but more than anything, they're facilitating other guys doing it. So they might get dinged like CSFB and these other guys got dinged on Archegos, but there's no way that they are structurally over their skis like this. Just go read about Jeff Yaz. I mean, it's just, that doesn't happen to him. So I would discount that. But this is not just AMC and it's not just GME. It is literally hundreds of names, if not thousands, and it is a threat to everything. And when it's up against that, and they represent make no bones about it, they are a systemic risk to the markets. If Citadel goes under, it's a systemic risk to the markets. That's why the buy button was pulled, right? If you don't think the SEC knew what the hell was going on, I've said before, take another hit on your crack pipe. They knew what was going on. They just had to look away because the alternative was complete fucking chaos, right? I mean, because they would have had to unwound a book that's massive, that's levered 8 to 10x, and all your Apples and Netflix and Amazons of the world would go down 20, 30%, and all these little stocks would go up to prices that are uncoverable, right?
I think the irony too is that early 21 being January and February, and then you even get into like June, the way that those markets were is that I think a typical 60-40 portfolio would have been more like 70-30, maybe even like 75-25, and people would have levered up even more because of the lack of yield from the fixed income market. So you've basically substituted your fixed income leg for purchasing a bunch of equity and then loaning that out and collecting your fixed income leg via that. So even back then, when you were only 25 to 30 or 40 net exposure short, you still had this being an absolute clusterfuck.
It's a yes. The answer is yes. People have no idea. Everybody on Wall Street benefits and loves stock lending. Okay, Patrick Byrne was quoted as saying Goldman Sachs is basically a prime broker with a bank and broker attached because that's how much money they make and whatever. The whole notion that when people say, well, naked short selling doesn't exist, it's literally it's a fucking joke. Number one, it's not technically illegal thanks to Bernie Madoff because the market maker exemption, the Madoff exemption, pretty much allows, well, no, it's not pretty much. It allows market makers to use their market maker exemption to sell without a borrow and without reporting it.
Quote unquote liquidity.
Quote unquote. And then that's why every bucket day trading shop rushed to become a market maker in 2009, 2010, when the market maker exemption was put in. They all knew that this was Pandora's box, right? They could just sell. They just sell as much as they want. And it became an absolute business model of what they do. This is not about one or two or three or four or five names. It's literally, guys, and ladies, it's about hundreds of names. This is a threat to their entire thing. And if you don't think they're going to fight to the death and call in everything they can do, then you're naive because they did it just when Overstock got close to doing their first dividend, and the SEC that approved the dividend 2 months prior, literally the same SEC came in the day before ex-dividend and said, no, stop the fight. and then eventually got approved because Overstock persevered and said, no, you gave us approval. And basically all the SEC did was got these guys a delay, and the stock went from 20 to 5. So it gave the guys what they wanted. I'm not saying that happens here, but I'm giving
it's not. There's no way that's going to happen here. If that happens, people are fed up with this.
Agreed.
It's nothing about AMC or anything like that, but we are fed up. There's no way the SEC is going to be allowed to come in and delay. We're not going to put up with that.
No, I'm not making the call that that's going to happen. I'm using the example that a one-off stock that nobody even followed, Overstock, right? Like nobody really talked about Overstock. There weren't millions of people long Overstock in 2019. There weren't all the people like me that were tracking every bit of the court case in 2013, 14, 15, 16, all that crap. My point is the SEC came in and stopped that fight when nobody was even paying attention to that fight. Now, all these eyeballs on it, it creates such a dilemma for these guys because they can't use that card, right? Even if they tried, it's so obvious, and like you said, it's just millions of people would just go nuts. So it is a bigger threat to the system than anybody thinks. And people talk about like the stress points for AMC being like on the market and on like 100 or I would tell you, my instinct would tell you it's probably around $30 because they had a bankruptcy bet on this stock, right? And when hedge funds put a bankruptcy bet on, it's literally stick your face in the trough of chili and short as much as you can until they're bankrupt. That's what these guys do. It's groupthink. They gang up and they literally, and most of it, that's what they do. They use swaps. They don't actually go out and borrow shares. It's all done basically synthetically, but the real part is held at the market maker level. They do all the shorting, and that's why people said Melvin had puts. Melvin did not own puts in GameStop. Had he owned puts, the most money you can lose owning an option is what? The premium you pay, right? So he didn't own puts. What he owned was a massive swap position, which was open-ended, which was synthetic in that the actual short was held at the broker-dealer level, and that when it started to go against him, they started calling him in. And that's how you lose $5-6 billion in a position in GameStop. That's how he lost it. And that's exactly what exists here. And make no bones about it. They had a bankruptcy bet on this company. And go back and look at the volume pattern back, whatever it was, 2019, when the first liftoff, you had a day where 1.2 billion shares traded. Well, they were shorting and selling this stock there. That was $8. So, we can all do the math in terms of what an average looks like. But if you have 2/3 of your average starts at $8, you have to sell a lot of stock in the 30s, 40s, and 50s to even get your average into the high teens, right? And so, I think it's a lot bigger and more of a systemic threat and risk to the markets than anybody knows.
They're just waiting to figure out whose head they're going to place this on, is all the SEC is doing. I've been saying it for months, but I just wanted to say Astro's entered the chat. Welcome, Astro, man. How's your day going?
So far so good. Just fucking hanging out, drinking some margarita.
I am drinking a new cocktail of gin, simple syrup, and orange carbonated beverage. Call it ape juice. So, cheers.
That sounds pretty good. Cheers.
Hey guys, I hate to just jump in and interrupt. I just at work right now. I actually opened up Twitter to hoping that there'd be a space call going on. I don't know how many of you are in Canada or have used Wealthsimple or use Wealthsimple.
Yep.
I just received an email from them. Tara, I actually just sent it to you. Talking about not being able to DRS shares and how they pay out their dividends. A lot of it sounds really shady and not good for me and my shares in Wealthsimple. Has anyone seen that email, or has
So,
anyone talked about it yet?
Miss Christina was just talking to us earlier about problems with brokers in Canada, and I've been saying it for weeks that where this is all going to fall apart is these brokers who are not facilitating legal shares. They're giving you IOUs. So they're going to try to come out and say, we're just going to give you a cash equivalent for your dividend or blah, blah, blah. You guys got to record, document, and consolidate every bit of information they send you, because there is going to be massive class actions against brokers after this.
Or they're going to dime out the who's telling them to do it. One of the two.
Lots of whistleblowing, lots of fuckery, lots of H. It's going to be crazy, man.
Hey, Spence, this is Mondo. I talked to Merrill Lynch last Thursday and was asking him, and I've been in this play for over a year and a half, and there's still a bunch I don't know. But I said, hey, man, I know the apes coming up and all that. And he goes, well, actually, today, the 11th, is the last day you can do anything. And I said, well, that's not what we're seeing. And he goes, well, for Merrill Lynch, the 11th is the last day that you can purchase any shares that you'll still get ape shares. I'm like, okay, well, I didn't fight him on it because I don't know enough about it to stand my ground and be schooled.
Call him again and record that call, man.
Yeah.
Get that on tape.
Right.
Don't let them tell you how it's going to be. You say you don't know much about it, but at least have the disposition to where you're the one who knows about it. Because they don't know. If they're telling you stuff like that, they have no fucking idea what's going on. It's your property. You're in control of it. The 8K is out there, and what they're telling you is wrong, and that's not how it's going to be.
Right. I thought that was weird.
That's sort of what
I've never heard it from anybody else. I don't know who else uses Merrill, but I haven't heard that kind of anything from anyone else other than the broker I talked to at Merrill. So that was
don't be surprised going forward from today. This is to everybody. If your brokers absolutely try to stick the pickle in the middle on you, man, they are going to screw everybody over on this. But the important thing is, if you document it and you have the evidence and you have all the proof, like I said, this is going to end up where there's going to be class actions. That's why we've been telling everybody to get out of Robinhood for months.
Hey, Pete, are you familiar with there's a liquidity program that JP Morgan came up with about it's either been a year ago or like just shy of a year ago. They called it like the lens through retail or some stupid shit like that. Is that like I think it has to do with like they source inventory ahead of time based on
fully paid lending programs.
What's that?
They're called fully paid lending programs.
No. See, this is a service they provide to other prime brokers and other clients within that sphere. That and after they implemented it, it seemed like the volume of all this, the particular retail stocks that people either jump from or stick with, the volatility has really died down since that was implemented. And I was
after what was implemented. Can you explain to me what was implemented?
Yeah. So JP Morgan, call it either 9 to 12 months ago, came up with a service to all their other to their own prime clients, but also as a sister service to other prime brokerages. And so what they called it was the retail lens or something.
Mm-hmm.
Look it up.
Are you sure it wasn't just a different name for a fully paid lending program?
No. JP Morgan is offering big clients a tool to help navigate meme stock volatility. Report says this was on December 10th of 21. The bank's quote unquote through the retail lens tool launched in September and is now being used by about 30 asset and quant fund managers, Bloomberg reported. The new tool shows retail flows, predicts the next quote unquote short squeeze, and combs through Reddit and Twitter to determine retail trader sentiment on a stock, the report said. So I was just wondering if you'd ever heard anything about that. And
if it's sentiment stuff, hell, they've been doing that for, when I was on the sell side 10 years ago, 2 Sigma, I traded a whole portfolio, virtual portfolio for 2 Sigma, and I'd put in my ideas and whatever, and they took traders from a couple traders on each desk, and it was basically kind of, they wanted to see what the groupthink was, so I could see if they're giving clients basically thought process and sentiment data. But that sounds a little bit to me, if they're offering any type of lending services, that sounds, if it's retail, it sounds like it's some variation of a fully paid lending program where they can't, because there aren't enough shares, and when all these small stocks are generally owned by retail, they have no choice. And I've said on other calls and other people I've talked to that it's wildly bullish when they start coming and begging retail and be willing to pay them.
Yeah, when they allocate resources to R&D for what retail is doing, that's when.
Well, goes forward. It's more simple than that. It's they've been doing this shit and not paying any borrow, so they've been manipulating and attacking shorts without paying any borrow. Well, now they got to come and start paying their fair share. And guess what? I'm telling you, if it's 1.5% a month, I'm telling you, 3-4 months into this thing, I've been there. It eats into you, and you have a stock that goes from 15 to 25. Oh, and top of it, you're paying an extra 2% for the privilege of being down 100% this month. And I'm telling you, it wears. I've been on the side of it. All right, I've worked in this. It wears on them. And so the fact that people ask me, they're like, well, my broker came to me and they're asking to borrow my shares. What should I do? I can make a monthly vig. I'm like, lend them. It's great.
It doesn't even matter. They're gonna borrow them anyways.
Well, it's great. They're paying. So take their money.
Oh yeah, but yeah.
Take their money.
Well, so there's a pseudo metric that I came up with 4 or 5 months ago. I called it loan density, and obviously it's only using data that's public, no private lending avenues included. But if you use a tool like Ortex and you look at the total amount of loans and the total amount of shares on loan, you divide that and you can derive what I call a loan density. And so what my idea of that is that as borrowable shares, or I know this word gets thrown around a lot, but forgive me, how liquid the opportunity to borrow something is, if that is reduced. My suspicion is that you have rehypothecation, which is where you roll already existing loans into each other, and that, as far as like the back office of Wall Street goes, produces this new quote unquote fresh set of shares, blah blah blah. In your experience, have you ever seen anything like that might give credence to that idea of this loan density metric? Because it seems like when liquidity in the SLM market is no longer there, you have loan density go up. Is that something that you ever saw?
Yeah, it's another way to put it is these guys are in so fucking deep that when one avenue for creating shares dries up, they're going to go find some other creative way to do it, and it'll absolutely show up in the stock. And what they're doing, I always say the same thing when people talk about Ortex data or reported data. I mean, our own FINRA tells us that synthetics and proprietary accounts are not reflected in the short data. FINRA was asking for public input and considering that these things aren't considered. So Ortex, I would tell everybody, Ortex and any kind of quote unquote reported number, that is your absolute bare minimum baseline.
Oh yeah, no, it's all about private. Yeah,
I would venture to say it's a multiple of 2 for the most part on that. And so I'll give you the example of this little company that I've consulted, and they hired for years. I was like, look, you have a massive problem. And they're like, no, we checked and we're fine. And then there was a day where their entire float times 10 traded in 30 minutes. And they were like, all right, well, what the hell's going on? I said, well, you get a massive naked short. They hired forensic blah, blah, blahs, and they determined that minimum 50% of the float is short. The reported short's 3%. And so trusting any of the reported data, but to your point about they will go anywhere they can, and they have so many different loopholes. I mean, we haven't even talked about these companies getting listed in the Sao Paulo, Brazil exchange, and how AMC trades in Sao Paulo, it trades in Thailand, it trades in Berlin, Frankfurt. Most people don't understand that anybody over there can get a company listed on the Frankfurt or Berlin exchanges, and the company doesn't even know that. I won $100 from the CFO of Green Mountain Coffee because he didn't believe me that his company was just listed in Frankfurt. This was in 2007. This shit was, I mean, that's how long this shit's been going on. 2008.
No, it's disgusting, and it was probably, brought up that way as an opportunity for liquidity. It's, we have markets over here that don't have any,
It allows them to quote unquote say they have a borrow elsewhere, so to maintain their naked short so that they don't have a fail.
Yeah.
And that's what it is. And then the company couldn't even get off the exchange. You can't. The only person that can get a company removed from those exchanges is the person who listed it. So Green Mountain Coffee tried. They got their lawyers, a multi-billion-dollar company. They could not get off the Frankfurt, Berlin exchanges. They have so many loopholes, and those exchanges lit up when the SEC put in Reg SHO, which was like 2008, 2009, and they were going to start tracking fails. That's when the whole failure to deliver started being tracked, was after the crash, and the Reg SHO came in. That's when they started lighting up these other exchanges overseas. And I tracked that shit for a decade in terms of trading patterns there and all the other kind of garbage. But it's
the funny part. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, they have so many avenues and tools to try to hang on to this money machine, and I don't think people realize just how much money these hedge funds make on the short side. They beat the market with their shorts, right? That's where they create their alpha, right? Alpha is just how much better than the market are you?
Yeah. The funny part to this is that you were mentioning how what was the Green Mountain? Was that the name?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay, so Green Mountain had a ticker spawn out of seemingly nowhere on an exchange in Germany. The entity that allows for that is the NSCC, the National Securities Clearing Corporation, which is the same spoke to this giant hub of the back office of Wall Street that caused the Robinhood incident from January of last year. The NSCC had a margin requirement put on Robinhood as a broker-dealer, and the reason for that was because when you're interacting with securities at that level of, not let alone nationally or domestically, but internationally, you have margin taking place across all the other exchanges. And so if you have what I would imagine to be, borrows that you're sourcing as from Germany or Australia or whatever, it becomes a huge issue of, sure, you have this little cheat code of like, we don't have borrows, available at the immediate ring of where we do business, but we have this ticker of the same company based in Germany, albeit it's illiquid. You know what I mean? But I'll cut this long story long. The same way that you can have a ticker spawn out of nowhere without the consent of the company is the same entity that caused the Robinhood debacle.
Correct. Yeah, and my broader point is, it is truly David versus Goliath. I'll shut up and whatever. I do not fall into the camp that there are tons and tons of hedge funds against this situation. The average hedge fund, I used to work for one a long time ago. They come in just like everybody else, try to make money, try to be value added for their clients, try to make money. And if anything, they're involved because the implied volatility on the options are so great that it's so juicy from a selling premium standpoint. I mean, you could sell puts, you can sell calls way out and sit there and literally collect huge chunks of change weekly, right? So do you
remember the 800 calls on GameStop?
Yeah, right. So they're but those guys will bail out real quickly when they feel like, okay, this is not, I don't need to be here. Because if they go back to their limited partners and say, yeah, we blew up our quarter shorting AMC, every single limited partner of theirs will say, give me my money, you fucking asshole. After all this, you went to die on this hill. So the average hedge fund is not dying on this hill. They're dancing on the periphery with a 1%, 2% position, probably rolling over weekly stuff, picking up implied volatility, making good money, right? A lot of people are doing it, right? I've done it. Everybody's, it's so juicy that you're like, okay, well, I can sell Friday's calls for $1.80 out of the money. Yeah, sold. Yeah, that's great. I don't think anything's going to happen between now and then, and you keep doing it. Those guys are gone, and this is really 2-4 million people against, I'm going to say, less than a dozen funds. If it maybe even less than that, but it's not every single hedge fund. I would actually say there's probably more hedge funds that are long in some protected way, call spread, calendar spread, something where they're putting up a little bit of money and they're going to capture the upside in case it does squeeze. But they'll be capped, right? So it's no risk, right? They'll sell way out of the money puts to buy an out of the money call, and they'll sit back and be like, okay, well, I just bought these calls for free because I sold the 10 puts for, $1.85 or something. And so that's what they're doing. This is 4 million versus 6 to 10 funds would be my guess. And one of them is systemic to the whole system.
How do you think with the way that the nickel squeeze was handled from God, that was like only 4 months ago now, wasn't it? 4 months, 5 months ago?
My guess is, again,
I know that more esoteric market.
Well, total speculation. I used to do a lot in the gold and silver group. And by the way, people don't talk about that group as being chock full of manipulation and naked shorting. Junior miners and gold companies are really close. Their closest peer are biotechs, right? The analogies are so similar. Capital intensive, years to get stuff out of the ground or to get approval, whatever. They are ripe. Underfollowed group, that kind of crap. But the shit, I just brain farted.
Well, on that, while you're catching your point, that's why Sprott created SaveCanadianMining.org. He's been talking about naked shorting and predatory shorting on mining companies for years.
Oh, I remember my thought now. All right, so I don't know how old everybody is on here, but if you lived through the financial crash and you were trading in the markets, Bear Stearns was basically mercy killed. And going into the crash, and for decades, Bear Stearns was widely known as the true manipulators of metals. And it was rumored with very good sources that they were like short, like all the silver that the markets have ever produced, like some absurd number. And they basically were manipulating the hell out of all the metals markets. Well, when the crash came and Bear Stearns was basically going to go bankrupt, they were mercy killed by JP Morgan. Basically, behind the scenes, JP Morgan was told, you're going to buy Bear Stearns, and they let Lehman go, and then they had another arranged purchase. It was like when Knight Securities went bankrupt, when Knight back in whatever had $38 billion worth of securities sold, not yet purchased, and whatever. And then when Knight went out of business in like 30 minutes because of a software glitch that unwound a third of their book, they couldn't possibly be allowed to go bankrupt, because if they went bankrupt, they would have to literally unwind their entire book, and that wasn't possible. Because
can I cut you off for 1 second? I got to ask you something. I'm so sorry. Have you heard of? I hate to use this word because it doesn't do justice, especially given what everyone here knows and has learned. But there's a conspiracy that before Citadel was the giant monolithic thing that it is now, that they had a handful of people on the inside of Knight Securities who were basically committing like financial espionage, and so
that's been
Citadel.
Yeah. That's
Citadel spoofed to, yeah.
Well, you have to, yes, there's been that chatter. No one's ever proved anything, but you have to remember that Citadel actually sued the SEC, claiming that payment for order flow should be outlawed and illegal. And that's when Bernie Madoff had the order flow, and when Knight Securities was getting the order flow. I've done this with other conversations. I'll read a quote from an article, and I'll ask people, when do you think the year was that this quote was made? And everybody's off by a decade.
I made this video actually.
It's been going on for a long, long time. And a lot of people suspected that somebody inside blew up Knight. And then Virtu came in and Mercy killed it because they couldn't allow Knight's true book. So Knight was doing what we believe Kenny and his boys have been doing prior. So they had, I was tracking the same line item in 2011, literally 11 years ago, saying, well, how does Knight have $38 billion worth of securities sold, not yet purchased? Same fucking verbatim, same line item. And then we all saw Knight blow up in 30 minutes. And then they got Mercy killed on Monday morning. I think it was a Thursday that it happened. It got halted. And then, but we had stocks go from $10 to 50 cents and $1 stocks go to 20, and in literally 30 seconds, 10 baggers up, 99% down. It was like a flash crash, in about I'm going to say it's about 150 names. And that was enough to basically blow Knight to pieces. But going back to the whole JP Morgan thing, right? So they were just busted for manipulating the metals markets, right? That didn't get any media attention, but I would tell everybody to read about it, right? The bosses, this went all the way up the food chain about how to manipulate and spoof and do all this stuff to the metals markets. Well, they were basically, that's Bear Stearns. They inherited Bear Stearns' position in 2008 because if Bear Stearns was liquidated, they would have had to cover more silver than was ever produced in the world ever. I.e., silver would have gone to $1,000. And so instead of actually forcing anybody to truly cover, they just swept it under the carpet. JP Morgan inherited it. And now you see JP Morgan getting rung up because all their superiors were telling the traders to manipulate the metals, right? So this is systemic. It's everywhere. And so the same situation exists in, goes back to what I'm saying, this is much broader and deeper than anybody can imagine. The cesspool is 10 times deeper than even anybody on this call thinks it is, having watched it for 15 years. It's literally, the tentacles are everywhere.
This is pretty amazing. I'm not sure if Astro dropped or if he's got to go. I'll send him an invite to speak again, but he may be busy doing something. But dude, this call just got so, I feel like I'm watching a movie while I'm listening to you guys. It's absolutely amazing.
Yeah, I get almost like not emotional, but I get really, really pissed off because I've watched this and I'm not lying. I've been doing this and tracking this shit since 2010, really got into it. And you're crazy. You wear a tinfoil hat, blah, blah, blah. I was tracking when these companies would get, listed in overseas and what the stock would do, all sorts of stuff. I did a lot of stuff, but more than anything, I watched them kill companies it actually all started with this behavior in a stock that a small biotech that was working on a tiny market, but it was a disease that affected just children. And they were like honest, good people trying to, and it was never about making money because the end market for this was, maybe there's 10,000 kids in the country that have this disease, and they fucking killed the company. And I'm like, you motherfuckers. These guys would short their children if they could make $1 million. And so it's not about AMC to me. It's about it's a systemic destruction of our children of our market, which are the small caps, which are biotechs, which grow, and the amount of money that instead of investing in these companies to help them get through the FDA and have them become big companies that help and save people, they fucking kill them. And they don't care what the companies are doing. These guys go home to their wives and kids and like, hey, I just made $5 million destroying a company that's working on an ovarian cancer test, honey. Sure hope you never get ovarian cancer because this might save your life. But you know what? It's never going to see the light of fucking day because we just drilled them under a buck and they got delisted. They can't raise money. And guess what? It's all going to fucking die. So that's where my anger and vitriol comes from. It's not about AMC. I may be a little different than everybody else. I'm in this. I own AMC because I have to own it. But I'm in it because I want to see these fuckers fry. I want to see them absolutely fry. They kill people. They literally kill people with what they do to these companies. They delay companies getting life-saving treatments. And people say, well, what do you mean they kill people? Well, sure. If you delay a company that's got I use an ovarian cancer because I know for a fact, I have a history with a company that does this. And I know all the ins and outs and what they did and who they did and everything else. And they've delayed the progress of this for years. And it's killed people. It's literally killed people. I had a dear friend die of ovarian cancer. And what the fuck? So, sorry.
It's interesting you bring that up, Pete, because when the 2008 crash happened, I was a young buck. I was over in Iraq deployed. But we got involved in investing. The first thing I invested in ever was a company called CTIC, Cell Therapeutics. And after years, I made a little money on it. I was happy. But after years of doing this, I went back and looked at it again because everybody talking squeeze scenarios. And I seen this company before 2001 had went to $9,999 a share. And then after 9/11, it just tanked to nothing.
Well, that's because they reverse split it. That's why you see those crazy ass prices.
It's not only medical companies, but they do that to our soldiers too. Like there's military equipment that is supposed to come out by some company, and it'll be like armor plating for a tank, and then the army just doesn't get it because it gets destroyed on the stock market, and then a bunch of soldiers get blown up by an IED.
Yeah, we know all about that, man. Between serving and also working contracting for the DOD, there was a lot of things I saw. I just literally quit. I was like, I can't do this no more. I can't believe we're not sending these products out into the field. And they're like, well, the company just didn't make it, so now the product's gone. Either that and or another company, somehow they do it to buy the product and it comes out with another company. But I seen some crazy shit when I worked for the government. Let's grab these in, man. Pete and Astro must have had to bounce or something. He must have had something going on. But that conversation was absolutely awesome. Uh-oh, we lose Pete too? That was probably one of the best conversations I've heard on a Twitter space call in a long time. But let's grab some of these hands real quick. Let's hit PJ, Robert, and then Don for.
Hi, guys. I wanted to ask Pete about, I wanted to ask him if he knew about Share Intel and what his take was on it, because he had mentioned forensic companies. And I wanted to let him know what one of the owners said to me in a conversation on the phone about that if we knew what was happening in AMC, it would fuck, excuse my language, it would fuck the psyche of generations to come. And I just think it's mind blowing. And I just wanted to let Pete know, but I think he's really gone now. So I'll DM him. Thanks, guys.
Him and Astro just literally lit the internet on fire. They both had to leave and let the just destruction commence. That conversation was awesome. Real quick, go ahead, Robert. Let's go through the hands and then I'll read the email.
Real quick, Spence. That was great. That information that Pete put out there, that is beyond that's the real information that people really need to hear, because you got this people out here coming up like a host talking about, oh, I care for you, I need to clean my conscience. Bro, that information from Pete that is beyond great to hear, because that's really where it really comes down. The fight that I'm in now for, it really has come down to that. Children, hospitals, medicals, corporations dying for some people like this, brother. That's just fucking unacceptable. I didn't even knew the military had lost equipment because of shit like this. That is fucking treason, brother. That's what you really call financial terrorism at its best.
Yeah, absolutely. It's freaking crazy what actually happens, man. And like I said, whole reason I got into the stock market is we were overseas, and all of a sudden we hear news like, oh yeah, the U.S. economy is collapsing, blah, blah, blah. So, we're all a bunch of soldiers overseas, like, well, what the hell's going on? And this contractor came up to us. He's like, bro, it's time to invest, man. You guys got to get out of these stocks, man. One of my buddies, young kid, never invested before, got into a company called Visteon, which made parts for GM. They got a government bailout. He bought so many $14,000 or $20,000 worth of shares at like a penny and some change, and the thing ran to 90 cents, and he made $250,000 off of that news that they got government bailout. So that's when I really started getting into the market. But then, everything that Philly and Astro just talked about, you go back and watch the new Wall Street, Money Never Sleeps. That scenario plays out exactly how it plays out in that movie. You go back to The Big Short, you see that same scenario. These guys know what they're doing. They know they're destroying lives. They know they're destroying the markets. Do I think some short selling is necessary? Yes, there are companies that are fraudulent and need to be short sold. But for the most part, now they've created a vehicle where they can synthetically and naked short companies, no matter if they're good or bad, destroy them and eat them up into the market share of the other companies they're long on. And it's got to stop. And I'll tell you right now, as soon as naked shorting is no longer a thing, Amazon will absolutely crumble. I guarantee it. Oh yeah, I got an email. Somebody sent me a DM. They sent me the Well Simple email. I want to read it to you guys. Let's see here. And this is from Bravsov, and thank you for sending this. This is Well Simple in Canada. We're reaching out today with information related to the shares of AMC held in your Well Simple account. I won't give any numbers or anything. I won't expose this person. On August 4th, 2022, AMC announced that they had to issue a special dividend to shareholders on August 19th. Then they go over what a special dividend is. How will the special dividend be processed? At this time, Well Simple does not have all of the details regarding AMC's dividend, as we are still working on the depository agent to finalize distribution details. Ahead of AMC's upcoming special dividend, we have updated our DRS withdrawal process in the best interest of our clients. We did this because if any shares are in transit between Well Simple and transfer agent during the record date, it could cause delays in shareholder receiving their special dividend. To prevent this, Well Simple will temporarily stop processing of AMC DRS withdrawals from Friday, August 12th up until Wednesday, August 24th. All pending AMC DRS withdrawal requests will resume processing on the 25th. I'm going to tell you right now, that's absolutely insane. Basically, the dates I just read to you gives market makers and brokers and whoever else, short sellers, another 3 to 4 days to figure out what the fuck they're going to do. So this is just happening in Canada now. And then we had the one guy come up and say that Merrill Lynch, what did he say? I can't remember what he said. It wasn't good, though. So there's already broker fuckery going on, man.
It was about Merrill Lynch saying that the dividend date was August 11th.
Yes, that's crazy. I don't know if that's true or not. I don't have any actual evidence of that. But how do you set the dividend date prior to what the company has set specifically? And the DTC is going to transfer it on that date. So basically, if that's true, Merrill Lynch is saying anything you buy after the 11th, you're not getting a dividend for. That's insane. So
I did have a question for Pete. He's not here.
He
right?
said he was getting too worked up and he had to go, man. He was getting real angry, he said.
Gotcha. He went over that the buy button removal situation. and he was saying that it would have caused a systemic, collapse, basically. Like the SEC had to basically look the other way and let the NSCC do their thing. Same thing with the brokers. Kind of just fuck everyone over. How would this play out with MOAS then, if we got the whole system against us?
Well, I'll tell you, January 27th, the system wasn't ready. The regulators weren't ready. The SEC was totally clueless. They didn't know what was going on. So if they would have let that squeeze out and it would have collapsed global markets, one, they would have, the global leaders, the governments would have said, so the American SEC and all the regulators in the American stock market had absolutely no clue what was going on, and they crashed the global economy. There would be massive repercussions for that. So they had to delay it and stall it out for months and months and months so they could figure out, one, who they're going to place the blame on. Two, is there any way this can be fixed in the meantime? And three, once it can't be fixed, we'll then have a head to feed to the world, which is going to be Robinhood, Melvin, and possibly Citadel. They were basically waiting for the right time strategically to let this thing happen. So, which is going to be the pounce.
Managed to squeeze.
Exactly,
basically.
yeah. And now there's going to be a head to blame, and the SEC and the American regulators aren't going to look like they failed miserably at everything they do in life.
Plus, also too, I mean, a lot of the global economy is already collapsing, like within the past month or so. So
now they can shift blame. They can shift blame to another country. Oh, it was China's fault, which technically it kind of is. They've really messed stuff up. So, what's up? Oh, go ahead, Damien.
Quick question. Do you think that Adam Aaron is gonna put some apes out after the 22nd? In other words, create an offering this year?
I doubt it could happen before 2023, but it's not going to happen directly after, unless I would say he's going to want maximum price discovery on ape before he does it, unless, say this, somebody holding debt came in and said, hey man, I see what you're doing. I need 30 million shares right now, but I'll pay you $30 a share or $40 a share premium price just to get them as soon as possible to unfuck my position. And if I would say personally, for the valuation of the company, the more share or the less amount of shares you sell for the higher dollar value, which erases more debt, will give you a higher fundamental value increase on company fundamentals, which wouldn't be a bad thing. So if Adam Aaron drops 10, 20, 30 million shares out specifically to one entity, it's probably because he's getting a premium price for them, which would cause that ratio I was talking about, that debt payoff to dilution ratio, which would benefit the company and valuation, and the stock price would go up. So he could. I mean, he's got the right to. Do I think he will? No. I think it would be really dumb to put shares out, I would say within a month. I would wait at least 30 days.
Okay.
I think did S drop?
I was speculating that he might do it during Q3 because he said don't expect anything spectacular from Q3. It's going to be kind of slow. So that's why I think he's going to make that announcement that he's going to be diluting ape. That's just my speculation.
Good. We'll see, man. I know that no matter what, if he releases more shares, it's going to be at premium prices and it's going to pay down a lot of debt, and it's going to be a good thing. I am at all not worried about dilution factor here.
But
Don, go ahead, man.
Squeeze, do you think it'll affect the squeeze if he was to do it this year?
I don't think so. Because you got to think what's going to happen in the next month. Ape's going to be in such high demand, nobody can buy it. Shorts are going to force to close potentially, and if they do, AMC is going to run like crazy. So if Adam Aaron comes out and sells more ape, it's not going to necessarily 100% stop AMC from squeezing. That's the value of having preferred shares versus common stock, and the demand. Like I was saying, the perpetual demand engine that's been created in that. So I think you're going to see Ape. This is just my personal opinion. I think Ape will run. It'll launch. It'll run. Prices will go high. People will scramble to buy it. Adam Aaron will get a lot of offers to buy it at premium prices, which will help him erase debt. And in that in between, you're going to see some shorts that are probably going to have their shares recalled, forced closed. So AMC is going to run too. You're going to see this incredible FOMO event, and dilution probably won't even be a factor. So go ahead, Donfer.
Hey, what's up, Spence? How you guys doing? Hi, Tara. So, a question. You guys said that he probably won't distribute any additional ape until maybe Q3.
That's
just my that's my speculation, right? Just because he said don't expect anything spectacular from Q3, that it's gonna be a slow quarter. That's when I think it would be the right time for him to dilute, if that was the case.
Okay, so everybody's worried about him being able to legally issue up to about 5 billion shares. But I did a scenario. I told one of my boys and gave a scenario. Let's just say, for instance, you did, like Spence was saying, these guys need ape and they're gonna have to go to Adam Aaron. They're either gonna pay a premium, right? But I used the number of the float, right? Even if he were to issue the float again, where it would be at 1 billion plus shares, right? If he sold those shares at the low price of $15, he's got enough money to pay entire debt and some. So I don't see why everybody makes it seem like ape is going to be such a negative impact on AMC, when I see it absolutely opposite. I think it's going to be a good thing for AMC. I don't think he's ever going to dish out the entire 5 billion shares of ape anytime soon, or nowhere in the near future either.
Yeah, that's the FUD the shorts are pushing, man. There's a lot of people that are in this community that I thought were, apes, and we've been invaded. We've been, compromised as a community with, like, a lot of the GME maxis that talk a lot of crap. I don't think they're actually GME holders. I think they're hedge fund dudes disguised as GME maxis.
Yeah. Well, the other day, Tara had a space call. I was able to listen and I couldn't get any questions, but Matt was in there. And that was one of the scenarios he kept pushing. Like, he's got these billions of shares. And I wanted to, debunk it, but I couldn't get speaker. It was hard. I wanted to debunk his whole shit right there. I was like, you sound like a certified shield right now. Like, why would you tell people, it's better to sell ape and then buy more AMC? When ape is going to be your ticket to let you know how many fucking shorts are out there. So if everybody were giving up their ape, right, just to buy more AMC, you just gave away your ticket to find out if there's synthetics or not. Because you're giving them here's the ticket. Here's my ticket for synthetics. Like,
absolutely.
And they're gonna be able to cover their shit.
And that's where our boy. That's where
it also would give the opposing side voting power to convert those apes into common AMC
that's
stock.
A beautiful thing. And that was the thing that he was talking about, right? But even at that, you would still, it's not something that happens at the blink of an eye, right? You can't just say, okay, tomorrow those preferred stocks are going to be common stocks and part of AMC. No, it doesn't work that way. And
no,
even
it has to be voted on.
And even if that was the case, you still got to remember, we would own 2/3 of the decision making, right? Because you have your original AMC holder plus the ape shares that they got for the amount of shares they have, right? So now you got 2/3 of the voting power between decide what's going on with the company.
Say this, AMC is debt free and is making money by 2023, right? We're cash flow positive.
Absolutely, bro. Absolutely.
We convert the stock, and AMC goes, "Oh yeah, we're going to buy back some stock."
Yeah,
so
I would not be opposed.
Either way.
Let me tell you something. If it was for the sake of, killing all the debt, if the time came, I would not be opposed for him to throw up another 516 million in ape. Don't touch AMC. Just fuck with ape, right? Because I'd still have majority of control when it comes to voting and decision making between both stocks, and the additional shares will 100% eliminate whatever debt we have. because it's like you said, Spence, they're gonna have to come at him for a premium, and he's gonna be like, "Yeah, I could get you these, but you're gonna have to pay this price for these."
Oh, they already are, bro. I guarantee that he's already got phone calls saying, "Hey, man, I'll give you $25. I'll give you $15 a share."
And you know what he's saying? Well, hold the horses. We'll see what happens. First, it's got to release. Then we got to see where the price is at before he can, say, yeah, $25 is. But who knows? Because when it comes out, like you said, there could be FOMO buying, whatever. The thing could go over $30 a share. Now, then he's gonna be like, well, you know that $25 a share? No, we're not gonna do that.
I've seen 3 stocks open up on the market. Swing dropped down. Swing was the one who was debating Matt Kors and completely blew Kors' thesis apart.
Yeah, I know. I was there. I was listening. I wanted a taxi with him. I was like, oh, Tamara, give me speaker, please.
Go ahead, Swing. You there, buddy? I think he's having trouble.
Hey, can I get something in? I had my hand raised for you.
Yeah, go ahead, man.
How you doing, Spence?
Good, man. How you, brother?
Chilling, brother. Happy. I like the way the day ended today. Perfect run up. Buying pressure. Good news on the 13G filing ends. I'm happy. I've been listening to this whole debate about with Ape and everything for the whole week. I've been trying to get into a space call, and I just wanted to give my personal opinion. One, Adam Aaron is not a moron. He said, don't expect anything in the third quarter. He's playing chess. Okay? So he's trying to catch people off guard. The dilution is not going to come until way down the road. Okay, and the way I feel is Ape is somehow going to be backed by gold. That's how I feel with the HYMC money we get in, and even if they they're talking about making AMC share in half and splitting it with Ape, putting it into Ape, it might maybe they'll do something like $5 into Ape, or whatever the case is. But I already can tell you now, and you need to spread this word, because I was in metamaterial, and the market, when we got our dividend, we're still waiting for the dividend, obviously, but the market makers made MTTLP. That wasn't made by metamaterial. That was made by the hedge funds, and that was made by the market makers. And what that is, you sell. Basically, it's just a trap. People don't know. It's going to be called Ape One, okay? And the market makers are gonna come out with it. But you don't got to worry about the dilution. But sorry, I just want to say one more thing. The main thing about what I like about Ape is he's giving out what shares AMC has given out. Okay, so the float, the 514 million, whatever it is. So basically, it is kind of, to me, I feel it's going to be a share count, because whoever holds AMC is getting an ape, is getting an ape, the equity. So once that fills up, that's, the hedge funds are already scurrying. You know what I mean? Because so they're gonna try to do something like that, like they did with metamaterial. But there's not going to be any dilution till much later. Not Q3. I think late 2023 is when he dilutes it. And but I like how he said that. Q3 is going to be quiet. The moon. He's like throwing it out there. He's a very smart man, and that's how I caught it, and that's how I look at it. Because once the 514 million or whatever it is with the float, the Ape goes out to all us shareholders, the owners of the company. We may not work there, but we're investors. The Adam Aaron manages it, and we own it. And I just feel there was just so much nonsense going on. Everyone has an opinion, but you can't find. One thing I heard you say, Spence, you said that, there's GME people always coming at us. That you're 100% right. I know for a fact that there's shills that are being paid to pretend to be AMC people or GME people, and this was foretold in December of 2020 that they're going to make us turn against each other, the whole 9 yards. If you remember the original DD, because that's from the beginning. They said that they were going to try to do everything they can, and they have done everything they can. And look at the final result. He lost $94 billion. The piece of shit.
That's that could be understated too.
Damn right, but I really feel that Ape is gonna share count us, and then we have Ape. That's our equity. You know what I mean? And the only way that they're gonna get involved, hedge funds and market makers. I mean, institutions obviously have position in AMC, but I feel that they're gonna make like a market maker ticker like AMC1, or Ape1 or something like that. And it's going to get people thrown off because I seen people with I'll talk for a minute. I apologize. I just want to let this be known. With metamaterial, we had a dividend, right? And they're screwed. The hedge funds are screwed. I've been waiting for that dividend for quite some time now. But what they ended up going to do is they made MTTLP, and the investor who was less knowledgeable didn't know. So they thought that was a dividend. So when they sold the MTTLP, they sold their right to the dividend. It didn't say nothing. It didn't, you know what I mean? So it may be the same way. So I don't think they're going to get in Ape as much because I think we hold a lot more than, and anybody else.
We did a lot of polls and theorizing, and we did a lot of research, for the past 13 months. And I've come to the conclusion that at minimum, 4 million retail investors hold at least 500 shares average per share. But let's kick the swing real quick. I know I don't want him to lose what he was thinking about earlier. Swing, are you back finally?
Yeah, I think so. You hear me?
Yeah, man. What's up?
Well, the other thing about the Ape that I've been thinking about recently is that it's going to create an arbitrage opportunity, which I actually think is going to be a good thing for us, because what is Ape but a future possible share of AMC? So let's say this goes off and there isn't a crazy price action right now. Let's play worst case scenario that happens. I think we can all agree that there's been some sort of level of price suppression in AMC up to this point. After this goes on, if they try to suppress AMC, the price of AMC will go down, and so then there's going to be this weird arbitrage between AMC and Ape, where the players are going to be on the opposite side, booing up one or the other, based off of that arbitrage play. So it almost makes me think that even if it does it does take time to sort this out, such as it taking a quarter for ETFs to demand their Ape back from those that borrowed it to sell it short, or whatever we might see going forward. Having these two different securities tied to the one asset, it's going to make it a lot harder for those that want to short AMC to do so, because you're going to have these two different stocks kind of playing off each other, and you go after, it's going to be whack-a-mole. You go after the one, it's going to kind of buoy up the price of the other, and it's going to cause an arbitrage. So then someone is going to want to balance out those two prices between the two. So it's an interesting scenario that's quite, I totally get the person's story about metamaterials and MMTLP. That was some craziness there, because they didn't even have a price, and the market makers just threw a price on it to try and get people to sell and all that craziness. But in this case, we know what the price is going to be. It's going to be about 50% of each, and there should be equal, because one is basically a right to have the other in the future once the shareholders vote for it. So just kind of an interesting thought process to think about the shorting that might happen between the two, and the arbitrage, and how that arbitrage is actually probably going to buoy up both prices accordingly.
You know
Also,
how hard Ape wouldn't have options, right?
What's that?
Ape wouldn't have options, right?
I heard they might.
So they did 95.5 where it's going to be, was it AMC 1, AMC 2, but in reality, they're not really trading Ape on the options chain. I got to look further into the OCC
I think that would be beneficial, to be honest, if Ape didn't have an options chain.
Oh, absolutely. And I DM'd Adam Aaron and I said, hey, you know, anytime options are involved, where we see massive fraud, massive suppression. That's why DWAC ran like crazy. HKD ran like crazy. Other stocks that IPO that don't have options trading, and you have to file certain documents. You have to file certain documents for it to be options traded. In that we haven't seen anything yet from AMC, so that's kind of a telltale.
Yeah, and also, real fast, I don't think that since.
Ooh, hey, Chris, you sound really broken up, man. It's all squealy and stuff. Try dropping back down and re-requesting. I'll bring you back up. We're getting a lot of static from your mic.
How is it now, buddy?
That's better.
All right. Yeah, I don't think that. See, I said that I heard something that there might be options, but at the same time, this equity, it's kind of the dividend, whatever you want to call it. I was reading up on something, and that there wasn't supposed to be options on this kind of stock. Could you clarify that? I'm not too sure.
Yeah, I would say I didn't think that Ape would have an options chain at first, which would probably be beneficial, considering that I have seen them add strike prices to AMC before, and it's kind of like a dilution tactic in a way to suppress the price.
So I'm just going off of my memory, and this is something I only saw briefly, but if I'm recalling correctly, and I have a pretty good memory sometimes, I'm pretty sure that preferred stock doesn't have an option. I'm sure Swing can tell me I'm wrong. If I am,
I've read that too, Burp.
Yeah, and that's why I was thinking that it would be beneficial for us to actually have Ape to not have an options chain.
Oh, yeah, we definitely don't want it to have an options chain, because then we'll be right back in the same sort of, the market makers will do what they do with Ape, with what they have done with AMC, I would have to imagine. Although on the other hand, shorting a preferred equity is essentially the same as committing suicide. So we have that going for us, even if there is an options chain, but there shouldn't be.
Hey, can somebody clarify the 95.5 thing? Is that not like 5% of the share price?
I would actually like to know more about that too myself.
It was
there's no
OCC, right? Post on that.
There's no arbitrage opportunity there if it's not the same price. If it's 95 to 5, I would think that would be 95% for the AMC share and 5% for the Ape.
I don't think that really constitute for the price. I think that was what did I read? It was a settlement something.
Yeah, it's settlement.
I know it was regarding options.
Yeah,
I do know that.
It's the settlement process for the option, but just in the fact that Adam Aaron said 50-50, and then when you have a delayed ex-div date, I also did read from, I think, an OCC document or some other regulatory agency that when you have a delayed ex-div date, you have to have a minimum. It's usually because you have a minimum of 25% of the value of the base security, which would mean that Ape would open at a minimum of $6. So, I mean, that's more than 5% of the current price anyway. So I don't think it's related to price.
If it's correlating the 5% with the options though, then it has to be the same with the shares.
No. I'll tell you what, I'll call the OCC tomorrow. I was going to do it today and I forgot. but I'll call the OCC tomorrow and get online with a rep and ask them exactly what it means, and then I'll tweet it.
Dope. Appreciate it.
What's up, Al? Man, I see you popped in the call.
I just sent you a screenshot regarding the OCC post for AMC. If you'd like to look at it.
You sent me a screenshot?
Yeah, DM'd it to you.
I don't see it. I'm not seeing it in there. Sure you tagged the right person?
Yeah, I clicked on your page.
Huh? Maybe it's my phone. I've been on this call for over 8 or 7 hours now, so my phone might be tripping. Let me check my PC. Do you want to kind of cover what you think it means, or Twitter, or was it just the general information of it?
The general information of it.
All right, I got you.
So strike price, no change. Number of contracts, no change. Settlement allocation, AMC is 95%. New APE is 5%.
Hey, Spence, why hasn't anyone tried getting Adam Aaron into a space call?
Oh, I invite him every time. The problem is if he gets on a space call, it's more or less got to be an interview structure, like 1 or 2 on 1. And then it's got to be like, we're going to have pre-planned questions, and not statements, but pre-planned questions and anything that's not going to implicate him on, some space call. It'd be kind of insane for this to all fall apart due to some legal crap because we had him on a space call. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah.
But I've invited him every time. He's just a busy guy, man,
Another thought that I had, instead of like dilution or anything, I know that over the course of 2 years, a lot of people have spent a lot of money on trying to gather up lawyers and banners and everything like that. How come no one has started like a fundraiser to pay off AMC's debt instead?
Oh, we tried to, and Adam Aaron actually confronted the idea. Like, he was like, this isn't a bad idea. I don't know if we're going to do it or not. But we came up with an idea in one of Tara's calls and said, let's do NFT sales at different rarities for like $5, $25, $50, $100, $500. Sell them out to the open market on wax, but put in the contract language that every dollar will go to paying down AMC's debt. And the community loved it. It blew up all over. Adam Aaron actually addressed it, and he said, it's an opportunity. We don't know if we're going to do it or not, but we have thought about it. So
what's to stop me from minting my AMC one?
What minting your AMC one? What do you mean?
Exactly what I just said. I'm an option holder. I'm going to be receiving AMC one. Theoretically, I could mint my AMC one.
I guess there's nothing stopping you then.
Yep.
Swing, what's up, man?
Hey, something else, talking about the volume and the, quote unquote dilution / paying off debt topic. I took a look, and today Bed Bath & Beyond transacted, let's see, what was the volume today? Because it was something crazy.
164 million.
164 million on a float size of 68.38 million. So three and a half times its float traded today.
That's awesome.
So you're telling me that should the tables be turned and AMC has a volume day like that Adam Aaron couldn't just release some shares without it having basically any net effect on the stock?
That's a good point.
Like, can you imagine if BBY could have released 1 million shares today and it wouldn't have even been felt on the market? Like, it wouldn't have even been a blip because of how much it traded over the float. It's just, so anytime someone's talking about that, you also have to think about the volume that's traded and how much demand there is in the options market for AMC, and that goes into the whole AMC one thing. Like, if someone has an option that's in the money, and that option is going to be the combination of the value of APE and AMC, so that is something to consider as far as how you price it. That whole 95.5 thing, Tony De Niro, I think, has a video that I just saw that went out. He emailed somebody, and it sounds like that 95.5 thing is just an internal thing between the options and the NSCC or something like that. I didn't fully understand that part of it, but what I did get out of it was just the options are just going to be adding up the value of APE and AMC and at the strike, and that's going to be the way it's going to decide if it's in the money or not. And so anyway, as far as all of those options, you have to remember whoever sold those options has to have those 100 shares of APE. If they end up on the opposite side of that trade, need to deliver those shares.
That's going to be a big event, I think. Al, go ahead, man.
So I was thinking about all the different ways this could go down, and one of the things that I didn't really want to factor in because it's unpopular is what if the play here isn't actually about reversing taking the dividends at the end of the day and converting them over to real shares? What if the point is for all of us to purchase the shares of APE as well as the hedge funds, making it accessible for the hedge funds to purchase APE shares and doing it in Q3 and then doing it in Q4 and raising an alarming amount of money, and then this thing squeezes because we have paid off all of our debt and the hedge funds are exhausting their capital buying APE, knowing full well that it's going directly to the actual company and paying off debt rather than anything else. And we buy into the company, we're buying into APE, and we're buying units. And if you're selling them at $20, it's a significant amount of money that you can make doing that. Now, from what I can see, if he does that, and with Q4, with all those great movies coming in, it's theoretical that, like I said, he could raise between $2 and $4 billion in Q3, Q4 in dividends alone, not counting the movie sales and the residuals from popcorn if we start making sales or whatever. That is one option that it's not popular because, it wouldn't make sense for us to convert. It wouldn't make sense for him to convert this during MOAS or pre-MOAS. It would have to be afterwards. And it would make sense that way because if this MOAS is all the way up to some crazy number and it comes crashing back down and the shorts have covered, well, he could convert those into normal shares again and the price would, in fact, go back up from where it is. There's that. But you know what I was thinking about this. Do you remember that movie Gladiator, Spencer? Remember that Senator Falco?
Oh yeah, Gaius and Falco.
Yeah, Falco, and he has that famous line where he's like, he knows of a seed snake that has a very unusual way of attracting prey. How it sits at the bottom of the ocean and acts as if it's wounded, and then the enemy will approach it, and it'll still, and the enemy will take little bites of him, and yet it doesn't move. I'm wondering if Adam Aarons is not that sea snake right now, allowing the hedge funds to take little bites and luring them in, and then just closing his mouth and swallowing the funds whole through some, clever deception. Because this is like when you really look at it, it's a chess game, right? And in chess, you sacrifice pawns, you sacrifice high value pieces for a strategic advantage, and I feel as if that could be a reasonable hypothesis. So yeah, I wanted to mention that. Also, be careful of your margin debt. Make sure you don't have any margin debt, because I think we also what happened to Bam today. He had 9% of his AMC in his institutional account liquidated by his broker, which is kind of concerning. If they're dealing with institutions, then most certainly they'll do it to retail investors as well. So
it's funny you mentioned sacrificing chess pieces, because I tweeted at Adam Aaron just a couple days ago. I said, hey, I see what you're doing, And there's the 4D chess and all that. There's a move. It's a really popular move called an amazing bishop endgame, where you set up your bishop sacrifice and absolutely destroy the enemy in a matter of 8 or 9 moves. So Adam Aaron knows he's just laying out, like I said earlier, a bunch of Atlantic salmon covered in honey, and the bears are just eating it up right now. And not to mention, they're screwed all the way across the market. When Ken Griffin and them guys say they complain about retail not selling, they're not just talking about AMC and GME. They're talking about everything. Retail is loading up. People are increasing their 401k contributions. We're buying up all these shares at the 20-30% above what the market bottom should be. So these shorts are never going to be able to get out of their positions. And that's why you see Citadel losing $96 billion in a quarter. So it's just a matter of time.
I agree. I think the way things are happening, the way things are progressing in this market. I mean, today Morgan's CEO said we're heading towards something worse than a recession, which is, when he says stuff like that, we're talking depression, we're talking long-term financial stalling, and maybe even stagflation. If a guy like Jamie Dimon would say something that very publicly, well, I think we know the Biden administration is more or less incompetent at this point, especially the folks over at the Fed. I think we can expect to see this thing wrap up fairly soon, if not Q3, Q4, the latest. I think the fact that every quarter that we've been performing, the debt to income ratio has gotten better and better. If you look at the financials, fundamentally the company is getting better. If you look at all the ratios, they're much better than they were. So I think this is turning out to be a bad trade for them.
See, what's crazy is I think we're going to miss a recession. We're going to miss a depression because of retail. When this pops off and all of the millions and millions, 50 million retail investors get their money they're finally owed since January 27th, you're going to turn around and you're going to go pump it into your local economies, which is going to stimulate the economy like nobody's business. That's why the government gave us all the money during the pandemic, because they knew they needed to stimulate the economy because they were going to force it to shut down. That could potentially be why they're looking to hire 86,000 IRS agents. They know that there's going to be trillions out there in tax money to collect.
I think the IRS is going to be the postmodern version of the Gestapo. I think they'll be looking for. I think that's what I'm seeing. It's just nobody hires 80. You know what? That's a division right there, Spencer. That's a division.
Yep.
You don't hire a division worth of IRS agent unless you had a plan, and you're going to have people that are working class that get cash jobs, that have cash income coming in, that don't file everything accurately or whatever. And
you know what's funny though? My mom works for the post office, has her entire life, and we were talking about it, and she goes, they ain't going to find nobody that wants to work for the IRS at the wages they want now, because nobody wants to work in the first fucking place. They're understaffed at the post office. They're going to be understaffed at the IRS.
Well, the big push now is a universal basic income of, like, I think it was $1,500 a month for every American with a social. And a part of me, the humanitarian in me says, well, the guy living with 3 kids and a wife and not much means, and because the economy is so terrible, and even before it wasn't terrible, it was still bad for working people, may not be a bad thing. But the problem is, inherently, where do you get that money out of? I mean, are we going to tax the hell out of big businesses because they're just going to leave? Where does this money come from? The fact that AI and all,
or raise their prices and send it to the customer.
Of course, there's always that, and we're going to end up like Britain. I hate to put it that way, but it's true. We're going to end up like the British and the UK, and we're going to have. It forces us. What it does is it forces us to be codependent on things like the European Union and NATO. I'm sorry, NAFTA, and all these other different countries, and buying their products rather than our own, or rather from China, I should say. But there's a million ways this could pan out. But every which way I see little guys, working people under 50,000 a year suffering egregiously. I don't see it working out for them in any which way. Even with the dividends, even with the universal income package of $1,500 a month.
They're testing universal income here in New Mexico and Santa Rosa and a couple other cities. where they're going to give people money and the state's going to see how it goes. The funny thing is that money isn't coming from the state. The state's getting it from the federal government, so it's coming from everyone else's states. So,
is there any results on that?
It's still in progress. They said if it works, the entire state will get it. But I had a very good economy teacher in college, and I'll tell you right now, from what I've seen across travel in the world, and I know you've seen it too, any type of form of socialism fails almost automatically.
Yeah. The fact that the government will not be able to afford to, because technology changes so quickly these days. A good example is Philips. Philips makes these mRNA machines where they scan you and stuff, and they find cancers and all this other stuff. The minute you buy one of those machines, the hospital buys one of those machines, not only does it depreciate, it literally gets outdated in about 5 to 6 months, because technology is emerging that quickly, and that quickly the government will not be able to sustain that. And you see the way justification. You work government, right? You're a contractor just like me. You see how justifications work in federal government. They're not going to opt in and try to purchase those things. They have a problem leasing equipment out of the federal government because the value for dollar propositions and stuff. So what that tells me is we're going to have a socialist system that is going to be so outdated that we're going to have to move to other countries, maybe places of origin, trying to find better systems of care. It's going to end up like the old Soviet Union. They will not evolve. The government will not spend that kind of money to evolve with technology. It simply won't.
Al, have you ever heard of Moore's Law? It's not really a law, but you're familiar with it, right?
Yes.
All right. I just want, because you know that they're approaching the limit on physical technology. So when you say that there's new technology, the only thing that I can imagine is software advances, and that should be pretty easy to put into any existing hardware system.
Well, think about the advancements in terms of the folks who are getting their jobs lost because everything is going to be automated, right? That's a good example of what I mean. When you lose that kind of manpower because of automation, there's going to be a massive deficit, right? And if that deficit keeps going, that throws it's like an imbalance that it creates to some degree. And I think that's what ultimately is going to happen. The imbalances.
Yeah,
I'd like to jump in on that point. If you're done.
Yeah, go ahead, man.
By the way, thanks, Spence. Tara, Stockwitz, thanks for hosting the space, inviting me up here. So, two things. One, I'm bullish long term on the American economy and people coming through, in spite of what the government does, which the current administration, as I think Al mentioned, is shown its incompetence, or that's kind of at best, at worst, willfully destroying the economy to force a large voter base to vote for socialism out of desperation and hunger. I just want to point out that we just went through the biggest experiment on UBI in history, which is during the pandemic. So that's what's happened here. If you print more money without more production, you're going to get, what we got right now. So I just want to point that out. I'm bullish on AMC. I accumulate some every week, auto buy, and I think it's going to come through, and we can keep it cheery on that. I also do think that there will be a rotation. It will be, short-term brutal, but I just want to point out that in like 1940, people were saying the same things about machines, or maybe not 1940, but like when Ford invented he perfected the production line, for cars, people were saying, well, everyone's going to lose their jobs. I think it will rotate around. We're not going to need to implement broad-scale socialism to solve that problem. I think we're going to solve that problem through just new jobs being created by the AI and so on as they're lost. It's going to be tough on people.
You know what's interesting about that, Alexander, is that when we have situations like that, and I found there tends to be new industries created where jobs shift to. Like now we have a large spaceflight industry. I mean, Boeing, ULA, SpaceX, Blue Origin, every other ones. There's more industries popping up because we're not wasting manpower on automation in factories that can be done we can have a robot flipping a burger. Now, the guy that would have been flipping a burger potentially is out doing another job in a new industry that's being created. That's just my opinion on that.
I agree, and I think it's overblown, and it's being used as a justification to implement the gap. The gap is rough.
That's the thing.
I have to agree with Al on this, and they're not the same kind of machine compared to. I think you might have mentioned industrial. Yeah, one of the really cool things about computers, you can take your logic and your problem solving and record it in the machine. And there's virtually no limit to. I mean, there are limits, but there's really not a significant limitation to that. So. Basically, the primary role of an IT department at a company is to eliminate jobs.
Well, here's something interesting, too. Because of automation and because of certain things in my life, I now work for myself, and I'm on here, trading stocks, and I'm moving money around the market. And the true value of an economy is if a currency remains active and flowing. We are now all as collectively as a group almost a new type of industry, even though we're retail individual investors. More and more people will have to be hired by brokers to facilitate us being here. And I know everybody's probably got jobs or whatnot. There's a lot of people who work for themselves or don't, or just doing this as a hobby. But we're moving mass amounts of money around the market right now, which is flowing through the economy. So there's just, I think the thing is we're entering a new era. We're entering, how there was like the industrial age, the tech age, whatever. We're entering this new era of economy where a lot of new things are going to pop up, where jobs will move. And I think things we don't need to waste our time on will be handled by automation. And I think Musk actually has a really good concept of that. I think the true way we get to a society that we see in the future movies and such is probably through automation. In short term, there are going to be job losses and wage losses and such. But as the population learns to shift their mentality and focus and thought process from, well, this is the only job I was ever able to work and it's the only thing I can do, to, well, what else is out there? It's actually going to open a lot of doors for society to form into the things we see in the futuristic movies, where people don't have to work 7 days a week, 8 hours a day. That's where we want to get to, is we want to be able to make enough money to live, still produce in an economy, but not spend our entire lives at work.
I think one thing to note, it's a good point. There's also, I think, going to be a demand for non-tech jobs, like boring jobs, they're called. You can see some influencers on Twitter and FinTwit put these out there, but like a huge amount of Gen Z want to be YouTubers and such, right? And there's going to be jobs that are like, not like being a computer programmer is almost extremely like impossible for someone to shift over if they don't have a 4-year degree in computer science. But there is non-tech jobs like an HVAC technician, which you can train for in 5 months. Everywhere it's hot or where it's cold, I don't care what generation they are, they're going to want the AC to work, right? So an HVAC technician is going to be a job that people can shift over into, right? Or a soft tech job that is not necessarily like a coder, but maybe a software salesman or woman, right? So I just think that there are other things it's going to shift over into.
Yeah, there's a large spike in demand for landscapers and carpenters right now. Like it's my hometown. You can't get anybody to do anything. It's almost impossible.
Not to mention building construction, right? I think 2.5 million homes shy in the U.S. of what's needed with the demand.
My hometown in Beaverton, Michigan, has a massive, massive problem with housing, where there's not enough places to live. So I have everybody running up my pant leg trying to get me to sell the house to them specifically. I'm like, I'm just putting it on the open market. But you got a lot of people switching to cash jobs, under the table cash, and even barter deals now that used to work at certain areas that are now, I'm going to landscape, and the people who are making the big jobs from the big money from computer programming and such, they're looking all the time for people to do the handiwork for them. So,
well, let me ask you,
the government
Spencer, let me ask you something. What about social mobility? Economic mobility. I mean, when these jobs are all gone and we embrace what you said, do you foresee like economic mobility like that we would see during a period of growth, like economically for these people? Because I feel like there's going to be like a 10-year gap where people are going to have to get training and whatever they're doing and start making long-term gains. And you know what I mean? I feel like there's going to be a waiting period of like 10 years.
The only thing I'm scared of with this is that with computer programming specifically, now we have, like C++ and other platforms where you don't even have to be a programmer anymore. You log onto a platform and you can design a website and you don't have to type a one character of code. The problem is how far do we go with that before we lose our pool of people who know how to write code? If that makes any sense.
I think there's an over saturation based on my Twitter timeline. There's like probably 100,000 people that have some ability in computer programming that can't get a job at this point. I don't think that's going to be an issue.
Well, it's just an example like this. It's like now we have all these automated welding platforms in factories, right? And I know there's always going to be a need for base welders, but at what point in time do we have a shortage of physical manpower welders compared to automation and the skill and training it takes to teach those people? Every generation is going to get worse and worse and worse because there's more automation.
Spence. So it's been a pretty long time since I've seen this, but I'm quite sure there's a theorem that states that a computer cannot program itself. And I mean theorem when I say theorem. So it's, if I'm not mistaken, it's impossible to reach that level to where there will never be a need for programmers.
Oh, quantum?
No, and I agree with you. I'm just talking about, so a computer can't program itself, but a human who doesn't know can't teach another human below them. So we may get to this point where we lose knowledge on certain topics because of automation, because we're not having people learn from the ground up. We're having people fix the machine that is actually doing the welding. So where is the teacher going to come from in the future? That's just a theory. That's just a thought process I have. Do I think that'll happen? Probably more than likely not, but it is a concern of mine anyways.
Hey, Spence, one of the things that I think Mr. Burp was alluding to is quantum. That theorem where it's like, well, you can walk into a quantum room and you can describe what you're looking for, and the computer figures out the most efficient way of doing something. I think that's really impressive technology. We only have seen maybe a handful of companies that have gotten IPO that are doing that, but that's just such forward-thinking tech, man. I mean, that's going to be the future. Like after CRISPR and everything else, that's the big one. But thanks, man.
I would say, go ahead.
No, I just want to say thanks. I'm going to just leave after this, but thank you.
Yeah, man. Thanks for coming up, speaking. What I would say too to everybody who has fears of automation and that it might, take over jobs and certain things, this and that, don't be scared of the future. Because like I said, when one thing becomes automated, it frees up a human to go do another thing in another industry, which now, like I said, we have a massive space flight industry. We have a massive EV industry. We have, a bunch of things coming up. Like somebody said about YouTube and streamers, entertainment is huge. Everybody wants to be entertained now. So now we have a lot of info sharing and educational value in our YouTube and entertainment. I mean, there's a lot of FUD too, but anyways, I gotta eat. Let's get to Slumdog and guys coming up. He might say something. Me and Tara have been streaming in Stockwits. Please follow Tara and Stockwits. We've been streaming for over 8 hours now, which has been really awesome. But you guys are amazing. Human things I need to do.
Spencer, Tara, just got to say, I've come on this space call a few times, and I love what you guys have been doing. You guys don't know me, but I'm someone who's been with AMC for since day one. I'm Canadian. The only reason why I want to speak is because I just want to let you guys know, to the Canadian listeners in this group, I have now officially contacted and have had this is going. Listen, I don't want to distract from the amazing conversation that you guys were having, but just to get back to the dividend calls, I just want to let every Canadian listener on here, because you guys have tons of Canadian listeners. I know that, but I have official emails, letters, printed out copies from the 4 major banks of Canada. So Royal Bank, RBC Direct, CIBC, Scotiabank, and TD Bank, all are 100% guaranteeing APE shares to be in your account on the 22nd, between the 22nd and the 26th. Now, I'm not sure why they're saying the 26th. I'm thinking because there's going to have to be a lot of stuff that happens between the 22nd and the 26th, but they're guaranteeing that it'll be in your account on those days. The only place in Canada that right now is not committed to having those shares in is Wealth Simple. So if you're with Wealth Simple and you're in this call, bombard them with messages, because they are the only online, I would say maybe PFOF, because PFOF is technically not legal in Canada. Shorting is not legal in Canada. So, I mean, just if you're with Wealthsimple, contact them, let them know. But all your other big banks, Royal Bank, CIBC, Scotiabank, and TD are okay with getting you those shares. Thank you.
Thanks for sharing that. You know what I don't like about the whole thing out to the 26th is it gives brokers and it gives banks time to say, okay, we're going to deposit this up to the 26th. So they can sit there and wait for 2 or 3 or 4 days for shares to actually enter the market. They may not have enough, but they can scoop more up on the thing. But you know what you were saying about Wealthsimple? I think if this is correct, Power Corporation of Canada is the owner and the holding company. Does that sound correct?
Yes.
So I'm going to do some research on Power Corporation of Canada and see what's up with that. I like to look for ties, but man, thanks for sharing that, because there's a lot of posts going on about the Wealthsimple right now.
Yeah, and I just, I'm actually kind of somewhat relieved that Canadian banks need 4 days to get you that, because that means that there's definitely synthetic shares. Because if there weren't synthetic shares, they would have those shares ready to go for you in 1 second.
Yep. And they need a couple days to see if any enter the market so they can start purchasing to deliver them.
And this is an entire nation. We're not big, but you know what? We've got a lot of apes here.
Oh yeah, I see Canadian apes every single day, man. And I love, like I said earlier, what Sugar Kush is doing. He's really trying to connect the AMC global movement here by getting every ape in every country kind of intertwined on Twitter, because a lot of the feed gets cycled just by who's in your country or in your continent. So props to Sugar and Slumdog. Thank you for sharing that, man. That was amazing.
Hey, love you guys, man.
Man, this has been such an incredible space, Spence. I just got through a 2-hour workout while listening like it was a podcast the entire time, and no one here even knew that I was dying and sweating to death and huffing and puffing. But seriously, it went by so fast because of the conversation happening. And I don't know, it was a while ago, but when Pete from Philly was up here talking, I almost started crying on the freaking elliptical. I was so fired up by what he was saying and just talking about how these people are just so ruthless and heartless, and how they will literally there's no stopping them from getting their bag and getting their money. And even if it means, putting companies away, like ending companies that are researching like cancer treatment for children and ovarian cancer and all these examples he was giving. And it's crazy. Like, how do you even sleep at night knowing you've done such things? It makes me absolutely sick. But that's why we're here. I feel like truly like that is the bottom line, and why, so many people respect what we've done and how much, I mean, Pete's been fighting back for years and years and years. And now finally he has this opportunity with this movement of people who see it for what it is to really harness it and share his own personal experience with what is wrong with all of this, with the hedge funds and the lengths they'll go to just to make $1 million. And it's appalling. It's wild. And I just appreciate everyone who came up here, contributed. But most of all, I have to say, Spence, I could not do this without you. Just taking it on and, running the space. I mean, you have done a phenomenal job. I appreciate it so much. I felt bad even being in the host spot. You were definitely the host, the second half of this entire space. So if you guys aren't following Spence, make sure you're freaking following Spence, because when I'm not hosting, he's usually hosting, and or Sugar with those, bringing the world together spaces, which, yeah, I do. I love those spaces, and I hope he really runs with that and we can continue supporting him there. So guys, make sure when you hear people up here speaking and you hear what they're talking about and you like what they say, drop them a follow. If later you decide they're not someone you want to be following, you can always unfollow them, but it's just a nice gesture. And honestly, Spence, you just deserve to be commended. I'm going to buy you like an ice cream cone at least, or something.
Ooh, I want soft serve chocolate vanilla.
I'll buy you something better post Moas, but right now I could cash up you some money to like take your daughter for ice cream. I'm serious, because it means so much to be able to step away and know that this call is in good hands. I cannot tell you how many compliments I'm receiving via DMs, tweets, comments of people just saying how amazing this call is, how they've gotten through their drive, their work day, whatever it is that they're doing in their own lives, and they're listening to us, and you run the show. And yeah, I couldn't do it without you. Swing, all of you guys, Mr. Burp, Stockwitz, you guys, thank you so much for doing everything that you do and coming back and helping this flow. And we're over 7 hours of this space, and it's been nothing but productivity and positivity and good conversation and so much knowledge being shared. So I just thank you. Thank you.
I have a present for you.
No, I have to give you a present.
I pinned it to the top. You want to hear it in my Jim Cramer impersonation voice?
Yes, do it.
It's a Jim Cramer tweet. All right, here we go. How was it possible after GameStop the short sellers didn't take profits in Bed and Bath? Did anyone notice that almost half of the float is sold short? How can they do such a stupid thing? They need an equity offering or a default, or they might be boxed. He just tweeted that. He's big mad, bro.
That's why I commented. I said, so expect another massive run tomorrow. Got it. Oh my God, this guy. He's absolutely killing me. That voice though, that sounded like, I felt like I was listening to like a commercial break. You should gotta start doing that in between the space when there's dead silence. Just do some random commercial break. Start selling frog stuffed animals. I would definitely sleep with one of those at night.
Hey everybody, just come buy some of my frogs on my website. It's Kermit here. Yeah, Jim Cramer just basically admitted everything we were just saying. Shorts didn't cover when they could have and closed their positions, and now they're underwater, and his sell BBY just got blown out. I don't even want to finish that joke. It's just bad.
Back shots on Kramer. Oh my God, I'm dead. He's such an idiot. Like every time, and this time I actually went with it. after tweet after tweet last week. I've threw it here, swing. Someone will be running one of these, and we'll just continue to do what we're doing. And I think it's amazing. So I appreciate it, guys.
Epic job, Tara and company. Good job.
Over 800 people in the call at one point in time, and over 110 on the YouTube stream. We had close to 1,000 people, probably well over 5,000 people tuning in over a period of time today. So well done.
Yeah, as soon as the space ends, it'll tell you how many people tuned in, which is pretty cool. And I love recording these because for people who weren't able to listen during the day, they've come back even the next day, listened to it at night or whenever they have time, and they've come and DM'd me and said, just listen to yesterday's space and learned so much or got so much from it. So yeah, it's super effective. I'm so glad that Twitter allows us to record these spaces now. Because you notice that people can no longer take things from the space and claim and twist it around and claim it was said like this. That's what people used to do, and it would cause so much drama and so much upheaval, and just it was so frustrating. It's like, that is not what happened. So now we have it recorded. We have Spence streaming it on his YouTube channel. I mean, you can go have a listen for yourself. And guys, if you're not subbed on Spence's channel, go subscribe. It's right on, his link is right on his profile. And make sure you send him lots of super chats, because that's really what he's here for.
Oh, bullshit. Here we go. This is how I lose followers. Tara likes to... I'd already passed her up if Tara quit telling people I do super chats. I don't do super. Tara, I make money on my trades.
Super chat money to me. So go super chats.
I'm too busy making 500% on Revlon.
Let's go. Do you even have a super chat available? Like, do you even have that option? Okay, thank God.
I don't know. I literally haven't changed anything on my YouTube since I started it, except a couple graphics and such. So
okay,
and not to shill Spence's YouTube, but the nice thing about him streaming it, one of the things I'm addicted to is watching YouTube at 2 times speed, or listening to it at 2 times speed. Like right now, I don't think you can do that for the spaces. So, you know, especially when we have an epic, 8-hour space call, you can listen to it. You can listen to it in 4 hours if you have it on 2 times speed. So
you sound like chipmunks.
And everyone sounds like chipmunks. It's way more hilarious.
It is. And then, something that's really complex gets talked about, you can slow it down, listen to it at normal speed if you need to bring out your crayons and figure out what was being said. But you can listening to things on 2 times speed. That's the only way I get through anything on YouTube anymore, is listening to it twice as fast. And then the one time I forget to, I'm like, why does this person sound like an idiot? They're talking so slow.
I think that's the thing. We're so used to getting information so quickly. It's like, okay, I don't have time for an 8-hour space, but and that's one thing I need to get better about, is being able to clip certain parts of the space. But it only clips like 30 seconds, so sometimes it doesn't get the full dialogue, and I don't know how to make it clip a longer section. But I was gonna say, imagine everyone on here so serious talking about FTDs and their high-pitched chipmunk voice at 2 times speed on YouTube is pretty hilarious. But yeah, I do the same thing, Swing. When I watch YouTube, I tend to watch it in fast motion, and I hate ads. Oh my gosh, ads drive me crazy. Sometimes when an ad pops up, I'll just give up on the video and I'm like, that's it, I'm done. I'm not even going to watch. Anyway, but Slumdog, I'm going to let you have the floor real quick. And then after you, I think we're going to call it a day, since your hand's still up.
Well, thank you very much. I just want to say that I formally announced on my Twitter that if tomorrow we don't close green, I'm deleting my Twitter account, because I'm so confident that tomorrow we close green.
Turn around Tuesday.
We fucking close green. 1 cent is green.
Turnaround Tuesday and Taco Tuesday.
Always, baby.
All right, then we're going to have you on the space, and we're all going to throw up green hearts right as the market's closing, and we're going to see if you're going to disappear forever or be with us and live on.
The algos are going to flip out over the green hearts.
It could just be like a poof that disappears. Never.
No, all of a sudden he just fades away out of the space and gone forever. That's so sad. That makes my heart hurt. But I mean, if that's what you want to do, I guess we got to make this baby green.
Oh, I'll
So,
make it green.
I just changed my heart to green in honor of you.
Me too.
Love it, guys. Love you guys, man. Love you guys.
Love you too. And I'm so glad that everyone came, shared the space, came up and joined in the conversation. And even for those who aren't able to, just appreciate that you guys come and hang out and listen and comment and are part of the conversation on Twitter. So thank you all for everything you do.
What a call, what a call, what a call. Everyone, thank you for subbing. Thank you for being here. Thank you for engaging with us. That was one of the best Twitter Spaces calls I've ever heard, been a part of. Amazing information. Thank you to all the speakers. Everybody in the chat, thank you from the bottom of my heart for chatting, questions, answers, subbing, all of it. Please like, subscribe. We want to push this out into the YouTubeverse, into the Twitterverse. We want to get everybody on board, everybody in the know. So when shit hits the fan these next couple weeks, we have a place to go to, figure out what's going on globally. AMC worldwide, wide. Anyways, you guys have a great night. I will see you all tomorrow.